Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Animal Instinct Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The calm forest trail's ground shook as a trio of boys hurriedly ran from some place inside the woods. An ash-blonde head of hair guided the small group through paths that should be known to the children, yet somehow it all felt constraining and unnerving. Pinky promise, Katsuki? A boy implored yet again and extended a finger, reaching in front of his face. Normally such hesitance would irk Katsuki, but today was a different case. Even he, the self-proclaimed next all might, is left gasping for air as he dead sprints through the dirt path. He searches for a way out, any place far from that demed bridge. Katsuki, please slow down. A boy with wings tries his best to keep up with the other two, though that is almost a losing battle as his wings are so stiff from use that he can't flap them anymore. He touches down and begins to sprint. Hold on. Katsuki feels his legs cramping. W it up, Katsuki. His legs hurt, his body hurts, and he can't keep running like this. The boy with wings, Tsubasa, stops just behind the explosive blonde, almost as if using him as cover from a wild animal. We need to go. We can't go to jail. Shut up. Yeah, or we won't be able to become heroes. Just shut up. Wisekaken, the exit is just dash. A loud explosion, larger than both had seen from their leader, erupts from where he stands. Dirt and ash rise higher than the trees, creating a massive mushroom cloud as the sediment begins to rain down slowly over the group. The pair looks towards Katsuki. His body is kneeled over, hands shoved palm first into small craters in the dirt. Katsuki can't hold it any longer, that goddamned nickname. Why? But he starts openly sobbing on the spot. It wasn't at all common for the boy to simply break down like this, but he didn't care. He truly didn't. The ash blonde stares at the clear blue sky above him. His palms begin popping without stop. Izuku! He is too overcome with emotion that he doesn't even notice as a figure approaches the group and begins to check them over. It takes a gentle hand on his shoulder and a crippling exhaustion to bring the blonde back to his senses. His eyes lock on a stranger wearing a blue costume with white stripes and boots. A hero that came to save him, and why him? After today he wouldn't be able to look at someone like him without feeling shame again, he was sure. Hey there buddy. You're safe now, the wilderness hero, River has got you covered. The hero tried his best to calm down the scared child in his grip, and slowly his quirk worked through the boy. Small water wisps rose from the ground beneath their feet and encased Katsuki. His muscles eased and his mind began to, possibly forcefully, calm down. And just like that the kid keeled over, passed out from exhaustion. The last thing Izuku remembered was a pain behind his neck as he fell? He can't remember. What was he doing in water? Maybe he had just left a tap open for too long again? He can't remember if he already did something like that. And why are his eyes closed? He tries to fight through his confusion. He needs to go back to, where? Where did he come from? He continues to try to open his eyes. They hurt, but the pain is simply muted. He knows it's there, but he can't actually feel it hurting. The same goes for the back of his head, something warm constantly leaking from his head. It can't be tears, he can't feel his eyes anymore. He reaches a trembling hand behind his back. The current he finds himself in takes a turn. River, he is in a river. Why is he in a river? His hands don't even reach halfway towards his back before something bites down on his forearm, forcefully dragging him to land. The sudden shift causes the drenched boy to start shivering in the cold autumn wind. His temperature takes a nosedive as the constant loss of blood makes itself even more apparent now that he is now more exposed to the cold than he was in the water. Who's there? The boy asks. The beginning of fear starts to well up in his mind. Is it a wild animal? Am I going to die? I am. A gravelly voice speaks. Its soft tones are distorted almost beyond comprehension. Perhaps the person has simply not spoken in a while. I have come to deliver aid. Please be not afraid of my physical appearance. Izuku weakly smiles. He can't see anything, so no worries there, he supposes. He even tries to laugh a bit, but something comes spewing out from his mouth. The metallic aftertaste tells him everything he needs to know. He's bleeding pretty bad, it seems. He's dying. He forces out between many bloody coughs. And don't worry, I think I'm blind, can't see you. He feels something wet touch against his chest right above his heart. It is followed by a quick whine. Multiple cuts on his face. Eyes blinded by a sudden impact, it seems. The back of the neck is torn open, too much lost blood. Not likely. Anduam thought to himself. Unfortunately, I can only prolong your time. The voice is almost as disappointed with itself as Izuku is with his predicament. Something connects with the open wound on the back of his head, and the blood in Izuku's throat is cleared with little effort by his rescuer. It's okay. Maybe next time I can become a hero. Izuku can only imagine this person, his hero for all he cares about, is staring at him. He can feel it. What would being a hero entail? It means to help others, like as a profession. The child speaks with an unnoticed rising vigor. It seems this one has a good soul. He has also been stabilized for now. So long as I keep this bond, he shouldn't die. And why do you need to be a professional to help others? It seems counterproductive. It does, but it still helps keep up a sense of normalcy, I guess. Izuku seemed to deflate a bit at the word normalcy, and it did not get past his helper. Well then, young one, I may be able to help you with your dream, though it may cost you some of that normalcy you preach about. This day certainly turned out weirder than Anduam had imagined, but it still was intriguing. If you accept, we'll be working together quite a lot. As such, you may call me Anduam. Okay then, Mr. Anduam, but why help me? Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing, someone wishing to willingly try to help him. Why did he feel so surprised? Of course, others would wish to help him. He was just a child with a severe injury after all. Why not? Anduam asked, his voice dropping slightly, becoming nothing more than a surprised whisper. Izuku felt the word useless at the tip of his tongue, and he didn't know why. I don't know, whispered back. Anduam let out a loud laugh. Then only more reasons for me to help you, young. Izuku, my name is Izuku. Young Izuku. The boy felt the grin Anduam had on his snout. Wait, snout? Wait, Anduam, you're not human? And why can I see you? I should be blind unless this is my quirk finally coming to. I could have used it already for all I can remember, but then why does it feel so weird to do it? That gained the boy a surprised expression from his dear friend, followed by a proud smile only a father could have. Well then, it seems that you remember your own quirk now. It's something to start with at least. What Izuku was seeing wasn't what you would call normal by any definition of the word. He could see a large deer standing in front of his slumped body. A pristine coat of black fur that ended in white tips graced Anduam, his antlers adorned with many golden rings and chains, a silver and gold armor carefully weaved around his more defining musculature. Anduam looked like a knight in shining armor from kids' tales, and Izuku was stunned by his magnificence. Izuku's reaction was so sudden that the deer had actively chained the boy to the ground with his powers before he accidentally shattered their temporary bond. Very well. I am what you humans call a quirked animal and dash. His explanation was cut short by a squeal. What is your quirk? What can you do? Does it have a name? You're so pretty, your black and white fur is awesome. And is the armor part of your quirk as well? His own enthusiasm was not unnoticed even by him. Anduam was quite shocked that not only a blind kid could see, and he believed the deer was pretty, but he also seemed ecstatic to see his quirk. For his part, Izuku also looks shocked by what he just said. One of the only things that Izuku remembered from his past alongside his first name, that he wanted to be a hero and how a hero should ideally act, was that he apparently loved to study other quirks. Anduam quickly recomposes himself. I am not certain myself. At current I can infuse part of myself into other living things to act as a lifeline, though I'm certain that once I acquire a definitive host my powers will increase. He thinks for a few seconds before speaking again. Though the part about my fur and armor may be a part of your quirk. My body is composed of a tar-like substance that doesn't allow for a pelt or clothing. It's part of why people fear me. This child Anduam had in his quirk seemed to be awed by the explanation and didn't seem deterred by the description of his body. He instinctively searched for something for a few moments before pouting and settling for simple writing motions in plain air. Curious. Anduam thought. Maybe a passion for writing? That is so cool, you could be an awesome rescue hero. His smile seemed so genuine that it even brought one to the deer. Perhaps, but I fear people would fear me. The response was sullen, almost as if the deer had already tried. Maybe I can if you wish to assist me. Izuku tried to stand up again but was stopped yet again by Anduam. Okay, I won't get up. Izuku seemed to calm down and raised his hands in surrender to prove his point. You said you could help me, maybe we can become heroes together. Anduam's ears perked up at the suggestion and he seemed to ponder it for a few seconds before he gave Izuku a determined nod. As partners, he stated, closing the distance between them and raising one of his front paws which Izuku hastily took and shook slightly. As partners, Izuku answered, smile never leaving his face. Anduam had stopped inches from Izuku, gracefully laying on the grass beside Izuku. He side-eyed the boy one last time as he began to melt into the same tar-like substance that was currently helping keep Izuku alive. The deer's entire body apart from his skull and antlers had dissolved before he spoke again. Izuku, you may not know the grand favor you are doing for me today, and for the possibilities we will have as a duo I will endeavor myself to give you your dreams. Anduam's voice came not from his skeletal snout but from inside the boy's mind. He began to tentatively move over to Izuku. This part may hurt. And no, I'm sorry for it having to be such. Before Izuku had time to respond, Anduam's amorphous body dashed forward and entered through the still open wound behind his neck. He couldn't keep the ensuing scream inside as pain surged through his body, especially atop his head, ears and eyes. Not long after Izuku's vision exploded with information as he reopened his now healed eyes, the extreme amount of information threatened to overwhelm the boy's mind. A pair of claws composed of a tar-like substance covered his vision. Izuku couldn't see anymore but he could still feel his surroundings, the gentle sway of the grass by the warm afternoon breeze, the currents of the river he'd been dragged by not long ago. The form of his companion emanating from the back of his head also did not escape the boy's sight. Maybe it would be wise to make something to block out your vision until you can handle it, no? Izuku nodded. Whatever questions about what had happened died before he could even ask them. He now could see Anduam's memories that contained all that he would need to understand their circumstance. We'll be the best heroes ever and nicknames are a good way to start our friendship, wouldn't you agree? I suppose. Zoo. Izuku laughed at that. A few months later, Katsuki sat at his bed, the curtains closed and the door locked. It had been a week since the search for Izuku had officially been closed and he was pronounced deceased. By the bedside lay a set of formal clothing. Just looking at it made him want to vomit. The official report stated that the group was on one of their casual adventures into the woods before a fleeing villain surprised them and took Midoriya as a hostage but was unable to capture the other three before they took off running. After that, the trio were found by a local wildlife hero before being taken to a nearby hospital in Nizudafu. Not long after, many local heroes were dispatched to the region to search for the kidnapped boy, and day after day Katsuki became more bitter towards the world around him. He began distancing himself from the two boys, Tsubasa and Tasaki. It wasn't like they even wanted to stay together as friends after the incident. Then he started to shut himself from the world entirely, preferring to stay isolated in his room, only leaving for school and eating. Needless to say, Auntie Inko had been devastated by the news, even though Katsuki could tell even she didn't look at her son with the same caring eyes since he was diagnosed quirkless. Izuku was still her son. Inko had even offered to find a good therapist for the young Bakugo and his two friends, putting herself up to pay for their expenses in therapy, stating it would be her son's last wish that his best friend is taken care of. Soon enough Izuku's burial was planned. It was but a formality as there was nothing for his family to bury. The boy probably ended up inside some wild animal as just another meal, and Katsuki FNG hated it. He hated how the people at the burial told others how happy his late friend was to have such good friends and how they said he was, despite all that he had gone through, one of the most friendly people ever. God, Katsuki was such a fool for trying to push away that boy. He knew he should have said something, told anyone what really happened that day. But he still wanted to be a hero, and he wouldn't be able to if he opened his mouth. Was that selfish of him? Probably, and it showed. Every day when he entered his house he would see his family and the Midoriya's group photo from a couple of years ago, Katsuki fist-bumping a younger, less tired, Izuku. And he would weep. Why did it take so much for him to see what he was turning into? No more. No more, he told himself today. He strode up to his mom where she lay watching TV. He hesitated. Why was it so difficult to ask for help? True heroes don't need help. A part of him stated. That isn't true. Izuku never hesitated to ask for help. Katsuki retorted. That's because he was a Deku. A worthless, quirkless Deku. The boy couldn't hold back his tears at that statement, his statement. A gentle hand grasped his face and swiped away the welling tears in his eyes. What is it, brat? Mitsuki's usual explosive behavior was lacking in her tone, leaving only an inviting aura. I want to start therapy like Auntie suggested. He had found his courage again. A hand ruffled his hair. Sure, sweetie, just let Mama tall Inko. Mitsuki led her son back to his room and was pleasantly surprised when he steeled himself and opened his curtains for the first time in weeks. He hopped on his desk's chair and draped himself over the side of the window, staring at the expansive woods behind their house, and smiled. Mitsuki took this as a good sign and closed the door once again, lingering a few moments beside it should her son need her. Katsuki gazed at the sunset in the distance. He had decided what he would do now. No longer would he be the #1 hero for the fame and for himself. No, he didn't deserve that yet. He would rise to the top of the hero world as his way of carrying on his best friend's legacy. It was only fair after all. He took that chance from Izuku. Why not accomplish his goals to vindicate the late boy? And though he may need help in his, arguably, more ambitious goal, he couldn't deny that maybe a few helping hands along the way wouldn't hurt that much. And surely enough he was crying again, though this time they were happy tears. 9 years later. The famous UA entrance exam was just 2 months away, and the faculty had officially opened the registrations for a week now. Most of the applications were handled online nowadays, though a rare few still posted their applications via mail or handed them in directly at the campus. Even rarer still were those that came not only physically but also incorrectly filled out. Nedzu always asked for those to be delivered to his room as he couldn't deny his somewhat sadistic side a good laugh at the absurdities some people would write down on their forms. From kids pretending to have finished junior high to people who clearly faked some details. So as you can imagine, the camera feed of Eraserhead making his way towards Nedzu's office with a bloated-out file in his arms made him crack a bright smile. He quickly timed the door mechanism to open the door before his employee had knocked. Nedzu. Eraserhead gave a quick bow to the mammal. I have the rejected applications for this week like you asked. Great. Leave them at my desk while I make myself some tea. Nedzu hopped down from his chair and made his way to a small hot pot and kettle tucked away at the corner of the office. Care for some? No thanks, I'm good. The underground pro bowed again and made his way out. The principal let his kettle heating up as he began to sift through the ridiculous applications. One that almost immediately caught his eye was not 1 but 2 applications stapled together and written by the same person if the handwriting is anything to go off by. He shifted the reject pile a bit and singled out this first application he would tear through, but before that, he had to finish his tea. The kettle was already steaming when he turned the heating off and prepared his jasmine tea. Nedzu set his teacup to the side and grabbed the first of the 2 forms. Izuku. Surname? Dob? 22? Mother's name? Unknown. Father's name? Unknown. Quirk? True sight. The user has the capability to use a 6th sense to map out his surroundings and even read the emotions of others close by. Additionally, the use of the user's actual eyes can increase the process intensity and range by around 100x at maximum, though prolonged use may cause temporary blindness, doesn't affect the first application of the quirk. Scholarship, completely homeschooled, finished all proposed tests aptly. Finished all tests aptly. Nedzu hummed to himself before he started laughing like a maniac. There was no way someone thought they could simply say that they were apt to take on the exams and not even show a single certificate for the most competed hero school in the entire country, hell even the world. Maybe Nezu would allow this Izuku to take the tests for general education just to see his final performance. Because if this kid has something, it is defiantly courage. Nezu grabbed his teacup and took an hearty swig before something caught his eye. A simple paw print with a sideways triangle on the upper right corner of the application pointing to the edge of the paper. Now, writing outside what was asked would not be allowed or even considered by most people. Even those who just made these up to hamper the application process rarely drew on the paper. So yes, call Nezu intrigued by this mark, he flipped the paper over. The other side was completely blank. It took a few seconds for an idea to pop into his head. The principal reached for his control panel for his office and closed the window's blinds before turning off the lighting as well. Using the natural night vision of his beady eyes, he searched the drawers for something and eventually brought out a fluorescent stick he kept in case one of his students with an invisibility quirk had to talk to him again. Seeing him generally made it easier for the mammal to apply his usual intimidation tactics after all. After a loud crack, the room filled out with soft purple light. The previously blank sheet of paper became a well-composed letter, and with very familiar writing to boot. Ha! Nezu couldn't keep the grin off his face as he started to read out the secret message. Dear friend Nezu, my intentions with this letter are more than to simply say hi or update you on my welfare, no. This time I come to you with a simple, yet delicate request. I need you to approve both of these applications for the UA entrance exam. I would be entirely too pleased to see this young duo grow into fearsome heroes, and I by no means wish that you grant them safe passage. Let them prove themselves not only to you, like they did to me, but to the world. So, consider this a payback for that favor you still owe me from Hanaga 20 years ago. Yes, I understand that both of these files have severe lack of crucial information, but from what I can see from my little cottage, I know you have the means to pull it off without them catching notice of it. Maybe it would be wise to initiate that dormitory system you so consistently talked about in our meetings, no? Apart from that, we should set up a date for our next meeting. I have gained new intel pertaining to a possible collaboration between them and a new villain organization. P.S. Both of them, Izuku and Anduum, must be counted as a single person. I have perused your online applications and found a similar enough case to make it believable that they are user and quirk if needs be. Take care, my friend, and I hope to see you in the near future. Nezu was expecting many things from this letter, but a message from M was not one of them, even more after 7 years of radio silence, but that was beside the point. The principal took a look at the second form and could only smile as he read about the person in question. Of course, M would be the one to take up the stray ones. He mused. After a quick photocopy of both applications, Nezu set off to destroy the original documents as per their protocol. A quick visit to the paper shredder later, the mammal set the entire machine on fire, reducing the paper strips inside to ash before he put out the fire. He reached for his phone, dialing a number. The person on the other end quickly picked up. Nezu, sir, what do you need? A gruff voice asked, clearly tired. Hello, Aizawa. Do you remember Izuku's application? The principal turned on the lights and reopened the blinds. The one with 2-in-1? Correct. What about it? Nezu moved over to one of the windows and opened it, letting the accumulated smoke filter out. Some new info came to me via email. So I want him approved to take the exams by the end of the workday. What? Okay then, they would need to do their tests separately and dash. You misunderstand me, Aizawa. They cannot physically be apart and as such will be counted as one for curricular purposes. The perpetually tired man on the other end of the line could only sigh as the principal gave no room for debate. Logically, then what about the prior education? They haven't submitted any proof. I will personally apply their written tests come exam day. If they are deemed sufficient, I will also certify his claims. Yes, sir. Thank you, Eraserhead. Nezu ended the call before giving a look at the pair of applications once again. The papers laid out side by side at his desk, a photo of a boy with antlers and animal ears wearing a black and green BLNDFLD, and a drawing of a black deer in silver armor and gold. If M has this much confidence in them to cash in her favor, I can only feel safe with her decision this time around. This was the day. Today UA would be hosting their famous entrance exams. The crowds of hopefuls flocked to the school's gates in the early morning. Izuku was no different. After the old couple his sensei had arranged for him and Anduum to stay with helped them check if everything necessary had been packed, they set off onward towards the prestigious hero school. The faculty had asked that participants for the hero course come dressed in light and expendable clothing to better suit the upcoming tests, stating the possibility that a person could have their wear damaged during the practical part of the exam. As such, Izuku chose to wear the casual clothes he'd picked out after a short trip to a local mall when it was decided he would spend his days before UA with city folk. His more traditional clothes might be too much for a day-to-day living, and his usual training attire might blend like water and oil with the modern cityscape. That did not dissuade him from bringing one of his older fighting attires for the practical part, however. Izuku and his partner were just about to exit the small cafe they had called home for the past few days before a ding caught their attention. Anduum's eyes flared to life from the skull securely attached to the back of Izuku's head. From his viewpoint he could see one of their hosts, Miko, standing behind the counter with a small to-go cup of coffee and a pair of sugar packs. With their mental connection, Izuku also saw Miko by proxy. "I know you boys aren't so fond of coffee, but it should help today." Her smile beamed as the green-haired boy's lips curved up ever so slightly into a smile, and he made his way over to the counter. "I also added some milk to the mix. Consider the sugar a cheat day, darling." "I appreciate it, Miko-san. We will make you and Ojo-san proud to have hosted us." Izuku gave a deep bow before Anduum's body materialized, the skull dashing into the air followed by his amorphous body giving 2 thumbs up. "Yes, we will." His companion stated loudly. Izuku could feel his happiness quite clearly from their bond. As it turns out, sharing a body with someone while having an emotion-sensing quirk had its advantages. "We'll come back with a record break if they aren't careful." "I'm sure you will. M usually doesn't ask us to do this sort of thing for just anybody." Miko's smile grew a bit more strained as her husband descended the cafe's second-floor stairs. "You best be on your way, dear. Wouldn't want to miss the exams after so much effort." That the boy gave a warm smile to their hosts and excused himself, and returning shortly after a quick salute to the old couple. "Nearly a decade and you still find ways to dodge traditional formalities," Izuku stated as he fully reopened their mental channel. "I should be impressed in." Opening these channels always drains some energy if it goes on for long enough, though 2 days of mental silence might just be enough for what they were planning today. Their sensei had explicitly informed them that they would need to put on quite a show if they wished to enter their dream school. And if it took a good demonstration of what they would be capable of to get their tickets to the hero course, so be it. "Shouldn't you be saving your energy for the Tetsu?" Anduum answered back after a few moments of surprise, the sudden reopening of their mental bond after so long causing both of them to flinch slightly at the other's somewhat garbled tone. "Yes, but I still want to have our bond open for when we start our tests," he stated. "If we are to show you what we are made of, we need clear communication. On that front we agree. Let's show them how it's done." Anduum's booming laughter became something Izuku had grown fond of. Earlier on their journey both of them were practically shut-ins that rarely showed their true self to anyone. Anduum knew more about where this behavior came from as Izuku was left in the dust, simply assuming it came from before his memory loss. It went on for so long that their confidence had taken a massive hit. That changed after they found their sensei that fateful day. Prompted by her encouraging words, they felt safer to expose their true selves. Slowly exiting their shells around each other. Now and had grown to cherish the opportunities he had to spend time with his partner, showing what he thought of everything, prompted or not. He became quite loud and straightforward with his thoughts over the years, and Izuku felt safe around his lifelong companion. Katsuki stood at the front gates of Yude, watching as the others' examinees carried on their way. In his hand a single worn-out photo of him and his childhood friend sharing some hero merch for a playdate. He smiled at the memory. He carefully folded the photo and placed it in his shirt's pocket. A girl passed by him, looking quite nervous before she tripped on a loose stone. Katsuki acted on instinct, jumping forward to grip her left shoulder before she fell down. It would suck to have to do everything with a broken nose, he thought. At the same his hand gripped her left shoulder, another held her by her right. Katsuki glanced to the side towards another boy about his age. He gave the guy a once-over. He was about his size if not a little taller with complete dark green hair and a blndfld on. Maybe a sensory quirk? Was his hypothesis. He also had small antlers growing from their head and weird ears that flickered ever so often, as if following something before returning to the girl's general direction. If that was not enough to confuse someone, the being composed of only a deer skull and a black jelly body draped over the boy's shoulders and reaching beneath the girl, to cushion the fall he supposed, would. The girl righted herself and turned to the pair, the deer thing returning to the other boy's back. Wow, so cool. You guys reacted so fast that I couldn't even use my quirk. The brunette jumped around. Katsuki's blushed, still not fully comfortable with receiving compliments after junior high. His teachers would constantly try to groom him to believe he was better than anyone else due to his admittedly strong quirk, yet he didn't want to hear any of it. What is your quirk, if you don't mind us asking? The other boy had brought out a small notebook from somewhere and was poised to start writing something. Oh, I'm Izuku, by the way. The deer burst out from the boy's head once again. And I'm Anduum, but call me In. The being, pointed a claw at the girl with his best attempt at a glare. The girl smiled. Oh, I'm Achiko Uraraka. Pleasure to meet you. She brought her fingers together and started to float a few centimeters from the ground. My quirk is zero gravity. It lets me remove gravity from anything I touch so long as it's not too heavy. Release. She touched her fingers again and dropped. Izuku wrote something down in his notebook and passed it to her with a silent plea. She almost gasped when she looked at a space reserved for a hero to sign. What? She struggled to let her works flow. I can sense your determination to be a great hero, and with a powerful quirk like that you can only end up in the 100 top heroes chart at least. He gestured to the empty space on the page. Therefore I find it prudent to secure your autograph before you have so many fans that it becomes a hassle. Uraraka struggled to keep straight enough to sign the paper, though she eventually did it, only after An had come out and helped her stand still. After Izuku had gotten his now signed book back, he turned to see a stunned Katsuki. I would also ask for your autograph, though now I am short on time. He would have had enough time if he were taking his tests with the other participants. But alas, Nedzu had instructed Izuku to meet him at his office for a personal evaluation. Maybe if you enter the hero course I can get yours then, but for now I must be off. The boy bowed and his companion gave the pair a wave before they trudged along the flow of hopefuls, disappearing in the tidal wave of bodies not long after. Does that mean he thinks I'll be a top 100? Even after it all? Katsuki shed a single tear at the thought. Most who witnessed the boy's behavior were stunned by how fast the well-composed side of the boy gave way to a nerdy side. Uraraka had taken some time to regain her wits after her unusual interaction before she gripped Katsuki's hand and dragged him along with her. Come on or we'll miss the test. Was all Katsuki could think of in terms of an answer. You never told me your name. It's Katsuki. His gaze was distant, his eyes glazed over with a few unshed tears. What is it? Izuku wasn't that rude, only goofy. Something in Katsuki lighted like a Christmas tree and he forcefully pulled his hand from her grip. No. I mean, I wasn't offended. He sighed. It's just that name carries baggage for me. You knew him? I knew someone with that name, Izuku Midoriya. He was kidnapped 9 years ago. We weren't on the best of terms, but he still believed I was a good person. Uraraka gave him a smile. They appeared to be taking tests in the same room if the information bulletins were anything to go by. I'm sorry, he sounded like a nice person. Katsuki scoffed, sounding more amused than offended. He was, well, let's get this test done with. I want to smash some robots later. Meeting with the principal for a test surely was unnerving, with them talking lots about how Nedzu was as enigmatic and mad as he was smart, courtesy of his quirk high specs. Even with all of M's comments on her friend, it did not prepare Izuku and his companion for the barrage of academic-level questioning that even the greatest minds of the scientific world would be scared of the principal had put the duo through. It took every ounce of their combined willpower to not simply fall asleep on Nedzu's desk, though they could understand why the principal seemed simultaneously intrigued and cautious by their presence. M was not the type to just accept the heroic community, finding the inner workings of the system corrupt and self-serving. So when the principal had gotten word that she'd sponsored their dreams of being heroes, he had to be on high alert. The test itself was just like any other, the same one the rest were taking for this year. Though what differed was the addition of vocal parts. Nezu had asked them questions throughout the duration of the exam, ranging from explanations of their answers to personal questions about M. Nezu had cleared them to exit a few minutes earlier than the rest of the examinees so they could change into their more combat-oriented attire. The changing room wasn't anything too uncommon and was filled with a few others, mostly people with mutant quirks, that needed to change for the next part. Izuku opted to just change up and head on his way. The duo made their way to the auditorium where they would be given the remaining instructions for the practical portion. Izuku was assigned a seat near the back of the room, right beside a boy with a crow head. He made his way through the tight space between feet to his seat, sitting with a huff beside the avian boy. His unusual appearance must have attracted quite a bit of attention from his seat neighbor, seeing as he maintained a constant gaze at Izuku, especially towards An's skull. Izuku turned towards the crow-headed teen. "I can see you," he stated, earning a surprised jump from the other teen. "I'm Izuku. And the skull you're looking at is Anduum, but just call him An." At that, the skull seemed to regain life and sprout a small arm that gave a little wave before it vanished back. "Oh, my apologies, I did not mean to stare. My name is Tokoyami Fumikichi." He gave a polite bow in his seat, directing his gaze to Anduum's skull. "Pardon the intrusion, but would it be safe to assume you also have a sentient quirk?" "Oh, so that explains the small crow that sat on Tokoyami's shoulder when he first saw him. It must be his quirk, and since it is sentient, it must be a separate entity from the teen. Truly fascinating." Izuku hummed into their bond. "Yup." And agreed. "Not exactly. But it works similarly to one." Fascinating. The lighting in the room dimmed and a hero Izuku recognized as Present Mike stepped into the stage. With his spirit sight, Izuku could see how Tokoyami's crow, Quirk, gave off small twitches from his perched spot on his user's shoulder. "Hey listeners. Welcome to U.A's annual entrance exams. Can I get a hey?" The hero said, his persona bringing a smile to Izuku. The only answer Present Mike received was a global deadpan from the audience. "Ish. Though crowd do I?" "Indeed. And humored. Right, let's get on with the presentation, then you all can get to smashing." He added his quirk to that last word, effectively and quickly securing everyone's attention. Now, there are 3 types of robots in this exam that each give a certain amount of points from 1 to 3 a pop. Just keep in mind that the higher the value, the more dangerous the opponent will be. Izuku turned to Tokoyami and noticed the small crow peeking from his chest to look at the presentation. "Hey, and has Tokoyami's quirk just moved really fast?" He was perched on his shoulder but then just reappeared in his chest. "Maybe it means it's active." "No. Slow down, Zoo." Anduum had to interrupt him before he started a full-on muttering spree. "Want to know more? Then ask. I'm as dry as you here. Are they your quirk?" The bone-folded teen pointed straight at the bird. "They look just like a crow. He is more like a shadow connected to Tokoyami." Anduum's vision flooded Izuku's mind, and there stood a small shadow with a crow's head and clawed arms looking up at him. "Indeed. His name is Dark Shadow." The shadow just continued to stare at the duo until Tokoyami poked it. "It is rude to not say hi." Dark Shadow gave a sigh and extended his tiny hand. "Hello. I'm Fumi's quirk, and no, I don't bite." His greeting reminded him of when he was grumpy. A smile plastered itself on Izuku's face. "Why would I think that? You clearly are just a little crow." Izuku retorted, bringing a finger to rub the shadowy being. "Oh, Fumi. He doesn't think I'm scary." Anduum dropped his sight and Izuku's normal vision returned. Tokoyami was his first time seeing someone that looked completely identical in his spirit vision and normal vision. The only difference being that he always had a crow with him. "I have to write it down," he promised himself. "Yes. It's been so long since someone else didn't fear me." Dark Shadow managed to ask before Izuku's finger began to scratch him. "Thank you, Izu." Dark Shadows was probably being too loud as a few faces turned their way with clear annoyance. "Izu." Izuku asked. Dark Shadow tends to give nicknames to people he favors. It was Tokoyami who answered him, his quirk too caught up bobbing about to get his user's attention. That means I like you. Dark Shadow added. Best scratches second only to Fumi. There was a sudden shift in the room's lighting as a blue-haired boy stood up from his seat. Sir, in the pamphlet it says there are 4 types of robots while you only detailed about 3. Such mistakes are unbecoming of a prestigious institution such as UA. He then almost mechanically turned to point at Dark Shadow. You're talking too loudly, get your quirk under control. That appeared to be the wrong thing to say, as Dark Shadow grew in size, skin in the surrounding darkness and swelling. His eyes flickered with barely contained anguish and rage, bringing forth an orange shade to his previously yellow eyes. I don't need to. Be controlled. The sudden change in tone was alarming to anyone who listened, and was already ready to act if need be. What do we do, Zu? He questioned as his partner remained seated. All Izuku could see was an enlarged crow flapping his wings around in the air, talons sharp and dangerous where Dark Shadow would be for anyone else. Though what caught his eye was the tear tracks beneath his eyes. He's scared. Izuku stated. There's story behind it. And Duum reasoned. Obviously. Tokoyami stood up as fast as he could. Dark Shadow. Stop. The quirk gave him a look before his orange-tinted eyes became yellow and he deflated, coming back to Tokoyami and cradling himself in his grasp. Sorry, the quirk just seemed utterly defeated now. It's okay. The crow-headed teen ran a few fingers through the quirk's head. I know it's hard for you. The pair seemed to subconsciously enter a bubble, forgetting about the outside world, opting to focus on their connection. Present Mike was about to run up to them when the green-haired teen stopped him with a raised hand. Izuku smiled at the sight of the pair on more before he gave a thumbs up to present Mike. The hero seemed to still be concerned but still returned a thumbs up of his own. Thank you, listener. And as for the initial question, yes, there is a 4th robot, one that is there to act only as a distraction worth 0 points. Present Mike then wrapped up his explanation and sent the hopefuls on their way. Izuku waited so that he could walk out with Tokoyami. Even though he was on Site Alpha and the other teen on Site Gamma, he still wished to help out. The hero stopped the pair just before they fully exited the auditorium. Is everything all right, listeners? Izuku just nodded. I'm sorry, Dark Shadow doesn't deal so well with people he thinks want to repress him. Tokoyami explained. Yes. The quirk whined. Present Mike nodded thoughtfully. All right then. Go on, you still need to do the tests. He roughly shoved the pair out. I'll have to inform Nedzu, maybe Hound Dog can help them if they make it. Hizashi thought to himself. Sho will like having the 2 of them in his class. The giant gates of Site Alpha blocked most of the afternoon sunlight, bathing those assigned to this site as they stretched and prepared for their tests. Izuku could sense the edges of the layout closest to the massive gate. He saw a particularly high building and an idea popped into his head. Heian, what if we divide and conquer from the start? Izuku allowed Anduum to peek into his sight, showing the building he had taken notice of. I can climb that and provide scouting for you. You'd have to use your eyes though. And couldn't envision his partner's spirit sight being useful once others started to wreck the place. You'd have to switch places often otherwise. We both know I'd have to use my normal vision eventually today. Anduum grunted an affirmative at that. And I suppose you won't change your mind now? If he knew something about Izuku is that his drive was off the charts when he set himself towards something. You know me so very well, dear. He smirked. Pun intended. Anyway, let's go. Izuku began to march up towards the gates from his isolated spot. Closer we are to the start, faster we can get to it. The duo made their way over to the biggest agglomeration of teens. Both decided to head over to where that girl from before, Uraraka, if he remembered right, was. She looked quite nervous and a good pep talk should ease her up for the upcoming challenge. They were cut off from their plans when a stern hand landed firmly on Izuku's shoulders. The blindfolded teen turned to the hand's owner, coming face to face with the same blue-haired boy from the auditorium. Anduum started to rumble in their connection, something he only did when he was angry. Do you think it is acceptable to simply try to distract her from her warm-up? The uptight teen pointed to Uraraka. She was seconds away from burning holes in the ground with how she kept pacing around with a pale face. And what are doing with that on your head? It is unsanitary and villainous. Izuku once again followed the other teen's finger pointing towards and skull. My apologies if part of my quirk scares you. The sarcastic edge in the response did not go unnoticed, and came to life, calmly detaching from Izuku's head before the pair completely separated from each other. And if you can't see, that girl's warm-up is the closest thing to a panic attack I've seen. The bespectacled teen glanced at the girl and gulped loudly. I may have misunderstood her intentions, but it still doesn't explain why you feel the need to flex your quirk before the start of the exam. He glanced at Anduum's full body, easily reaching triple the size of the boy he originated from, with glowing green eyes and sharp claws curled back like a predatory bird. You surely must understand that your quirk can scare others. Call it back this instant. Oh, he did not. Was all Izuku heard from their bond before and began to speak aloud. Normally Izuku would be able to reel back Anduum when he got in moods like this. Try as they might, the amorphous deer still had his instincts and a sense of pride, rightfully so might Izuku add. Though this time he preferred to just let it happen. Hey! I'm as much a person as you dipshits, so I get to be out whenever I want. And you think I'm scary? He shoved a claw at his chest, puffing it out with pride. We've seen shit 10 times as scary as me. And people that act like you, that can't take in my appearance, can only become half-baked heroes. Anduum, that is quite enough. Izuku tugged at their bond, successfully capturing his partner's attention. I'm sure he meant no harm when he commented that. And even if he did, you must remember our oath. Be the best heroes. And turned to Izuku. Be the best heroes. His tone was nearly in full contrast to his earlier demeanor. He turned back to the shocked teen. I'm sorry for shouting, but don't think I'll retract what I said, blue boy. That blue boy quickly bowed at a clean 90-degree angle and apologized. In a matter of seconds, the gates slammed open and the speaker system flared to life. Start! And just like that, the still irritated Anduum flew into the test area, Izuku following with slow and calm steps behind. What are you waiting for, people? They had the right idea, go. By the time the stampede started on their path, Izuku had arrived at the base of the high-rise building, having a 10-story building just half a block away from the starting point. Must have been intentional, clever. I'll start climbing now. As they had stressed earlier today, communication was key to success. What about Yuan? 6 points in the bag already. We need to thank that guy for riling me up for this. If the maniac cackle meant something, it was that Anduum was having his share of fun. People are getting close, I'll need to go somewhere farther soon. Izuku hummed, his hands began to morph lightly, and a black fluid began to exit from the pores of his skin and envelope his arms. It took about 1 minute for the teen to fully shift his arms like he wanted. A clawed hand struck the cement of the building, followed by another and another as Izuku made his way up, reaching the top floor after a couple of minutes. He pulled himself over the railing of the roof and dashed to a corner that led deeper into the fake city. I'm ready. How's things? 49 points for now, had to go towards the back of the place. Anduum stopped his report to dodge a strike from a 2-pointer, ducking under the jab before slashing at the offending member and ripping it clean off, finishing the machine with a crushing blow to the head. 51 actually, just focus your sight at the farthest point from the gate and I'll do the rest. Right. Izuku moved his hands towards the BLNDFLD's knot, subconsciously running his hands throughout the scar at the back of his neck and head. It always bothered him that the scar tissue had created a huge gap in his hair that he had to cover up with his curls, lest he be asked questions he couldn't answer. His hands slowly untied the piece of black and green cloth. He kept his eyes closed as he removed the BLD. Then with a sharp inhale he opened his eyes and the very world opened before him. "And's gonna like this," Izuku said aloud to no one in particular. His gaze steady at the giant robot dormant beneath the city center. Who? A boy with multiple arms asked beside him. When had he gotten there actually? The moment Anduum's vision began to heighten, he grew bigger, his eyes flared even more, becoming shining beacons of green that could scare even the most stout of heroes. "Thank you, Zu." The deer was already thinking about what route he would take to get the most points. I can see a lot of points now, just waiting to be claimed. No need, just get us those points and remember to be careful near others. And that is exactly what he did, locking on a group of one-pointers crowding around a small boy with ball in his scalp in the next street over. Anduum enlarged his claws and pressed them together in front of his body, firing off like a missile through a building that separated the two streets. He burst from the wall with enough force to pierce the torso of one of the robots, ripping it in half and gripping the two arms before using the sharp plates on them as throwing spears to shatter the wheels of another pair of robots. His figure loomed over the remaining pointers, grabbing the two downed ones and using them as clubs to bust the other three intact opponents. The boy who was fighting them was so shocked that he almost missed when the ground began to rumble and the beast that saved him darted away, slashing at a few more robots along its way. Izuku saw the giant dormant robot come alive and explode out of the ground, and before he knew it he was dashing for it. Most of the other people seemed to be running away, only a few still unaffected by the giant machine's presence. He could sense his partner had the same reaction that he had. That thing's too big. We need to take it out before it hurts someone. Agreed. Izuku could see the form of his dear partner flying through the air towards their target. He had a plan, it was simple but would have to suffice. I'll keep its attention on me while you dig through his armor and shut it down. At that moment the colossal robot slammed his hands on the surrounding buildings, flinging Ruble towards the general direction of the fleeing examinees. Izuku had to retract his sight from his partner to effectively dodge the Ruble heading towards him. Dodging and smashing around the flying debris, he made his way to the robot base. Izuku grabbed a piece of armor and with a shift of his arms found the strength to rip it out and use it to repeatedly smash the internal wiring. The zero-pointer's eyes moved towards him and a hand came down on his location. I got its attention. Go inside, and Izuku dodged the strike, using his now hoofed feet to smash through a particularly big piece of cement the attack flung at him. Bad news, Izuku, robots on you. Wait, what? I got someone injured here, she's trapped in rubble. How bad? Literally buried, digging her out now. After that there are more pointers closing in, so I'll be busy for a while. I'll handle it. Don't die. I wouldn't dare. If Izuku had to take the 0 point alone, he found no reason not to go all out. He felt his body ripple and shift. Izuku grimaced, feeling wasn't uncomfortable per se, but it defiantly was weird even after years of practicing it. The UNITA staff's eyes were all glued to a monitor showing a green-haired kid, Izuku the principal had named, shift from a normal teenager to something similar to his Quirks forms, the only difference being that he was more bird-like. The 0-pointer slammed down on the boy, that for his part, didn't even dodge. The fist then retracted and he was gone. A few of the teachers gasped. Nedzu, what happened? Midnight screamed with a worried face. Did he get hit? Another hero in a powered suit scrambled to get up. Impossible. My programming would never allow the robots to attack with more force than a student can handle. Power Loader fished out a tablet and began to search for something in his coding. I can't have gotten that part wrong. While the room steadily delved into chaos, Nedzu simply took another sip of his tea and waited patiently while the room was called into a vote to end the exam for Site Alpha early. A touch in on his shoulder brought the principal back to the room from his thoughts. Yes, Tashinori? Is that boy safe? He seems strong. Nedzu didn't miss the hint of something deeper in the hero's eyes. It would be a shame if such potential was wasted. All Might. The principal whispered. I agreed to host your teaching here for you to find your successor, but you will not pass it on to Izuku. Why not? He seems strong. Strength he may have, but considering that the only thing necessary and you won't find the best successor possible. So you're saying he's slow? Well, that might have been the wrong thing to say. I mean in a well-rounded manner. No, he scored 98% on my test. He glanced at the rest of the room's debate that became whispers as the 0-pointer that struck Izuku began to violently shake. He simply is someone that will not take kindly to what you may offer. Think of it as he not wanting to piggyback off someone else's glory. Okay then. Nedzu was just in time to see one of the robot's red eyes explode as a winged shadow exited the hole at lightning speeds, stopping in front of the machine before its wings extended and the feathers, began to detach and destroy the zero-pointer's face and neck area with violent dark explosions that ended only when the crater left promised no chance at survival for the robot. After the barrage ended, the figure coalesced into the shape of Izuku, still with his clothes and a pair of dark glowing antlers. Present Mike looked at a loss for words as he called the end of the exam. What just happened? Present Mike screamed from his seat as the teen floated down and presumably dashed toward his companion. Did he just do that? Indeed, Hisashi-san. The principal commented between sips of his tea. It appears that Izuku will be a fearsome hero. Problem child. Izawa stated. Izuku rounded a corner and came face to face with Enduum atop a pile of destroyed chassis with an unconscious Uraraka in his arms. You did great, he stated aloud, hoping the girl could hear him. Is she all right? She is, just a fractured leg. The deer shifted her so Izuku could see the injury. Apart from that, I need to eat something. We will. He pointed to an approaching figure, recovery girl. Let's just take care of her first. Agreed. The average waiting time for the results from the UA exams varied annually with the number of people that undertook the tests. This year it only took about 2 weeks for the results to in. Izuku had divided his time waiting for his results with house chores he had been entrusted with by their hosts as a form of daily exercise and exploring the basics of his first ever smartphone that Sensei had gotten him. Miko had been amused at how the boy had virtually zero experience with everything apart from calls. And so that is how he found himself when Ojo came into the cafe's kitchen with a smiling Miko a few steps behind him and a letter that had the official U. stamp on it. Izuku had finished cleaning the floor and was just waiting for him to finish organizing the dishes since he could actually reach the top shelf, damned be his short size. Young Izuku. The deceptively sturdy hand of the old man ruffled Izuku's hair before the boy had even noticed the old couple come in. I hope I'm not interrupting something. This just came in for you. Oh no, Ojo-san, I was just focused on my faux dash. The words died inside Izuku's throat as he returned to his spirit sight, catching sight of the letter clutched in his host's hands. He whipped around faster than even he could predict. Is that the U. results letter? Anduum placed another set of extra cutlery where it was supposed to be before turning around and coming to stand side by side at head level with Izuku. No way. Finally. He reached for the letter, grabbed it and floated around with it in his claws for a few seconds. Thank you, Ojo-san. Thank you, Miko-san. Izuku chuckled at how energetic his companion got. His chores would always bore the deer slightly, but they served to help with his motor skills since he did not have a conventional nervous system, so he always needed the extra training. If you asked Izuku, he would say the extra surprise only fueled and more. A clawed hand gripped Izuku's right forearm and pushed him towards the stairs to the second floor. We'll open the letter now, then I'll come and tell you the results. Izuku hurriedly said as he was dragged away. Calm down and you're gonna trip me. Upon hearing that, the deer just laughed harder and grew more agitated. Reaching beneath the teen's torso with the arm previously holding Izuku's arm and carried Izuku, lifting him up and carrying him to rest of the way, much to the amusement of their hosts. They're so full of joy, Miko commented. Reminds me of us when we were younger. Ojo added, preparing to ready up tomorrow's batch of baked goods and a special surprise for the hero hopefuls they're currently lodging. The door to Izuku and Enduum's room closed with a powerful slam. And threw Izuku on the bed and lifted the envelope between 2 clawed fingers. Ready, Zu? Another finger gripped the top of the letter, ready to rip it. As I've been for years, Izuku stated, straightening himself before patting the spot beside him. Enduum didn't need a second invite. He shifted to a position that imitated a sitting person before ripping the envelope and picking up a small metal disc. What's this? Maybe it's a projector. Izuku answered. Izuku's theory was proven right by a holographic projection of Principal Nedzu in front of their faces. This is indeed a recorded message in a hologram. And as you hopefully remember, I am Principal Nedzu and I come to you with your results. Firstly, for the written portion you two had with me, you had a total of 98%, an impressive feat worthy of a ticket to the business and general studies courses on its own. Now for the practical portion, you two combined had a total of 89 villain points, 84 of which were from Anduum and 5 from Izuku. That is more than enough for a Class 1A spot. The two shared a gleeful look. The first step on their journey was done, with flying colors at that. The duo fist bumped. "You were amazing and I am amazing, Zu," the deer stated, chest raised with righteous pride. Izuku chuckled. "That you are." Nedzu clearing his throat brought their attention back to the hologram. "I understand you two must be feeling quite happy, but villain points weren't all that was rated by the teachers. Hero points. Awarded for acting heroically and helping others. You have been awarded a perfect 100 out of 100 by the review board for your clear coordination and team play while going out of your way to save others. Well done. In total, you boys achieved 189 points. Enough to break the previous record and secure a top score for this year. So welcome to your Hero Academia." "Yes. IF called it." Anduum roared. "We did it." Izuku added with his own brand of muted enthusiasm. Nedzu clapped in the hologram. The sunset behind him turned to a completely dark sky and the principal's position shifted slightly. It appeared as if this part was stitched. At the end. If you are receiving this part of the hologram, it means my voice recognition worked. As you understand, the request to hide your identities is a tricky one but one with a solution. Until both of you are comfortable sharing your origins with the world, it will be said, both of you are an expression of the dual-sided quirk you possess, manifesting as two individuals in the same body. Both of you lived with your single mother on the countryside before coming to Mizudafu to stay with your grandparents Miko and Ojo for the purposes of attending UA. We will have a dormitory system installed this year onwards. More information is in the written letter on the envelope. I hope to see you two as great heroes one day. The small disc then proceeded to collapse into itself and fry out. At least we have a coherent story now," and said as he fished out the letter and discarded the now useless hologram. Nothing too complicated either. Izuku memorized the important bits. They even left some room for more detail later down the line. Yup. Now on to boxing everything up. The deer looked around the room, taking in the mess of study material and hobby supplies strewn about the room. It says the dorms are open in 3 days and that is the only date available to select your roommate. Sure, let's just warn Miko and Ojo of everything. Right behind you. The pair exited the room, Izuku glancing once more at the place they had called their den for the last few months at this point. Hopefully, their roommate at UA would be cool with their decoration tastes. 11th place. Fumikage had gotten 11th in the entrance exams and had been placed in Class 1A. He should be excited, ecstatic even, at the possibility to train to become something everyone in his life doubted at best. His foster parents had been happy for him when he told them he had passed. Although they liked him, they did not appreciate the fact that Dark Shadow existed. Many times they had overheard the adults talking about how the Shadow would be better off as a non-sentient tool rather than a fully fledged person. Those comments obviously hurt the Shadow. He felt like his only choice at being respected as something more than SLV, a thing, by others was to become a hero and give the entire country the middle finger by being among the best-rated heroes. But even with that burning will thrumming beneath his skin, Dark Shadow could not shoulder the possibility that he was pushing his twin, Fumikage, towards something he didn't wish, no matter how many times he told Dark Shadow he shared the same desire. Both of them, even with their differences, could feel the sharp pang in their hearts when their foster parents showed more positive reactions when they had been informed of the dormitory system being put in place. Had they wished for their departure as well? Fumikage thought to himself as the four of them quickly packed away the teens' belongings. The fact that the adults took more care with Fumicage's books and writing paraphernalia than Dark Shadow's music instruments and music sheets, carelessly shoving everything together with no concern for the weight on his guitars or care for the paper that could bend and rip if not stored properly, did not go unnoticed by the two of them. "We'll be living somewhere better from now on, Dark Shadow," Fumikage commented as they finished closing up their boxes. "You said that last time." Dark Shadow cast a glance at the crow-headed teen. "And the time before that." "I know, but this time I can feel things will be different." "I sure hope so." When the dysfunctional household had finished packing everything up, the morning had turned to afternoon and there was still 1 day left before the official move-in day. Fumikage decided to use some of their savings to go out and have fun for the time being. They decided to go to a nearby cafe near Dagoba Municipal Beach. They had heard good reviews about the place even before someone took it upon themselves to clean up the entire beach. The cafe in question got even more popular after the mysterious cleanup had occurred, bringing in a lot more customers now that they didn't need to contend with the trash-infested sands nearby. Another aspect that helped in their popularity was the simple theme the establishment boasted, having simple dishes and affordable prices while maintaining the unforgettable taste of a good meal made by a caring grandma. Nothing was better than those types of meals. The pair arrived at the cafe a little after 4 p.m., a perfect time for an afternoon lunch if you asked Fumikage. Dark Shadow seemed a little impatient, probably because he wanted to do something to take his mind off their previous experience with their foster parents. Fumikage opened the cafe's door with a smile. The inside was as homely as the outside, an older gentleman with gray hair wearing a matching brown apron and flat cap with a casual blue and white shirt underneath plus beige pants and a notepad in his hand. He was writing down something inside a small room the cafe had near the entrance that doubled as a bakery for to-go bread. Dark Shadow floated over towards the counter where an old lady with her hair tied into a bun and the same apron. She finished ringing up another customer before, smiling when she caught sight of Dark Shadow. "Hello, dear. What would you like on this fine day?" Dark Shadow glanced over towards Fumikage with a silent plea. Not many people asked things directly to him, often defaulting to ask his twin. It kinda hampered his social skills. "We would like a menu firstly, please," he said, bowing shortly before coming closer to the counter. "Of course. Would you also like a table for two?" The lady said as she gave the teens a menu each. "We also have fresh baked goods by the entrance if you feel like it." For two? It was rare for people to not ask them to stop using their quirk, Dark Shadow, and even rarer people that treated them as two separate beings and not one with a talking quirk. "Why, yes, ma'am, that would be quite appreciated." Fumikage managed to speak through his momentary shock. "There's a booth available at the back. Feel free to seat anywhere else if you wish to." "Thanks," Dark Shadow said, giving a thumbs up to the nice lady. "By the way, what's your name?" "It's Miko, dearie. Now go on, have a sit." That is exactly what the pair did, comfortably sitting side by side at the mentioned booth. The seats were pretty soft and the lighting was dimmed just enough that it felt welcoming even for Dark Shadow. It was quite relaxing not having to dodge around lights at the table actually. Fumikage then brought up the menu they were given. He skimmed through the available dishes and decided on a slice of apple pie and a medium-sized matcha latte. He had been meaning to try out one of those for a good time now. While Dark Shadow did not need to eat directly, using up his twin's nutrients to exist, he still liked to, plus everything he did eat went straight to Fumikage. So he waited for his twin to decide on something first before he himself picked out what to eat. He did not want Fumikage to be too full to the point of being nauseous afterwards after all. With Fumikage's order decided, Dark Shadow opted to go for a strawberry milkshake and something from the bakery. Fumikage flagged down Miko and began to order their drinks and his pie while Dark Shadow went to check what baked goods they had. Miko finished writing their order down. "Good choices, dear. Just wait here while our waiter brings out your order," the lady said. "Thank you, Miko-san." Fumikage fished out his phone to see if their parents had even noticed that they had gone out, as he forgot to warn them before heading out. Nothing. A commotion caught his attention, turning to see that the shadowy tendril that linked Fumikage to Dark Shadow had knocked over a coffee cup a few tables down. Things like this happened often. They couldn't exactly control where the half-tangible cord went after all. Dark Shadow immediately stopped and began to apologize to the woman sitting there. The woman in question followed the cord to Fumikage while the man next to her tried to wipe off the coffee stains on his shirt. "Hey, we're trying to have lunch here." She stood up from her spot, pointing towards the teen. "If you are lazy enough to use your quirk to grab something, at least make sure to look at where it is going." "I said I'm sorry, okay?" Dark Shadow exclaimed. The woman turned to face him. "Shut up, Quirk. I'm talking to him, not you." Dark Shadow seemed to visibly deflate at the words. Once again someone failed to see him as something more than a quirk. It irritated Fumikage beyond belief. He made a motion to stand up, but someone spoke up before him. Mighty impressive for a grown woman to shout at a kid and a sentient quirk over a 400 yen coffee cup. Fumikage turned to see a familiar bone-folded boy with antlers walk into the cafe from the kitchen with a tray containing apple pie and drinks in his hand. He remembered the boy as Izuku from the UA exams a couple of weeks earlier. He also wore the same getup as the older couple with a white shirt and black cargo pants, meaning he must work here. I mean, you should have been able to see the tendril passing near the cup and starting to tip it over. Izuku continued to walk towards the table Fumikage was at, completely calm while dealing with the situation. I'm not here to listen to brats like you, just get on with your job. The greenhead reached Fumikage and calmly placed his order at the booth, then headed straight to the shouting table. You are being too loud and annoying customers, don't make us remove you. Anduum said this time, coming out of the kitchen's order window. Oh, I get it. Another live quirk, you just protecting your own. The lady spewed much to the surprise of the other patrons. Anduum had had enough of her and looked towards where Miko and Ojo were. A simple nod later, the deer grabbed her with his claws and floated her towards the exit much to her ire as one could see by her screaming. Izuku came up to the man after his partner took care of her. I like to be more diplomatic. Leave. Izuku's voice was unusually cold, the man nodded and headed out. Izuku returned to Fumicage's table while and talked to Dark Shadow and guided him towards the bakery. The rest of the clientele, even the old couple, seemed indifferent to what happened after the incident was resolved. Maybe a common occurrence? Fumikage mused. Hey there Tokoyami-kun. A pleasant surprise seeing you here. Izuku's voice appeared to heat up once again to normal levels by the time he reached his friend. He then turned to the kitchen door with a thoughtful frown almost hidden by his beautiful LD. Hold on a sec would you? Of course, my friend. The word friend felt as alien as it felt justified to be used given the circumstance. With that Izuku returned to the kitchen. While he was gone Dark Shadow returned to their table with Anduum following behind. The shadow had chosen a bagel he found attractive and decided to get it. Fumikage turned to the deer who helped them and bowed in his seat. We thank you Anduum-san for your help. The deer just hummed before raising a clawed hand to pat down the seat across from Dark Shadow and sit down, leaning against the store's wall. Now that he was closer to Fumikage, he could see the flat cap hanging off one of his antlers in a clear imitation won the cafe's attire. The teen thought subconsciously. But Dark Shadow agreed. You didn't hear that. Your secret is safe with me, my friend. Fumikage chuckled. Just call me in. And ditch the sand makes me feel old. The boy with antlers returned from his trip to the kitchen with a bowl of fruits in his right hand and a mug of juice in his other hand. Fumikage also noticed he had removed his apron. I'm back Tokoyami-kun, mind if we eat something with you too? The boy stood near the table, waiting for an answer. Wherein lacked formality Izuku covered for it. Oh, and Miko-san says the food is on the house as an apology. Almost like us? Fumikage thought. Free food? Dark Shadow's excitement was palpable. Izuku nodded and the shadow hooped. Yes, it would be most delightful to share a table with friends. His feathers puffed up a bit at what he wanted to say next. And call me Fumikage. My friends deserve the use of that name. Izuku wasted no time sitting down across from the crow-headed teen. Very well Fumikage-kun. I assume you already know your results from U.A? I indeed do and am happy to say this dark soul achieved 11th place. His feathers again puffed out, this time with pride. Though I must say the prospect of finding a roommate that can deal with me and Dark Shadow is daunting. A smile grew on Izuku's face, mirrored by An, who was in his own world talking to Dark Shadow about something related to not taking shit from others freely. I too need a roommate. Maybe we can share a room. It was Fumicage's turn to smile, being copied by Dark Shadow as in said to not fold immediately when someone raised their voice at him. The positive reinforcement was something the shadow desperately needed to hear from someone other than Fumikage. That would be most enjoyable. Though I fear our aesthetic may be too dark for most. Oh, that is no problem. We also have a taste for unusual things, though we are more nature-related. Our room shall be a true moonlit grove, lighted only by the darkest of lights and inhabited by the most natural of life. Fumicage's feathers puffed up again as he noticed his vocal daydreaming. I'm sorry, it happens a lot with me. Izuku just waved him off. Happens to me as well. A mad banquet of darkness. The blindfolded teen laughed, being followed by Anduum and Dark Shadow's booming laughter and Fumicage's silent smile. I think coming to this cafe today was a good idea. Fumicage concluded. You think? Dark Shadow gasped in fake surprise. Today was a nice sunny Sunday. Izuku and his companion had already filled the back of Ojo's small truck with their things. The prospect of spending years living together with others after nearly a decade living with at most M and one or two of her acquaintances that she invited over to teach the hero duo seemed promising if not daunting. The drive to Ute was quite short, and driving to the designated dormitory at Heights Alliance had taken longer than arriving at the school's gate from Dagobah. Anduum had checked Izuku's phone for him, watching for any message sent by Fumicage, while the boy guided their honorary grandpa to their future home. Many cars and vans littered the streets near the dormitory buildings, and many families were roaming about the sidewalks sightseeing the place where their children would live for at least a year. The building for Class 1A was not hard to find. Hero classes lived in isolated buildings, separated from the rest of the classes by a small grove for extra protection and privacy. Ojo was surprised by how much detail the school had put into this place. They arrived shortly at 1A's dorm, Izuku walking towards a tired man in a black costume with a clipboard in his hand. While Izuku went to identify himself, the older gentleman began unloading their things onto the sidewalk just outside the driveway to the dormitory block. Good morning, my name is Aizawa Shoyuda and I'll be your homeroom teacher. The man sounded beyond bored by the introduction but somehow held himself together. Can I have your name and quirk, please? Izuku nodded, half amused at the amount of small ethereal black cats that constantly swayed alongside the teacher. Sometimes my spirit sight is quite weird, Izuku commented to himself. Izuku, just Izuku. Quirk is true sight. He pointed to the deer helping Ojo unload the truck with practiced ease. That is Anduum. He is with me. Aizawa nodded. Don't worry. I remember you from the entrance exam applications. He checked of Izuku's name. You're here earlier than expected. Have someone to share a room already? Yes, sir, Tokoyami Fumicage. He should be here as well. Izuku glanced at his companion. Pain. Is Fumicage here? And gave a thumbs up. I texted him for you, he said he had arrived already. Great. Aizawa stated while hiding a smirk in his scarf that Izuku did not miss thanks to his spirit sight. Saves me the trouble. All right, grab what you can and follow me. Izuku returned to Ojo's truck and hugged the man. Be safe, Ojo. I'll come by sometime. Sure, Izuku. Just remember to prioritize what you want most. Me and Miko can do just fine knowing you're happy here. The old gentleman ruffled Izuku's hair and readjusted the boy's BLNDFLD afterwards. Now chop chop, this old man has a bakery to run. Ojo got in his truck after helping close up the trunk. He smiled once again and winked at the duo before starting the engine. He fished out his flat cap from the glove box and began to drive away. Bye, Grandpa. Anduum shouted as the small truck went on its merry way, the echoing laughter of a clearly amused old man filling the street. Izuku decided to grab most of the delicate stuff they had, including his paints, the entire easel and the bigger musical instruments Anduum had boxed together after placing them in their bags. Convenience, perhaps? He secured a box with the 3 guitars inside under his arm while carrying the smaller ones with paint and a violin in his hands. His easel was secured by its custom-made strap to Izuku's back. The amount Izuku was carrying clearly overloaded him by the way he shifted around to stay stable while walking. Why not make 2 runs to get everything? And suggested. The deer was just carrying the heavier stuff like their clothes. He also had a few pieces of wood for a bookshelf inside a small chest. How he could carry this much weight was beyond even their Aizawa-san by the looks he gave Anduum. Don't want to leave anything outside alone. Izuku answered like it was an obvious question. Aizawa-sensei was waiting for the pair patiently by the door. But, you sure you can carry it all? At the duo's nod, Aizawa just sighed long and hard. All right. He opened the door and headed inside, leaving it open for the duo. The inside was pretty spacious, a few couches huddled by a TV in the corner with a few tables and chairs nearby the kitchen area. The kitchen itself was pretty big and well-equipped, probably so that it can make enough food for 20 hungry teenagers after a day of hard work. This is the common area. It has the basics that the students may need. If you need anything special, just call for one of the teachers and we will see about it. Izawa started. You don't need to worry about me. Everything here is good enough for us. There were a few people already there. Fumikage was sat by the kitchen with about 24 boxes around him, and there was that blue-haired guy from the exams inspecting something near the couches. Izuku made a conscious effort not to look at the annoying boy as he followed his homeroom teacher and towards their friend. Tokoyami. Izuku said you would like to share a room, is that correct? The raven nodded before locking eyes with Izuku. I once again thank you for hosting our darkness in your home. Fumikage bowed and Dark Shadow seemed confused by the action. They usually only bowed like that when they would be moved to another foster family. Back up a bit, Fumikage. We are classmates, of course I would be glad to stay with you. Plus, it's our home. That sounded overly romantic. And noted. Not that you seem to care, eh? Nope. Dark Shadow overcame his momentary stupor and proceeded to lift up their boxes much like Enduum was. Hi. Izu. Can I get some scratches later? Fumikage has been mean and didn't give me any. The Shadow joked. Lies do not bode well for us, Dark Shadow. Fumikage reprimanded. All right, let's stop wasting time. Follow me. The interruption made the teens go back on track. Talk later. I still have 14 more people to house and I already want a nap. The four of them followed their homeroom teacher to a cargo elevator on the left side of the common room. Izawa pressed the button for the top floor. Another student we had for this floor got caught by a background check for less than acceptable behavior and we had an uneven number of male students. The elevator door opened, revealing a small space with chairs and a small 4-people sofa. Therefore, for now, you two are the only ones on this floor of the boys' side. Izawa pointed to the small open common room near the elevator that looked a lot like a miniature-sized common area from the ground floor. The stairs were behind this place if the fire escape door meant anything. That is a space for studying and stuff. Principal thought it prudent to install it on every floor. Don't know why though, that last part was barely whispered by the man. He then pointed to 2 doors along a small corridor beside the elevator. And those are the rooms. Yours is the second door. The group followed the gruff man to their door. Izawa unlocked it and motioned for them to enter. Enduum bumped a few boxes when passing through the door frame but thankfully didn't break anything. The room's interior was more spacious than both had been expecting. 2 king-sized beds at each corner of the room with their own windows that didn't infringe much on the other's lighting by the looks of it. At the right corner of the room was a pair of walk-in closets and a door that had bathroom instructions, so a bathroom as well. 2 beds with windows, walk-in closets and a shared bathroom for each room. There is also a balcony at the center of the room. Izawa motioned to hand the pair their keys but ended up just leaving them atop a bed after he remembered their currently overcumbered state. Your uniforms are already on the closets. If any need to be resized, remember to ask before the end of today. Now, Fumikage and Izuku watched with full attention as their sensei walked to a door at the left wall and opened it to reveal another room. This one was smaller than their main room but it still had a nice set of windows and enough space for their hobby things. Hobby room? Izuku asked. Hobby room. Fumikage seconded. Izawa sighed. Whatever. Just don't bother the people below you and I won't object. Sensei, if I may. Why do we get more room than others? Izuku objected, the increased space not sitting well with him. Because both of you have sentient beings attached to you, so effectively you are 4 in a room. He headed towards their door. Just keep in mind tonight we will have takeout paid by you, that is so no need to cook. Izawa closed the door behind him and Dark Shadow and Enduum began to set down everything they'd been carrying and organizing stuff down on their respective sides. Fumikage chose the left side while Izuku accepted the right side. They agreed to unbox everything now before they became more occupied with their preparations for tomorrow. Izuku and Enduum had more things to unbox so they moved to start at once as Fumikage took a peek around the facilities they'd been given. Time seemed to move fast for the two duos as they talked about life and hobbies. They left the fun part, their hobby materials, for last, opting to finish up their essentials before going on to fun stuff. Clothes were hung and simple furniture such as shelves and study tables were assembled as they discovered more about each other. Izuku learned that Fumikage and Dark Shadow had been on the system for a few years now, so they didn't have much to their name. Fumikage learned that Izuku and En lived out in the countryside for their whole life, coming to the city to attend UA. Finally, the fun part came and Izuku, even with his ability to sense emotions suppressed, as he didn't want to infringe on people's personal spaces, could notice the pang of worry that Dark Shadow had as he looked over a few of the bigger cardboard boxes. They planned out how they would organize this smaller room for the four of them. Izuku would have a place near the windows so that he had good lighting to paint, while Fumikage would occupy the space near the room's door opposite to the window so that light lit up his work while not hitting his eyes. Anduum and Dark Shadow both kept their plans hidden from the other duo but asked for a space at the sides of the room for their equipment. First off, they teamed up to quickly build Fumicage's writing desk and bookshelves for his and other works. Then it was onto Izuku's shelves for his art supplies and floor protection in the form of a raised wooden platform for his easel. When they got to setting up Anduum's musical instruments racks, Dark Shadow gasped in surprise. "You play the guitar too?" The shadow flew over to where Anduum was currently frozen midair with one of his two acoustic guitars in hand. "And you play something that isn't electric?" "I haven't heard much outside drums and electric guitars, but I know people like them." And nodded slowly, gently resting the instrument on its rack. "I do. I also play some other types of string instruments," the deer said as he unpacked another acoustic guitar, this time one with nylon strings as opposed to the metal ones the other one had, followed by a magenta 7-string guitar and a small violin. "Though I specialize in acoustic guitar as power in the countryside isn't as reliable as it is here, and it would suck to not have a powered amp to use. We should play together sometime. Look." Dark Shadow frantically searched for a specific box, finding it in the hands of Fumikage. The teen was just about to start setting up the Shadow's own racks when the Quirks swiped the box and brought it over to the other musician. "I have some guitars here. Let me see." Dark Shadow busted the box open with unfiltered glee before pulling out a blue and silver bass guitar and then a completely black guitar. "Nope, not those." His yellow eyes widened considerably and he gasped, nearly dropping the box altogether. "No!" he screamed. Izuku, who had been holding the previously unboxed instruments as his friend finished setting up the floor racks, turned to the source of anguish. "Yikes," that was all he could say. Anduum scooted over to stand beside his shadowy friend and winced at the black and red guitar at the bottom of the box. Its neck snapped clean in half and the strings pulled taut with the pressure of the dozens of paper notebooks atop it. "Not this one," Dark Shadow whined and his eyes turned sad. The visage of a big crow holding a box in its enlarged wings with a sad frown made Izuku's heart clench. "I can try to fix it, if you feel comfortable," the teen said. "I have fixed some instruments for En before." The shadow turned to face him, searching for any hint of insecurity in the statement before resting the box on the ground and lunging at the boy, screaming a cacophony of pleas and I begs. "Calm down, Dark Shadow. I'm your friend and friends help others." Izuku could still see the reluctance on his face. The broken guitar had a different shape than your normal electric guitar, so he would first need a reference to work with. "Just go get me a reference for it and I'll see what I can do." Dark Shadow nodded vigorously before making a run for the door. "Search for our album, I hid the photos at the back," Fumikage supplied. The blindfolded teen reached into the box, pulling out the books filled with music sheets and setting them aside. He then lifted the guitar slowly and carefully out of the box. It looked different than your standard guitar, having more of a sharp edge on one side and a flat one on the other, making it look like a giant axe. "Was this a sentimental piece?" Izuku said as he cradled the broken guitar pieces in his hands. He reacted rather poorly to it being damaged. "It is indeed. We got it after we sneaked out to a concert last January," Fumikage explained, sitting on his overly padded writing chair. "A social worker that grew fond of us gave us money to do something expensive that New Year's festival. We decided to go to a heavy metal concert under the guise of going to eat out at night. They were selling this at the gift shop, fully functional and modeled to be close to the main guitarist's own guitar. It was when Dark Shadow took up music and singing as a hobby, and so he prizes his first instrument very much. He sings? Izuku asked. Only if his emotions are at extreme points, then he finds solace in screaming his heart out in a song. Dark Shadow returned with a printed photo of the two crow boys in rock-themed attire and a smiling Dark Shadow showing off his guitar. The shadow also gave Izuku another photo, this time of someone, probably Fumikage, taking a photo while Dark Shadow had his back turned and was practicing with his instrument. Anduum let slip through their bond. Wait, hold up, I didn't say that aloud, did I? Your secret is safe with me, my dear. Izuku hummed. Vespi, I'll give it my best try, friend. The blonde-folded boy concluded. He would need time and new wood for the neck, but it wasn't anything he couldn't get from an unfortunate tree outside. Dark Shadow hooped, both fists coming for a hug with both En and Izuku. It had been a good few hours since Izuku and Fumikage had finished setting up their dormitory, and the blonde-folded boy started preparing to repair Dark Shadow's guitar. He sat on his bed with the broken instrument in his lap, carefully removing the damaged strings and setting them aside inside a small wooden box. Although Fumikage was bathing himself after they finished unpacking, Dark Shadow decided to stay outside the bathroom, preferring to watch as his friend, his only friend apart from an in his life, repair his prized guitar, then pick on how Fumi had tired himself out while Izuku did not even look winded by the whole thing. He floated over to Izu. It isn't too bad, is it? Izuku glanced at the shadow. Like I said, it isn't anything too complex. The shadow hummed and returned to his side of the room. He fished out one of his sheet books and began to read, probably to take his mind off the guitar. He is protective of this guitar. And stated, not unlike me when I started out. Indeed, maybe you could go and help him calm down a bit. Izuku offered. Anduum materialized from the back of Izuku's head and went over to his friend. They began to chat about music, and the deer offered to help him learn to play better tomorrow after school. At first Dark Shadow was reluctant, but when Anduum basically forced him to follow the deer into their hobby room, Dark Shadow came out with a reignited desire to duet the other. What did you do? Showed him some of my skills. Anduum practically sang with pride. I didn't hear you playing though. I didn't, not yet at least. And noted. I just showed him my own notes and he liked it enough to ask me to teach him. Fumikage came out of his shower not long after, dressed in a plain black shirt and black shorts. His feathers were still somewhat wet from the shower and drooped in some places. He fixed his eyes on Izuku as he had started to measure out the parts that would need replacing. How our strenuous task did not even affect your stamina is beyond me, friend. He pulled Izuku's chair to sit down after the boy made a motion for him to. I must say that exhaustion is creeping up on me. I can't even move freely. Izuku chuckled. You get used to it. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to how you cultivated such a steeled physique. A good deal of training. The exacts I wish not to tell right now. Fumikage nodded sagely. It is most understandable, friend. A knock on the door called the attention of the 4 inhabitants of the room. Dark Shadow was the first to reach the door, opening it slightly to see who was on the other side. Another teen with red spiky hair greeted the shadow with a wave and a friendly smile. Dark Shadow opened the rest of the door for the boy. Hey guys. Just wanted to say that a few of the other guys and girls from the class are setting up a meet and greet downstairs. Wanna join? What are you thinking? Izuku asked, a finger silently on his chin as he debated about going. Let's go for it, see who we'll be with for the next years. Anduum advised. Right. It'd be best to meet some of the other 17 people they would be spending time with. Izuku nodded to the red-haired boy, stepping out from his and Fumicage's shared room. Count me in. Izuku said. The boy gave him a thumbs up, smiling. Me too. Anduum said, this time the boy's eyes widened a bit. For a second Izuku feared he'd be fearful of his companion, but the smile that previously graced his face returned. Oh man. You're those guys that got top spot. It seems our deeds precede us. Izuku hummed. Yes, my friend, everyone witnessed your takedown of the 0-pointer that day. Fumikage came up to the door, now with a pair of slippers and a flannel shirt atop his all-black clothing. We'll be joining as well. Cool. Izuku stated. Right. I'm Ijiro Kirishima by the way. Fumikage Tokoyami. Dark Shadow popped up from behind the feathered teen. And this is Dark Shadow. Sup. Izuku and the deer is Anduum. Izuku gestured over to his companion. Call me in. Pleasure to meet more manly guys. Fumikage seemed confused by the use of manly, but didn't bring it up. Now let's go, they're waiting for us. The small group followed Kirishima to the elevator, taking it down to ground floor. They chatted some more on the way down. Apparently Kirishima referred to everything he liked as being manly, weird but endearing. When the elevator door opened, Izuku could see about 13 others running around as they moved some chairs to create more sitting space by the sofas, where a few were already talking amongst themselves. Izuku picked up a chair for himself and another for Fumikage on the way to the improvised circle. Oh, it's you, came a familiar voice. Izuku turned just in time to see Uraraka barreling down towards him. I got scared you didn't make it. I didn't see you here earlier. Everyone watched on as the bubbly girl latched herself at the green-haired arrival. Calm down, Ochako. We just happened to have someone already decided as a roommate and Aizawa-sensei delivered our room earlier. First name basis already, huh? Mina thought to herself in the corner of the room. I'll need to poke around that a bit. A smirk grew on her face as she watched the two of them walk together with Bird Boy to a small couch. Mina could hear something along the lines of, a friend of Izuku is a friend of mine. This whole time the fact that Uraraka was blushing up a storm as she followed the two boys over to the couch did not go unnoticed by the pink girl. Her drama senses were just too accurate, you see. She poked the floating set of clothes beside her and pointed at where Izuku and Uraraka were talking. That seemed to be enough for the invisible girl to giggle, giving the pink-skinned girl a sharp nod by the way her turtleneck bobbed. Oh, Mina would have some fun with this lover boy. Things seemed to be going good for Izuku. He already knew two people that wanted to be friends with him from day one. However, he felt somewhat bummed to lie to Ochako when she asked where Anduum was. She wanted to thank the deer for saving and then protecting her at the entrance exam. Ochako visibly sagged when Izuku, quite reluctantly, told her that An was taking a nap and he didn't want to wake his companion up. Alright, everyone. I'm glad to see that most of the class decided to come down for our little introductions. A girl with bubble pink hair said, gathering the attention of everyone in the circle. Now that Izuku had time to see with his spirit sight, he noticed that the blonde boy and the six-armed one from before the exams was also here, sitting beside the Kirishima and a boy with a black thunderbolt in his hair. Now, we are here to introduce ourselves to the class. Just say your name, quirk, and some fun facts or interests you have. She then sat down beside a floating set of clothes. An invisibility quirkin. Izuku was surprised to see someone else with a quirk that made them invisible. She'll be such a good hero for stealth ops. Maybe she can cloak others. Or redirect light. Simmer down, Zu. You'll blow a fuse at this rate. Aduum reprimanded. Sorry. Izuku mumbled. The pink girl pointed to herself. I'll start so you guys have a base to work with. My name is Mina Ishido and my quirk is acid. It lets me create acids of varying levels of consistency and acidity. I also like to dance and have won some school tournaments because of it. The rest of the class murmured amongst themselves before Ishido motioned to someone else to introduce themselves. This time the spiky blonde, Bakugo if Izuku remembered correctly, stood up. Hey, Katsuki Bakugo. My quirk is explosion. Bakugo then set off a few explosions on his palm to show it off. In short, it gives me explosive sweat I can use as a weapon. I also like to cook and train. Once again the class erupted in quiet whispers, this time more lively as a flashier quirk like his provoked a more intense reaction. Izuku could hear Kirishima murmur something about Bakugo being manly. Just keep in mind my quirk also gives me a short temper, so if I get aggressive just know I'm trying to reel it in. Manly! Kirishima proclaimed, getting up from his seat before the surprised looks he received made him look sheepish. Sorry. When someone admits their own faults I can't help it. The two boys sat down again and Ishido signaled for someone else to introduce themselves. Izuku thought it best to leave himself for later, Analyzing everyone else's quirks seemed more interesting and simple. One by one everyone introduced themselves and soon enough came Izuku's turn, some taking longer than others as some people had questions about another's quirk, like when Yaoyorozu introduced herself. Only a few people remained and Enduum had pushed him to stand up after a boy with 6 arms sat down. Hey, my name's Izuku, just Izuku. My quirk is called True Sight. It lends me access to an improved sight I call Spirit Sight. When using it I can see things like someone normally would for a few kilometers ahead and a few hundred meters in the directions I am not looking at. It even works through my blndfld and makes me able to see the emotions of a person, though I usually shut that off to not intrude on others. This time quite a few hands shot up. Izuku made a sign for them to hold their questions. There is more, but someone else wants to tell you about it. Some of the students jumped in surprise when the skull attached to Izuku's head came alive and a black fluid exited the back of the teen's head, creating the body of Enduum. Sup. Name's Enduum but call me In. My quirk is Minor Shapeshift. It gives me and Zu a boost in stamina and agility while granting slow regeneration capabilities and the ability to change our forms to something animal-like. Deer for me and deer or raptor for Zu. And heard a boy with a weird rocky head mutter something about dinosaurs. Raptor as in the predatory bird. Enduum added, hoping to not mislead the others while trying not to make eye contact with the apparently shy boy. The boy just nodded, seemingly glad no one diverted their attention to him. This time the group erupted in chatter. People forgot about everyone else and started to shout questions at the duo. Izuku could see a purple-haired girl, Jo, trying to muffle the loud sounds with her hands covering her ears. Enough! Enduum took the initiative for Izuku, and he looked slighted. You're hero students and can't even remember Jairu's sensitive ears, goddammit? Everyone quieted down and this time patiently raised their hands. Izuku pointed to Ida. Shoot. Firstly, I want to apologize for my actions at the entrance exam. It was unbecoming of me to act on such impulses. At Izuku's approval of the apologies he continued. Are you blind? Has sensei been informed of your disability? There is no need, Ida-kun, I'm not blind. These blndflds are merely to contain a stronger part of my quirk that can damage my eyes. The same applies to my antlers and ears. Ida nodded and Izuku called for the boy with 6 arms. Is that what those scars around your eyes were? I saw them when you took your blndfld off at the entrance exam. No. Those are from a long time ago. I don't even remember how I got them, to be honest. When my eyes have been damaged by overuse they become glassy and I become blind for a few days, though it doesn't affect my spirit sight. The 6-armed boy, Shuji, gave a thumbs up and sat down. Next up was a boy with tape dispensers in his arms. What about that thing? And I believe it's called What Gives? Enduum answered this one. Not like Izuku would deny him the space after feeling the menacing glare his partner gave the boy. I'm not a thing. I'm a person just like you with a mutation that makes me look like this. And I am bound to Izuku because we are the same person that has a dual-sided quirk which resulted in 2 separate consciousness. Oh shit. Sorry man. The tape boy said he hadn't gone yet so they didn't know his name. Didn't mean to sound rude or anything. It's fine, I'm used to it and you apologize so we're cool. Just don't say it again. Next up was the second to last hand held up, Yaoyorozu. You said you could see emotions. Are you able to demonstrate? And how do they appear to you? It all sounds so unusual I can't not just ask to see it. There was a hint of skepticism in her tone when she asked for a demonstration from Izuku. If that was a tactic to provoke him to do it, he had to give it to her. It definitely made him want to do it. You sure, Zu? And asked, concerned that they could intrude on someone. Izuku removed his grip over that part of his ability and everyone's form in the room apart from himself, and Fumikage shifted slightly to accommodate the change in his view. Firstly, my emotion sensing part makes me see things differently than others. It can still work a bit even if I keep it under wraps, but I can only see the full picture if I don't contain it. The changes present how a person feels in general, not at the moment but as a whole. Izuku pointed to Ida, who now wore heavy silver armor around his entire body, not unlike Enduum when he saw the deer in this vision. Ida, for example, is decked out in full knightly gear. He probably holds himself to standards above your average person and sees himself as a protector of peace. The raven-haired girls hung open a bit in surprise a little when Ida nodded thoroughly at the explanation. The green-haired pointed to another student, this time Ajuru. In his spirit sight, Ajuru had been reduced to a minimalist and simple form of himself. It worried Izuku slightly as his quirk translated the boy's feelings to him. Others like Ajuru see themselves as plain and boring. People that look minimalist and basic compared to their peers. I didn't even say anything like that. How'd you know? I can see your true self. Just remember to keep your head high, Ajuru-kun. Your quirk, even if not crazy like others, is still unique to you. Izuku smiled softly at the tear that went down Ajuru's face when he said that, leaving a trail of more detailed facial features in its wake. The teen then pointed at Bakugo. He could see that the boy hadn't changed in appearance, but heavy chains and shackles bound his arms and feet, pulled taut against the floor beneath the boy, almost as if dragging him down with them. Bakugo paled as he locked eyes with Izuku, and for a second the green-haired teen sensed fear? Apprehension? Shit, he feared that Izuku would say what was in his heart. Shit, he almost effed up. Izuku quickly looked away towards Shuji. He looked different from his normal look. His face was no longer covered by his mask, and Izuku smiled as the explanation was supplied to him. And finally, others like Shuji look more like their true self. The only difference is that he removed his mask. So you must be pretty accepting of yourself, right? Shoji nodded. Yes. I only use this mask so that people don't fear my appearance. At that, Izuku called upon the last person that had their hand raised, reinstating the lock around this part of his quirk. Ashido looked almost too gleeful to be safe when she stood up with a small swing to her actions. You and Uraraka seem pretty close. Something happened? She asked. He kinda saved my life from the zero-pointer. Uraraka blushed at the confession. The class nodded. They had all seen the clips of Izuku dashing at the robot and tearing it apart. Now they knew why, and some like Kirishima were quick to voice their opinion. Dude, manly as hell. Kirishima shouted. Dazzling even. Aoyama added. Ashido smirked. She would have a blast teasing these two over the semester. Uraraka seemed like the weak link between them, so she would be the first, as Izuku hadn't shown any reaction to the question. Maybe he's just too dense, I don't know. Ashido theorized. Thank you for sharing, Izuku. She returned to her place, and a few more people introduced themselves after Izuku went, and soon after that the topic changed to what they would order to eat. The obvious conclusion was pizza, so they decided to go for that. Fumikage tapped Izuku's shoulder. I am returning to our room, would you like to come as well? The boy stood and nodded. Anduum came over from a chat he was having with Uraraka and Azui. Sure, even if I wanted to stay, I still want to grab one of my notebooks. There's so many interesting quirks here. Only a couple of things were impactful enough to make the greenhead raise his voice, and quirk analysis was one of them. As the group started to disperse after their introductions, everyone, except for Izuku that is, failed to notice the tired man skulking in the shadows of the common. The blindfolded boy and his duo were a complete mystery for Aizawa. He even took time out of his busy afternoon to come to observe the boy explain his quirk after he caught wind of their planned activity. Aizawa could concede that Anduum's quirk was a mutation type. He tried to erase it for a few seconds when he was talking to Siro and failed. His quirk never really worked well on mutations after all, plus he clearly remembered Izuku shifting between something avian in nature and creating hooved feet. So that was a check for him. The teacher could not study Izuku's side of the quirk, not wanting to take away his vision and provoke the boy to reveal his hidden position, but if the backhand wave directed straight at his face told him something, was that the boy did have the visual aspects he proclaimed. And still, after all that, Aizawa could not stop thinking there was something more to the equation at play here. Sure, Anduum's side of the quirk granted boosted physical capabilities, but minor? He had personally gone to examine the broken-down zero-pointer Izuku had demolished at the exams. After a tiring tirade from Powerloader about how he needed to make the robots better, seeing as a child could bust his biggest inventions with ease like that, Aizawa entered the torso of the robot and what he saw shocked him. Broken down reinforced steel beams capable of withstanding a 20-story building bent like clay, wiring cut clean in exact shapes someone rapidly moving about would do, and the cuts sharp enough to not leave a single imperfection on the cut. Whatever was above the neck area of the poor robot disintegrated, and whatever was near the end was fried beyond belief, circuitry so burned it looked like something another examinee, Kaminari Denki, would leave behind with his quirk. So yes, call Aizawa suspicious, because neither of them had even mentioned the full transformation Izuku underwent and the force those feathers would leave. Why do I always get the problem children? Aizawa murmured under his breath. Better get some sleep now, tomorrow I'll poke around more. The teacher went over to one of the windows that led to a front garden, opened it, and slinked away into the darkening sky. He needed to make sure Izuku and Anduum were not up to any fool play here, but he needed some sleep before that. Izuku and Fumikage decided to take the stairs up to their room, seeing as the boys' elevator was full with the other guys taking it before they could get on. Fumikage hummed some sort of tune. "What are you singing?" Izuku asked. I'm just reciting the flow of my next poem." Fumikage did it again just for emphasis. "I often need some sort of bass for my rhymes." Izuku beamed. "That's so cool." Fumikage nodded. As the pair reached the third floor, someone caught their attention. By the stairwell was Bakugu. He was leaning against the wall and seemed to tense up when he saw the two boys heading up. He made a motion to call Izuku over. "Shall I wait for you, my friend?" Fumikage questioned as Izuku went over. Izuku cast one glance at the ash blonde to know exactly what he wanted to talk about. Sighing internally, Izuku waved his hand at his roommate. "No need, we'll go up alone." "As you say." With the departure of the crow-headed teen, Bakugu took up a more assertive and aggressive posture, stretching up his boy and standing up straight. The explosive boy towered over Izuku's more diminutive stature. With a barely restrained snarl, he opened his mouth. "What you did down there? You saw it, didn't you?" Izuku could see how much Bakugu was trying to restrain his anger, so he didn't pay any mind to the boy's more brutish behavior. "Your grief." Bakugu flinched hard at that. "So it was that? Damn it. Shouldn't have fallen for that trick back there." Izuku complained. "Whatever you saw, I don't care." The ash blonde was getting visibly more agitated the more he talked about the subject. "But know this, you green fucker. I don't need any of your pity." This time it was Izuku who flinched. So Bakugu also had good intuition for emotions. "It was not what I want dash." "Sure. It still doesn't matter, okay? I have gone my entire life with people who don't know shit thinking they understand me." The explosive boy's face scrunched up. He redoubled his efforts in retaining his anger. "I'm tired of people judging me for what goes on in my head. I will be the best, and that's it." "And why the wish to be the best? Surely it isn't healthy." Izuku pleaded. "It just have to, nothing but a miracle will change that." His statement seemed awfully forced by Izuku's standard. So he pushes himself constantly and doesn't care about his psyche? And Duum noted. "That's dumb." "I know, but what can we do? He seems to have shut off everyone else when he is like this." Izuku brought up a good point, how to help someone who doesn't even see the issue. "So I'll say this again, UF dash. What you saw down there stays between us. End of story." With that, Bakugu didn't even wait for an answer, instead opening the door to his and Kirishima's room with excessive force and disappearing behind the closed door. Izuku sighed, disappointed that he had caused this much grief upon someone else with his Quirks' emotion-sensing part. "It's not your fault, Zu." And Duum reassured. "It still was brought up because of me." Izuku retorted. "So what do we do?" The deer asked. "We honor his request." The teen concluded. Izuku made his way up the stairs, reaching his room and opening the door to find Fumikage and Dark Shadow messing around in the hobby room. Fumikage looked to be writing something while Dark Shadow seemed to be fully immersed in his guitar practice. The scene brought a smile to Izuku's face. He sure liked to have normal friends at last. The door closes behind him and Katsuki feels like he'll fall over from the sudden adrenaline crash he's having right now. Talking to Izuku really did a number on him. That green hair, that name. Why does everything remind me of him? His mind drifted a bit into the ever-sensitive topic of his late friend. Do I even deserve to still call him a friend? Could it be that was him? Katsuki shook his head. No, that's idiotic. Izuku didn't have a quirk and he would never ditch the name Midoriya. Katsuki didn't allow himself to stew in his angst. He looked around the room searching for something, anything, to take his mind away from the brewing storm that was his past. He saw Kirishima punching away at his punching bag. It was just the first day of the year, but Katsuki could already see the red-haired boy looked most happy when he was in his own personal gym he called bedroom. Hey Kirishima, mind if I use your punching bag a bit? Katsuki asked from his spot leaning into the door. Sure Baku bro. I just need some more punches and I'll switch equipment. The explosive blonde walked over to his roommate and patiently waited for his turn. When it arrived, he didn't even put on his normal compression gloves. Starting out with slow and weak punches, Katsuki observed how the bag lightly buckled under his fists. He could feel a pair of eyes drilling his back. What is it? He asked, a little annoyed at the unwanted audience. Nothing man, just like to watch people train. Huh. As time dragged on, Bakugo's punches became faster and stronger. Kirishima could see how at first his friend maintained a cohesive sequence, right hook followed by 2 quick punches and a kick. Every combo made with deadly precision, focusing on a specific part of the bag. It was a unique style to him and something that pros would train themselves only after years of experience, but his roommate had already made his own style. Manly, Izuku thought. Such a manly guy with a manly mindset. And for Katsuki, he could see how he was steadily losing a battle against himself. The more he experimented, the more he became angry. His crimson eyes glanced over at his bed. A single yellowed notebook greeted his eyes, opened in a page with drawings no 5-year-old would normally be capable of drawing, depicting different moves. The moves that Katsuki was using right now. Still, after almost a decade, little Kaken can't get rid of Deku. A part of himself admonished. Are you truly good enough to be a hero if you rely on a dead kid's notes on you? Why don't you try to make your own attacks? Katsuki grimaced, unknowingly increasing the aggression of his punches and kicks. Is it because Izuku was the only one you could trust to have your best interest in mind? It is such a shame you had to snuff his flame out. Only his. The voice in his head provoked. Shut up! Katsuki screamed, putting the weight of his explosions on his hands as he descended into mindlessly beating the bag in front of his eyes without care. He heard someone saying something, but it was deafened by his roiling emotions. Kirishima pulled himself from his bed, discarding his dumbbells when he noticed Bakugo starting to cry while punching his bag with enough force to rip it apart. Holy shit! He threw his arms around his roommate and pulled him away from the equipment. Bakugo's arms flailed uselessly as his target exited his range. Then his emotions fully hit. He crumbled in the strong grip around his torso that he recognized as Kirishima's hardened form. You okay, man? Said boy asked. No. But it happens sometimes, Katsuki confessed. Sorry about your punching bag. No worries, man. It was made to resist my hardened skin, so the impact shouldn't break it. That was a lie. His punching bag would have ripped open if he hadn't stopped the blonde, but he'll be damned before he tells that to the boy. Izuku made a motion to distance himself from the death grip Bakugo had on him, but failed miserably as the other boy held him close. Don't leave, the blonde pleaded. I won't. He reaffirmed. Thanks. And that was how the two ended their day, sat together on Bakugo's bed as they waited for their pizza to arrive, both entangled on each other as the explosive teen cried out some more before returning to a calmer state. Katsuki would not admit it. But this feeling of being held by someone else without them becoming uncomfortable, this feeling of belonging. It made him smile, a smile he hadn't had in a long time. It was a smile one gave to someone that had made a new friend. Maybe he'll be different? Katsuki pondered. And Kirishima for his part had to look away from the bright smile, even if not directed at his face, still made his face heat up. That's so manly. Izuku's mind screamed at him. 5 years ago? The deer catcher tapped the stone below in perfect sync with all times prior. And Duum had to time it specifically down to the milliseconds each morning as per his training. This week was specially tricky. M had created 2 more of the contraptions set to go off at different intervals and tasked the deer with guessing the right interval. With all his concentration, Anduum isolated the 3 deer catchers. The thickness of the bamboo gave each its unique sound, its unique heartbeat per se. The first one, standing in front of his face, was the easiest. 9.23 seconds sensei. And proclaimed with a hint of apprehension. The lady, his and Izuku's sensei, smiled warmly. Good. Next one, my child. M's soft yet expectant voice rang from her spot atop a cluster of sculpted rocks that formed a simple shrine. The second one, a catcher with a harder bamboo strip, is located just above his sensei's seat. The contraption floated around in the air, the water drifting aimlessly around it. The rhythm it made was a bit erratic, always fluctuating around somewhere from 8 seconds to 10 seconds. Anduum had to apply a strategy M had taught him, find the central point and use that as a reference. 9.04 seconds sensei. He stated after a quick rationalization. M hummed with approval, taking another puff of her smoke pipe and bellowing out the smoke it produced. Anduum's nose was assaulted by the smell of tobacco, something he deeply disliked, and he had to suppress a flinch. M would usually use his distaste for certain flavors or aromas to try to waver his determination, and would be mad if he let himself be bested by smoke, so he steeled his focus once again and suppressed his other instincts and senses. His sensei always told him that it would benefit him in the future if he could tame his wild side and bring it in as a deadly power once needed. Yes. And the third? Anduum couldn't help but grin at his streak. A week of perfect accuracy even after a difficulty increase made him giddy with pride. The last catcher was always the hardest, being placed somewhere that forced him to not use his sight to aid him. 8.84 seconds sensei. He answered with all his energy. M clapped for him. The gesture was anything but simple when someone talked about his sensei. Her pale rose hair and snow-white skin gave her the perfect innocent look, portraying the perfect image of a peaceful lady from ancient times. Even more so when she decided to wear her traditional kimonos like today. Yet it all was a trap, not unlike a Venus flytrap, that she employed to confuse her would-be opponents, as by the time they noticed her true self they would all be done for already, much like Anduum and his partner had when they first found her. This facade, as she had said, was carefully built to help her contain her more fearsome side while maintaining an unassuming appearance. You're doing well, Anduum. Now, what about the fourth deer catcher? The deer didn't even get enough time to lift himself from his position on the floor before his sensei stood up and all but blinked in front of his gaze, her eyes glowing purple with expectation. You didn't pay enough attention, it seems. Very well, you two still have 4 years to prove your point. I'm sorry, sensei. I didn't know there would be another catcher today. Anduum pleaded. Why couldn't I hear it? Although that last part was more for himself, M still heard her pupil and could taste how much he started to doubt himself. That wouldn't fly. And her voice had once again become a soft beacon that beckoned the deer towards her. I may not be privy to your feelings like Izuku, but remember that both of you have exceeded my expectations every time I make your training harder. But why can't I sense the fourth deer catcher? Because it is exactly 8 kilometers from your spot, 4 times your current best. Don't try to look for it, I'll reset its time every day until you can control your senses enough to hear it. She walked over to a small broom closet near Anduum, taking out her favorite broom for maintaining her gardens. M began to slowly wind her way around the already tilled parts and resume her routine of caring for her garden. While she did her things, the deer was still frozen on the spot. Anduum, I expect you to get the fourth deer catcher's timing right until next week. Otherwise, we might need extra lessons. She finally spoke, still grooming her garden. Remember that what I am doing is purely for your benefit, as what I intend to show you and Izuku will require an unparalleled level of ability. I understand, sensei. Anduum said, bowing down respectfully before rubbing the back of his head in confusion. With all due respect, sensei, what am I to do now? M finished her work just in time to catch her pupil getting nervous again. She walked elegantly over to the perplexed deer, handing him the broom and motioning for her cottage. Bring Izuku here, we will be training your fighting styles until the arrival of night. Both of you against me. And also deliver the broom to its place. Right away, sensei. Anduum proceeded to float over towards M's house, which was a couple of minutes away, after storing away her tool. The small hand-built two-story wooden cottage was surrounded by log fencing, encompassing the entire property, and M's stone gardens composed of many different types of stones that formed different patterns and ambience. This place was the pride and joy of M, especially her gardens. They were located in the middle of the woods near a small hillside village called Owa. The whole place was a picturesque paradise that any wildlife reporter would love to talk about, being home to many wildlife species and secluded from most of the outside world. M said that a place like this was the perfect area to train her pupils since she would have less of a hassle with her quirk, and it showed. The locals were still relatively unaffected by the over-the-top hero industry that had rooted itself around Japan, believing that heroes, using quirks or not, should help out others no matter what, something that shamefully became illegal around the country. Vigilantism was not a good way to describe things in these lands. M was solid proof of that, using her quirk to help the people with many different problems, only asking that they do not spread word of her doings to just anyone. She had also effectively become the all might of Owa, as a kid once said when the three of them went to town to buy supplies for one winter and the lady had single-handedly saved the town from a landslide. The deer quite enjoyed the folk around these parts. They of course were suspicious of his looks when the duo first appeared, but then he and Izuku became friends of the people after they learned about their tutorship under M, and after that, no one commented on Anne's strange looks. Yet as much as the deer wanted to settle down in Owa, he knew that either way he would be going away once their training had finished, be it to head to Utopia or follow his sensei. Having had enough time to let his wandering thoughts burn away his sour emotions from failing his training and failing his partner, and opened the house's door and went over to where Izuku should be. He made his way towards the kitchen. He saw the teen scrubbing down the floor with a timer by his side. 54 seconds. Anduum gasped. Better than last week, Su. If you continue like this you'll finish it in 30 seconds before we go to UA. Hell yeah. Izuku agreed, speeding up the last parts of his job. After just a few more seconds the entire kitchen floor was spotless and the furniture randomly set about the room was untouched. Anduum still thought that it was a strange way to train flexibility, but it showed results, so who is he to judge? By the way, Sensei wants to see us for training again. At least this time he didn't forget to tell Izuku. Last time he had to spend a full day listening to video essays about the human anatomy that one of M's acquaintances in the medical field made for her. Sure, let's go. Izuku wiped his forehead and left the cleaning supplies organized atop the kitchen counter before following his partner outside. Arriving back at the gardens, they were met with a completely different garden than what was there before. Stones that composed a winding path towards where their sensei stood became straight lines that showed possible ways to attack her. Different paths that she had provided them. The bigger rocks composing the perimeter of the garden bent and shifted before becoming airborne. M stood from her spot, hair flowing rhythmically with the shifting current of air around her body. She opened one of her eyes, a powerful and oppressive power emanating from her purple-eyed cold stare. Izuku, did you understand what I said about hands? M questioned. Anduum saw Izuku visibly shrink in, and before he could think he was already reaching over with a clawed hand to rub Izuku's back in a comforting manner. That seemed to do the trick, and the boy regained his confidence. Not completely, but I did notice more of a pattern when I had to shift sides or turn around. M smiled. Good. Next week we will return to this exercise and I expect you to fully understand it. A piece of rock converged on the left of her hand, forming a blunt stone blade. Now come forth, you win if you can avoid getting hit for 50 seconds. Without warning she jumps forward, the very environment shifting with her as if bolstering her already overwhelming might. Her form blinked from her spot atop the shrine and materialized in front of a steeled Izuku. He was another, completely different person when fighting after all. Present. Anduum's eyes flared to life when his senses alerted him of something moving about near their side of the room. His vision, even though blurry from the sudden wake-up, still discerned the shape of dark shadow moving about the room with a frantic expression. His gaze was unfocused and distant, while what would equate to his breathing was quickened to an alarming rate. Was he having a panic attack? And separated from his partner and went over to his friend. "Hey, Dark Shadow," he said, inching closer to the distressed Shadow. "Are you okay?" Dark Shadow's eyes met his when the deer head whisper shouted the last part. Without notice, the being flung itself towards an, claws raised. "Sheet." Anduum extended his own claws much like a cat and moved with practiced ease to intercept the rushed strikes aimed at him. He grabbed one of the Shadow's arms and pulled it taut against its owner's back, flinging himself out of the way from the second clawed hand. It was a near miss, with one of the claws slashing at the corner of his form, slicing through some of the material that composed the deer's body. Before the next strike could be made, the last free hand was caught and Dark Shadow wrestled into a safer position for both of them. "Calm down, Dark Shadow, it's me." Anduum hoped his plea would reach his friend, because the silent struggle he was putting up, coupled with his actions, made the deer's well-curated instincts beat themselves against their cage, trying to get out. It took a while, with Dark Shadow sometimes being able to scratch at his captor, but the noise of their scuffle finally woke someone up. Fumikage hurriedly jumped from his bed and came over to them. "Dark Shadow, I'm still here. Just calm down, you're hurting in." This time the pleas for peace reached Dark Shadow's ears, and he looked absolutely devastated when he found himself with a claw digging at the sides of Anne's torso and another in a tight hold. His eyes lost their orange color that none of the other two had even noticed, and then lost their light. "I'm sorry, Anne." The Shadow quickly retracted his hands from his friend and batted away the incoming hand that tried to hold him back. He darted into their hobby room. "I have to go." Dark Shadow, and lamented. Anduum took a few moments to mend the shallow cuts that littered his body, also taking the time to calm his protesting instincts into compliance. He only dared to move after Dark Shadow had long since slammed the door, too shell-shocked by the sudden attack followed by the strong sense of regret his friend exhaled. He made a motion to follow after the Shadow when a hand anchored him back. It was Fumikage. "I'm sorry for his behavior, and Dark Shadow often finds himself scared of new environments, especially at night." The deer let out a sigh he didn't know he was holding in. "Is it always this bad?" he asked, fearing for the answer. "Not always. Today he seemed overly desperate." Fumikage answered. The response brought some relief to An. He couldn't imagine how fed up it would be to always be this scared at night. "I'll go talk to him. I implore you to, he needs people that aren't me right now." The crow-headed teen rubbed the back of his head and yawned. "I should go back to bed, good night and night." As the deer went over to where Dark Shadow had run off to, Fumikage laid back down in bed, the cord connecting him to his twin still inside the adjacent room. His face looked puzzled as he wiggled around trying to find his way to sleep again. "When was the last time that Dark Shadow panicked and I felt comfortable enough to sleep again?" Fumikage asked himself. Normally he would have to stay awake for the remainder of the night so that the increase in darkness, and therefore, emotions didn't overwhelm Dark Shadow. It was so early on in their time sharing a room with Izuku and Anduum, and Fumikage already felt reassured that things like these would fade given time. After all, how long has it been since Dark Shadow had someone to rely upon that wasn't him? What a mad banquet of darkness. He murmured into his pillow as he drifted asleep. Unbeknownst to him, on the other side of the room, Izuku smiled as the previous tense emotions of the room became sweeter. Oh, how he liked living with others. "Anyways, An's got this, time to sleep for the both of us," the teen told himself. The door to the small room opened hesitantly, Anduum's skull peeking in before he allowed himself full access. He saw his friend shakily set up one of his intact guitars before he turned his laptop on and proceeded to try to ready up his amp. At that revelation, the deer entered the room, putting a stop to Dark Shadow's preparations. "It'll be too loud," and said, pointing to the setup. "You'll wake people up if you play that guitar right now." The Shadow looked with longing at his instrument before setting it down beside his laptop and cloistering himself up by the untouched guitar. The deer moved closer when he saw the barely contained emotions brewing beneath the Shadow's large yellow eyes. "I'm sorry, An. I didn't mean to hard dash." A claw pressed itself onto Dark Shadow's mouth and shuffled himself into the small space between his friend and his equipment. He was made of basically liquid after all. "It's fine. Not like we can control our fears. It's what makes us what we are." The Shadow hummed. "Yeah. But my fears are dumb. I'm not there anymore and I still cannot stop myself from freaking out. He confessed, idly strumming some strings in his guitars. Just forgive me, it won't happen again. Wanna talk about it? And Doom proposed. Not really, no. Dark Shadow pressed a hand against his face and hiccuped a few times. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Sure. And proclaimed, rising from his still position by Dark Shadow and carefully unplugging the guitar. Gotta make sure this mood doesn't seep into our first lesson, don't we? Dark Shadow spun around in surprise at that, coming face to face with his friend holding out one of his acoustic guitars for him to take. What? You said you didn't want to talk about your past, so the second best way to relieve stress is by focusing on something else. He moved his instrument closer to Dark Shadow. So take it we're having our first lesson on acoustic guitars right now. Unless you don't want to. No. Oh sorry, I'd quite like that. And the deer nodded and Dark Shadow gripped the guitar. He immediately felt the weight difference between the two types of guitar, so much so that the unexpected weight almost made him drop the guitar, only being prevented by Anduum's quick reaction time. That incident earned him a playful bop in the head by the deer. Careful now, I don't fancy a broken guitar or a bothered neighbor from downstairs. Dark Shadow watched as his friend mumbled some bullet points to himself as he grabbed his own guitar. First thing first. Tuning, you know how to do it, Dark Shadow? Dark Shadow nodded hesitantly. Kinda, I remember how to do it but I don't remember the sounds by heart, he said, sounding quite flustered with his inability for the basics. The shadow looked once more at the instrument in his hands. A part of him felt happy that someone wished to teach him more. His music teachers often dropped him when they learned of his condition as a shadowy being, what with all the not-so-physical parts of his being. They often said that the sounds his fingers made were off-base and either too light or too hard on the strings due to his not entirely material composition. It irritated Dark Shadow a lot that everyone that he tried with commented on how he should find someone with a quirk similar to his in the industry, but sincerely was similar to him? He searched all over town for people that could teach him better, relate better to him as a musician, but alas he found no one. And now, standing right in front of his eyes was another person like him, different and uncommon, that liked playing the guitar. So why was it that Dark Shadow could not dissuade the worry that his friend was just doing this out of pity? Dark Shadow sighed. Sorry if this is all just improvised to distract me. You don't have to do any of this for me, you know? He gripped the guitar a little harder before softening his hold on the instrument and extending it back to his friend. You should just rest, we have class tomorrow. Anduum smirked. Well said. That sent a cold sensation over Dark Shadow's body. Was he correct all along? We have class. So I propose that we jam out now. Besides, I couldn't call myself your friend if I just ditched you right now. The deer's claws pushed the guitar back towards the shadow. A lanky smile on his lips as he noticed that his friend accepted, if only hesitantly, the instrument back into his firm grip. Dark Shadow smiled happily at him. It had been a long while since people declared that they were friends with him and actually acted on it. The last time had been before even when he low. But not going there, Dark Shadow. The shadow chastised. It was not healthy to dwell in the past and he could keep it at bay as payback for Anne's generosity. Alright, teach. What's first? Anduum gave him a proud smile and a thumbs up at the renewed disposition. First we see how good you are at prepping your gear. He motioned for the pegs of his own guitar. I want you to set these to the standard setting. Dark Shadow nodded, fully focusing on the sound the strings made. He methodically, and quite dramatically, adjusted the pegs before playing a note in the respective strings sternly. It took about 5 minutes for him to finish his work. He gave a final check over his handiwork and seemed proud of what he had made. All of that pride evaporated when he chuckled and hit his own strings, the sounds being much for precise and better made. Oh yikes, Dark Shadow sounded defeated. Can't even do the basics. Another bop to the head, this time a little harsher. What was that for? Talk about how bad you are again, I dare you. Anduum's commanding tone made the shadow recoil slightly. First time I played a guitar I ruptured one of the strings because of how taut it was and it then hit Izuku in the face. So don't say you had a bad first try. The more jovial tone of the second part made Dark Shadow chuckle, so they really started at the same place. The only difference being that An was clearly more invested in the practice than Dark Shadow. Besides, all strings are perfectly done. And said nonchalantly, "What?" Dark Shadow asked. "Yep. Thing is that your claws ain't hard enough to hit it with enough force as a normal hand. Next time try to make it tighter." And hummed, thinking something over in his head. "And you'll be using this guitar here, nylon strings are lighter by nature." "Okay, teach." "Good, now on to more advanced things. And don't slack off. From now on, my lessons are just as much about exercising your control over your hands as they are for fun." And proclaimed, picking up one of his books and giving it a quick once-over. "Now let's get to it." And just like that, they spent the remainder of the early morning hours rehearsing the basics, uncaring about the ever-approaching daybreak. The pair moved from topic to topic, trading their opinions on music and life as Dark Shadow got more accustomed to the acoustic guitar's way of things. It was just past 5 a.m. that the bundled-up emotions inside Dark Shadow started to leak out. And was finishing one of his own songs as a demonstration, the last few notes being much more subdued than the rest of the song, like when a battle ended and the ashes were given time to settle. The grip on his guitar lessened as Dark Shadow's mouth opened on its own, words flowing out with a sad reprieve. Happiness and sadness mix up to create a bittersweet voice. Is this how it ends? Trapped forever as a shadow. The melancholy lacing the words made him grimace, but nevertheless, he kept playing, occasionally changing up the pacing of the melody so that his friend found it easy to follow. So much to see. So much to do. So long to live. But so little in reach. Such a small world. Being a shadow of a person. Dark Shadow's guitar fell to the ground forgotten. He didn't care, and by the way the deer had reacted, so didn't he. Often when he sang, the shadow would scream his heart out, scream at the walls begging for a pair of ears to hear his pleas. But now he couldn't muster the strength to raise his voice even a single decibel. Was it because his will was finally drying up? Unable to feel attached to anything, repressed and distrusted by all? Kept at arm's length for their safety? Or was it because deep down a part of him knew that someone that finally got his struggles, someone that understood his troubles, not from an outside perspective but from the inside like him, was standing inside the walls he screamed at, just a few feet away with only the dimmest of sun rays illuminating his form? He looked towards the small fraction of the window not covered by curtains, towards the last light from the distant stars as dawn came around. If he could he would cry, but the lack of actual eyes made it difficult. Fumi was right all along. He whispered to himself. Morning came with a sudden realization. For Anduum, he noticed that his impromptu music lesson with Dark Shadow had carried on all night long. And as for Dark Shadow, he noticed he had started singing once again. Now that wouldn't be anything so startling if he was in any other context, but today he found himself in company of his first friend in a long time. His subconscious probably thought that it would be funny if he opened a window into places he prefers to keep under wraps. Odin, he was so effed to have just dumped that onto his friend after he offered himself to help him. Dark Shadow turned from the encroaching horizon to face the deer. Once he met the other's eyes he could feel the intensity in them. The normal emerald green of the eyes radiated an almost toxic sensation. "I'm sorry I got that carried away." The shadow squirmed under the steady gaze of those radioactive eyes. "I didn't mean to drop that on you." And softened, though a glint of insatisfaction remained. "It's all right, Dark Shadow. If you are concerned about me, don't be." And placed one of his hands atop the shadow's head. "Be more concerned about what Zu will do to the people that effed with you if he ever meets them." Dark Shadow nodded, dumbfounded by the nonchalant comment about the use of violence. And by the calmest person Dark Shadow knew at that. "Okay then, thank you. But please keep what I said on the down low. I don't want people to know those things about me," the shadow explained. "Sure, but may I know why?" the deer asked, putting away the instruments they used. The way he doubles then triple checks the guitar Dark Shadow had dropped did not escape his sight. "It could make people want to treat me better out of pity. And I don't want to be pitied. I want to be acknowledged as a person." Dark Shadow's form rippled and something akin to a blush formed on where his cheeks would be. What you do to me and Duum smiled. Sure. Now let's go, we still need to wake up our pairs. Oh shit. I forgot about that. Izuku woke up with someone constantly poking him in the shoulder. He could hear that person saying something, but it was all so distant that he couldn't understand even a single word in his current state. The teen flipped over as to hopefully escape the mysterious annoyance. It didn't stop. In fact, it got stronger and more consistent. With a grumble, Izuku turned again and opened his eyes, only for them to land on a fully dressed Fumikage with a dark shadow and Enduum hovering awkwardly behind him. The shock of using his unprotected eyes without readying himself up startled the teen, making him close them up. Izuku, wake up. Class starts in an hour and we still haven't gotten breakfast. Fumikage stated. And if that didn't get him bouncing off his comfy bed. Sheet. I'll go dress myself. You can carry on, Fumikage. Izuku's hands reached over to his rustic nightstand, where his BLNDFLD lay. I will wait for you by the elevator. It doesn't feel right to leave you alone. He insisted. Thanks. As the crow-headed teen made his way out of the room, Izuku dashed to his closet and began putting on his clothes in a hurry. And did you stay up all night? Izuku questioned over their bond. Is that why I slept in? Yeah, about that? I'm sorry, I meant to only do something quick to calm down Dark Shadow, but then I got carried away and his rushed explanation was cut short by a thumbs up from his partner. Chillin'. Not like I'll protest to you spending time with your crush, the teen joked. It wasn't like that. Enduum protested, reattaching himself to his partner. I know, but I feel I am entitled to pull your leg a bit after you made me sleep for the both of us. He argued. Izuku made his way into the bathroom once he finished getting dressed. He had to remember to thank Yude for the foresight to change their usual shirts with button-ups due to his antlers. The teen quickly brushed his teeth and fixed his hair and groomed the soft fur around his more animal-like ears. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since Fumikage had woken his roommate up and he could already hear their shared door opening up from the other side of the floor. He expected a disheveled and frantic Izuku to round the corner with his clothes roughed up and probably some missing things. What he got instead was an Izuku probably more normal and well-groomed than even he was. Not a single hint of his almost late wake-up remained on his visage. Sorry for the wait, Fumikage-kun. Izuku said, making a motion to bow before his roommate stopped him. Not to worry, friend, I must say you got ready quite faster than I expected. Fumikage commented. The pair entered the elevator and took it down to the common area, finding that only a few others were already up and preparing their own things in the shared kitchen space. Weird. Are they all sleeping still? And asked. Seems so. Thanks. And then yawned. Anyways, I'll just go lie down for a bit. What would you like for breakfast, Izuku? Dark Shadow asked, his twin already making himself some fried eggs by the looks of it. I usually go for something light. Izuku hummed. I'll just grab a few energy bars and a pear or something. Sure. And what about Yuan? The Shadow asked, looking straight towards the skull firmly planted to the back of the greenhead's head. Tell Dark Shadow I'm fine. Enduum supplied before returning to his sleep. The mental yawn the deer gave made Izuku smirk. He told me he's fine. Okay. The Shadow turned to Fumikage. Hey Fumi, don't forget about me. I want some apples too. Most agreeable, Dark Shadow. Izuku went over to a basket filled with easy-to-eat calories, things like cereal bars and chocolates. He grabbed nearly a dozen of them, opting to get extra so that he could have something to eat if he got too exhausted. Having to fuel the need for sleep for two people is tiring work after. After that, he nabbed himself an orange someone left on the counter. By the time he finished picking up his food, his friends had already sat down at a table and started to eat their food. Izuku went over and sat in front of Fumikage. You sure are hungry, friend. The teen commented when he saw the mountain of energy bars Izuku placed on the table. And may I ask why N has not come out? N is sleeping right now, so he prefers to stay attached to me. Makes it easier if I eat a lot, so that's the reason for all this. Izuku explained, using heavy quotations over the word sleeping. I didn't think Enduum needed sleep. Dark Shadow certainly doesn't. Fumikage commented. Izuku began to unwrap some of his food and eat it slowly so as to not finish too quickly with his friend still eating at a leisurely pace. Yep. It needs as much sleep as I do, if not more. The teen bit down on a granola bar. If his body is on the verge of collapse from exhaustion, he consumes a steady amount of my own energy to keep awake. Right now he used a good portion and he doesn't have the time to wait it out, so he is sapping some of mine to fast recharge. The crow-headed teen nodded in thought. So that is why you were that hard to wake up. Probably, what must have happened is that I began to run on my reserves before I fully woke up. Izuku theorized. But don't worry, the amount consumed is meager and these bars could last me a full day of this, as calories are better translated to energy than sleep, especially before they fully enter my system. Fascinating. Fumikage mused. Izuku stood up when they had all finished. He could already hear An waking up from his slumber in the back of his mind. Let's not delay ourselves then. Agreed. Fumikage and Dark Shadow washed up their dishes with haste as Izuku wiped down their table. The four of them then set towards Utop's main building, where they would be going to meet up with their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, and have the introductions made by the principal. The bar's door opened calmly and the rundown bar along with its myriad of empty chairs and tables greeted the villain. Tamura's hideout was supposed to be undetectable, placed somewhere so uncared for by the heroes that no one would ever simply come by the place. His master told him that much, and in time he was proven right. Not once had another soul that wasn't Kurogiri or the doctor ever set foot inside his place in the many years since he started inhabiting the place. So why was it, after all that time, that Tamura was greeted by the sight of someone else, someone that he had never seen in his life, sitting at his bar and drinking the booze the teen had been gifted by his master for when he was of age? Tamura walked up to the man, taking in his nonchalant and somewhat bored demeanor. The man had shaggy silver hair with a pair of pointed canine ears of the same color sticking out the top that swiveled in the teen's direction when he approached. He was dressed in a light red and white jogging outfit. The man turned to Tamura mid-sip from his glass. You Tamura? He set down his glass filled with scotch with more force than needed, spilling some of the contents all over the countertop. I've been waiting for quite a while now. Not nice to keep others waiting. Tamura blinked, simultaneously affronted by the callousness of this man and surprised by his audacity. If anyone can find their way into his hideout, that person surely was sent here by someone close to his master. So the fact that this motherfucker has the ball to sound annoyed when talking to possibly the second most dangerous person in the country is surprising. Just, what of it, you discount hound? He couldn't keep the jab inside his mouth when he saw those dumbass ears peeking from the guy's hair. It seems that his humor was not universally welcomed. Kurogiri had stopped wiping down the spilt liquid in favor of staring at him with fear. Shigaraki. That is no way to speak to guests. The misty man reprimanded. I must insist you dash. The wolf-eared man waved his hands at the bartender, who stopped dead in his tracks, just like he would when all for one would speak up. An amused grin spread across his face. It's all right, Kurogiri. I like it when my associates are cocky around me. He took another sip of his glass, pulling it bottoms up to finish it off. When the glass smashed against the wood of the bar with enough force to shatter it, the previous man had all but disappeared, leaving only something that, although in human shape, was all but human. It makes it easy to tell who has what it takes to be a true man and to deal with the other whelps. Tamura gulped. 1 second this guy could be passed off as a civilian that got lost in a jog, ending up washed up on the roughest part of town, and on the other he had a menacing, cold aura around him. It reminded the young villain of his master, that sinister dread that rivaled the horror that he would read about in old Lovecraftian books from before Quirks were a thing, the knowledge that right now, a true wolf had his eyes solely locked on his head and heart. And he couldn't escape. Who the F are you? Tamura tried to shout, but the oppressiveness in the air reduced it to a whisper. And what are you doing here? The man smirked. With a silent demand for another glass of scotch in the form of a side glance at the misty man, he raised from his seat, the aura he exhaled diminishing with each passing second. Now that he was standing, Tamura could see the pristine tail the man had. Name's Howl. I'm here to see how much All for One's lapdog has grown over the decade I've been off on business. Tamura noted the difficulty in finding the right word for what he'd been doing, and it somehow scared him further. Kurogiri, where's my beverage? Kurogiri finished pouring Howl's drink. Right here, sir. The man bowed down. I hope you enjoy your stay. Sheesh, I already told you to knock it off, didn't ya? Howl grumbled. DMN pleasantries. I'm sorry, sir. Kurogiri answered, almost robotically. The wolf-eared man decided not to head back to his previous seat, opting for a small table with 2 chairs instead. All the while Tamura just stood there trying to remember where he had heard about this Howl guy before. He was removed from his trance-like state when said man snapped his finger and pointed to him. Are you slow or what? Come here and sit down. We have biz to discuss. Tamura obliged the man, his previous display of strength not something he would like to happen again. He hadn't even sat down when Howl gripped his chair with his feet and roughly shoved it forward, making the teen stumble and fall down in his seat. Sorry if I'm a little rough, but I'm on a timer here. Tamura nodded. You have to have a question or two about me before we get down to your little stunt, bye? What are you talking about? Tamura tried to deflect. Don't play coy with me, Tamura. You plan on busting Yude Azuzj and didn't even call Uncle Howl to the party. Howl faked a surprised look. Got you by the ball, huh? Don't push it. The teen growled. Sure. Tamura reached over to the Howl's glassware, cupping it with all his fingers from his right hand, dusting it almost instantly. The liquid inside pouring out from the decaying glass. You know who I am, right? You know who my master is, right? NPCs like you should be careful not to anger my master. Tamura threatened, set off at the defiant attitude this guy had. But of course. How can I forget my best associate? Howl proclaimed, basking in the confusion the teen showed. We go a long time back if you're wondering. From back before All for One got his sheet kicked in by All Might. Then why haven't I ever heard of you? The teen asked. Because I know how to keep on the down low. Why does Master trust you? You seem like the unruly subordinate he would kill just because. It really didn't make sense. Tamura had seen subjects of All for One get their quirks stolen and then killed for trivial things such as messing up his morning tea. So a man that acted like this shouldn't survive to their second dialogue line with his master. Because we have a deal. All for One was always hungry for more power, and I wanted someone that shared the same goals of unconditional chaos as me. We met up one day and agreed to pool our strengths together to make the biggest party ever. Howl took a look at the spilt scotch on the table and sighed. But just like my drink here, All for One got fed before we could, I beg your pardon, finish our goals, so the deal was called off. So why are you here then? I'm here because I asked your master to give me a heads up if he ever found someone as worthy as him for me to work with. So here I am, offering my sponsor to you so long as you agree to share your evil training mumbo-jumbo time equally between me and All for One. Tamura looked hesitant, and that did not go unnoticed. Don't worry, Tamura, your master has already agreed with my terms. He thinks it will be educational for you. And what do you get out of this? Seems like a one-sided deal. A good one. I of course get to train the future of the villain world, and who knows, maybe we'll work together like I did with your old man. He reached over with his hand outstretched for a handshake. So what do you say? The teen was blown away. This guy was one of Master's oldest colleagues, so much so that the man trusted him to come unsupervised to talk with Tamura, the pride and joy of the mythical villain. This was an opportunity that couldn't be passed up. He reached over and sealed the deal, a sharp pain erupting from the forearm of the extended arm. He howled in pain, but it soon subsided. It was even faster than Kurogiri's reaction time. There we go, Tamura. We are officially partners in crime now. He pointed to the spot that was hurting like hell just a moment ago. There stood a silhouette of a moon with 4 claw marks across it, shining silver and crimson against Tamura's usually pale and dry skin. That is the mark that signifies you are one of my people. Just don't go showing it off now. Now that is done with, the teen started, taking his time to look over the mark. You said something about the USJ, what are you planning? And why are you dressed like that? Not really an intimidating get-up. Howl barked out a laugh. I'm like this so that overconfident BStards come after me on my way here, and I'm proud to say it worked. He grins with a maniacal expression. Killing in self-defense sounds better than killing for fun after all. He brought out a file and a package from under his tracksuit. It contained a few pages of police reports and analyses on someone nicknamed Harvester. The package Howell gave Tamura contained a folded-up blueprint of the USJ, complete with all the necessary information and coordinates for Kurogyri to be extremely useful even from long distances. Your plan was to stuff that place with nobodies and use a Nomu as the main baddie, right? What if I told you I can hook you up with someone that didn't need bioengineering to act as a killing machine so that you will have double the muscle? Sounds awesome. But what's all this? Tamura asked, puzzled by all the information that his new sponsor had provided. Plans, coordinates, weak points, internal wiring. You get the gist. If you can think of it, it's probably there. Only thing we ain't got is the class planning for the timetable, since the school divulged that after my spy got cold feet. Tamura couldn't help the feral grin forming on his face. I know how to get that last part. Good boy. Then that will be your first challenge for training. UA's main building was just as imposing as the first time Izuku had seen it. He had to walk for about 20 minutes from his class dormitory block to get to where he is now. Along the way, he and Fumikage had talked some more, picking up a lost Ochako on the way. The girl had become quite confused by all the signs that pointed to various different installations and sectors of the school. She admitted to not having read the student handbook the previous night as their homeroom teacher had recommended. She seemed a bit flustered at having to be guided around by people in her class, but Izuku and Fumikage were quick to shrug her off. They really didn't mind the extra company and occasional input towards the various topics the pair kept juggling so as to pass the time. And that was how the trio found themselves standing at the base of the massive stairs that led into the four-towered behemoth that UA called main building. You'd think they would make something more normal than this. And Duum grumbled at the sight of the building too big for its own right. I mean, surely they could make something nicer. Maybe it's meant as a symbol. Izuku offered. What with the H as in hero format of it? I could see that. And conceded. I wonder what the introduction will be like. The teen wondered. Probably some boring speech. Both agreed at the same time. They were pulled from their collective thought by a squeal from their friend. Positively starstruck by something, taking multiple pictures of herself before even making a motion to enter the building. Meanwhile, the two boys had made their up the stairs and waited for their friend. Didn't you see this place when we came for the exams, Ochako? Izuku asked once she started making her way up. It seems as if it is your first time in this place, friend. Fumikage added. Ochako smiled even brighter at the remark. I mean, in a way, I am seeing UA for the first time as a student here. She motioned for her uniform. It has a totally different feel to it. Plus, my family out in the countryside asked for a few photos of my time here. Makes sense. Izuku nodded. Anduum decided for the first time to wake up, as Ochako started referring to today, as the three of them made their way through the maze of corridors towards their classroom. You're from the countryside too? Where? Ochako gasped. So I'm not the only one. I'm from Mie. What about you? We're from a place called OW. Ever heard of it? And asked, pointing to a different corridor before the group took a wrong turn. The girl made a face like she was forcefully trying to remember the place the duo originated from. After a few seconds, she deflated. No, I don't know where that is. She stated. Izuku grimaced. WA wasn't the sort of place someone could just remember if they did not regularly interact with the place. It kinda tended to fade from the mind like many other small villages did. It's near Mie actually, but not part of it. You probably know it as the village stuck in time. Some people reported on the place a few decades ago. Izuku supplied. Oh, my father talked about it once. Ochako realized. Must be awesome to live there. So that is where you gained your taste for nature-related furniture. Fumikage pointed out. Makes sense the more you think about it, a child of nature from the village of nature. Both Izuku and Anduum smiled at the overly dramatic manner in which their friend talked. But alas, he was right, if only partially, that the meadows and small wooden houses didn't influence their view of beauty. Basically that. And provided much to the pride of Fumikage, whose feathers had puffed up again. But add in our natural instincts and nature things just hit the spot. Right, we are here, Izuku stated, pointing to the enormous door that led to their classroom with 1A marked on it. Let's head in. The loud noises from inside made Izuku worry, but once he focused on the loud noises with his sensitive ears, the teen could hear it was just a common conversation that got loud. When Izuku opened the door, he was surprised to see that the room was nearly empty, with only 4 people already there. Yaoyorozu took up the second to last chair by the windows with a dual-colored hair Izuku hadn't seen at the meet and greet behind her. He could not say he was surprised to see that the other 2 people were none other than Bakugo and Ida, who were currently nearly ripping each other's throats in a loud argument. The perfect lawful knight versus the boy with an explosive personality could never go right. I insist you remove your shoes from the desk, Bakugo. It is a disrespect to the school and those who came before us. The blue-haired teen shouted. My feet are tired and I want to rest them. So F off glasses. Bakugo retorted. Ida was just about to exit his stupor when he noticed the newest arrivals. He decided, even if reluctantly, to leave the issue of Bakugo to their homeroom teacher and greet his other classmates. Hello, my classmates. He started, bowing down to the trio. I hope your first time walking around the campus has proved itself good. Izuku bowed, followed shortly by Fumikage and Ochako with her nod. It has. Ida, what about yours? It was a most refreshing way to train my quirk, Ida stated with pride. Oh, seems like a good way to start the day, Ochako commented. Izuku and his friends found their seats, with Izuku taking the seat front and center of the classroom, with Ochako on his left and Fumikage behind. They talked some more until their chat was interrupted by a somewhat tired Jiru who came up to Izuku and his roommate. Yo guys, she said, catching their attention. Whoever of you was playing the guitar this night? Killer rhythm. Anduum exited from his partner's body with a worried expression plastered on his face. I didn't keep you awake, did I? He asked with concern. Nope. I just woke up like 1 hour earlier than usual and heard some music from across the floor. She reassured. It actually got me in the mood for some music. So you're on one of the rooms from our floor? The deer asked. Pretty much, just on the girls' side of course. Their conversation was once again interrupted when Izuku raised his hand for N to see. What is it? He asked. The teacher is here. Izuku responded, pointing to the slightly ajar door. I also can feel his smirk from here. Anduum had just enough time to nod his head once before the door slammed open, the ever-tired face of their homeroom teacher entering the room followed by his spectral cats. One thing in particular that didn't escape Izuku's mind was the budding antlers, much like a baby fawn would have, on one of the nearly 25 cats that surrounded the man. Curious. Izuku hummed. Quiet down and put these on, Aizawa stated, placing a stack of gym clothes on his podium. Only one person has consistently found me before I revealed myself. Izuku, please keep on doing good while the rest of your class tries to catch up. Said teen almost blushed at the comment if it wasn't for the fact that the entirety of his class was drilling holes into his back after the particularly snarky comment of their teacher. Today, as you know, we would be having the introductory speech about now. But I don't like to waste time. Put these on and meet me on Field Alpha in 10 minutes maximum. Izuku didn't need a second warning, getting up from his seat and heading to the stack of clothes. When he got close, Aizawa extended a specially made set with lighter cloth and buttons for the shirt. Thank you, sensei, the teen said, bowing down after taking his clothes. He then proceeded to dart out of the room, not wanting to waste time. 9 minutes, Aizawa stated as Fumikage and Ida were picking up their own clothes. I want you kids acting more like Izuku by the end of the semester. Whoever isn't at the field by the time limit is expelled. Go! His harsher tone got people moving again, the remaining 16 students making a mad dash for the podium while Izuku was fast walking his way to the lockers. He could hear the rushed footsteps of Fumikage and Ida following after him, so he decided to wait for them by the lockers. Thank you for waiting, friend, Fumikage said. It is commendable to wait for others, Izuku, Ida added. Aizawa was completely unsurprised that Izuku was the first to arrive at Field Alpha, with 8 minutes left on the countdown at that. He couldn't hide the pleased smile he gave the approaching teen even if he used his scarf. He could not say the same for the rest of the class. Only Tokoyami had arrived before his 5-minute maximum expectation, clocking in at 4 minutes, while the rest arrived together at 8. Disappointing if he said so. Most of you took around 8 of the 10 minutes to get here. He gestured to the stopwatch on his hand with a frown. If you were on the field, people could die because you cannot get ready fast enough. From now on, arrive here at 5 minutes maximum like Izuku and Tokoyami. The class looked taken aback, but no one voiced anything, so Aizawa took that as an affirmative sign and carried on. Today we'll be doing apprehension tests like any other school but with quirks. It is a fact that quirks have made equality something nearly impossible to be achieved in any physical sense. He gestured to a list of exercises displayed for the 19 teens with a holographic display in his hand. These tests will measure your raw power and creativity in using your quirk. So by all means go all out. Aizawa pointed to Izuku and threw a small ball at him. Izuku and Endum. You both got 189 points at the entrance exam and got first place, so you go first. He then directed the teen to a circle drawn on the ground. You may use whatever you want to throw this ball as far away as possible without stepping out of the circle. Understood? Yes, sensei. The teen affirmed. Good. Go. The green-haired teen gave the ball to his partner. The plan? And asked. Just start bouncing it for me. Izuku informed. Can do. With that, Izuku started to concentrate all his shape-shifting on his legs. The class watched in mixed awe and fear as the stretchable pants of the teen's gym outfit began to contort and bend with his shifting legs. Not long after, a pair of muscled, black-furred, hoofed feet emerged from beneath the clothing. Everyone was left wondering what Izuku had planned when a pair of jet-black gooey wings sprouted over the shirt he was wearing. Hit it really hard and Izuku shouted, crouching down for a big jump. Got it, Zoo. The deer answered, hammering the ball with all his strength into the ground. Said ball, made to resist the strongest of quirks, bounced off the ground and went up in the air by easily a few dozen meters. Izuku, not wasting his window of opportunity, sent himself flying after the ball, delivering a kick powerful enough that the impact echoed over the crowd, followed by a boost in the form of a gust of wind directed by his wings. The class was left gasping at the sheer power his legs had. At least 10 times stronger than a normal deer's leg muscles. Aizawa noted. He took note of the distance and flipped it for the class to see. 1472 m. Over a kilometer. Someone shouted. This is gonna be so much fun. Mina said. That got the attention of the class, as Aizawa subconsciously activated his quirk and glanced at the students. Visibly annoyed. Fun, is it? I'll tell you what is fun. Since you think you are here to have fun, I'll join in as well. The crowd could feel a shiver run down their spine at the maniacal smirk the man had. The one placed last gets expelled. What? Was the unanimous sentiment of the class. Not fair. Izuku raised his hand as if to speak. Aizawa shushed the class and gave the word to Izuku. You need to remember we are here to be the ones to uphold fairness. So asking for things to always be fair won't train us for the job. Aizawa nodded. He quite liked this kid already. He just had to get a better sense of what he was capable of to determine what he had skimmed out on yesterday's meet and greet. He gets it. Now get ready for the first test. 50-meter dash. On the 50-meter dash, Izuku was paired with Bakugo. The boy was giving the green-haired teen a mixed look at best. What he may be thinking was unknown to Izuku as he consciously gripped his emotions, sensing further as to prevent another incident. Aizawa fired his pistol and Bakugo threw his arms back and used his explosions as a boost for his speed, propelling him forward. All the while Izuku had maintained his morphed legs, using that plus Anduum's initial push in the form of a strong shove to practically blink across the distance in a single jump. He scored a decent 1.09 seconds while the teen he was paired against got 2.24 seconds. Next up was grip strength, with their homeroom teacher handing out handheld devices that would measure their strength. And must have really taken the go all out, quite literally, as in just a second he had smashed the contraption with his enlarged claws. Izawa seemed quite annoyed with the news but sent the pair on their way to the next exercise with a long, heavy sigh. That thing went up to 1 ton and he still broke it. Super strength. Izawa murmured. The third test was the standing long jump. Izawa didn't even wait for the green-haired teen to go before giving him the best grade. Seeing as he had wings and all. After that were the repeated side steps and seated toe touch, both of which were dominated by Izuku's clever use of his companion, making him push Izuku around on the first test and help him remain seated on the second, and Ishido who just had good coordination and flexibility. The last test was a simple endurance run. Most of the students didn't try to conserve their energy, instead going all out at the start, which earned them a quick checkout from the test. Izuku had to concede first place to Yaoyorozu with her electrical bike which, unlike Izuku, was powered by solar light and could run until sundown. Izawa waited until the class regrouped after the last test. He could see the fear and nervousness in most of the class. Now for the results. It is a waste of time for me to tell each one of you separately, so here is the scoreboard. The tired man announced, activating the hologram he used previously. The class shook in anticipation as they searched for their names. Izuku found his quite easily. Izuku and Enduum, first place, the display provided. He was followed by Yaoyorozu in second place and Todoroki in third. The green-haired teen took notice of how some people reacted negatively to their ranking, mainly Bakugo in fourth and Hagakure in last. Well DMN. Izuku whined. She had so much potential though. Ha. And seemed quite pleased with himself. Are you sure, Zu? What? Just watch. My instincts are flaring up. Izawa cleared his throat loud enough to silence the crowd to hear him clearly. Hagakure you dash. He was interrupted by Hagakure who practically flung herself to the ground crying. Please give mine a chance, Mr. Izawa. Please. She begged. The teacher in question just froze on the spot momentarily, taking a few seconds to recompose. There is no need to worry, he stated. The expulsion was just a logical ruse to motivate you to give it your all today. The invisible girl stopped sobbing on the spot, her gym clothes springing up. Thank you. She shouted before making a dash for Ishido. If she is gonna try to tease us with Ochako, we might as well give her a payback. And proposed. Sure. Izuku agreed. Just keep it at decent levels. I thought everyone caught on to Aizawa-sensei's plans from the start. The raven-haired girl pondered, perplexed that people didn't think this through. Unbeknownst to her, Aizawa had every intention of expelling someone today, but he couldn't, in the name of his career, expel someone without a physical quirk in a physically dominated field. Change back and head to your classroom. There you will find your syllabuses on your respective desks. Everyone nodded. Welcome to the hero course. Class dismissed for the rest of the day. As everyone headed back to the locker rooms, Izuku and didn't even have to ask for their friend Fumikage and a quite pleased Dark Shadow to accompany them all the way back to their dorms. All Might watched as the students of 1A made their way to the lockers through the camera systems around the school grounds. He decided to watch all hero courses train at least once this year and won, as apprehension test perfectly lined up with his free time today. He watched as the first-year students struggled to do their best and go plus ultra. One person again caught his eyes, Izuku and his quirk Andum. Yagi watched as the two of them absolutely demolished the different challenges, each doing what they excelled at. It was reminiscent of a well-synchronized dance. Both performers knowing their roles perfectly. The number one hero's mind began to work on overdrive. I must talk to Izuku right now, he proclaimed, raising from his seat. I must convince him to take on One for All. With luck, he would be able to catch up to Izuku once he got out from the lockers and pull him into a more secretive corner, as Nedzu surely wouldn't like what he planned to ask. His reaction was already instantly on the negative side even before the kid could spend a day in the school under the mammal's constant gaze. That propped up a question for Yagi. Did Nedzu already know Izuku beforehand? He quickly searched up the two on the police's database, courtesy of his friend Naomasa and his position as number one hero. No connection existed. So that proved that the principal didn't spend any time apart from his application of the test with the green-haired teen. The hero stood up and made a dash for the door. He could still try to get Izuku on his side. Unfortunately for him, Nedzu called him for a surprise meeting just when he stepped out of his office. With no other option, Yagi made his way to the elevators that led towards the principal's office. Yagi now stood face to face with the principal's office. He could already smell the strong scent of tea from inside, which made him more apprehensive about entering the room. Another oddity was that all the other times he was summoned by the principal, the mammal had remotely opened the door for him. He reached for the door handle and opened the door. The inside was as you'd expect for any other meeting. Nedzu had provided tea for himself and his guest, and was patiently waiting on a couch. And yet there was an unmistakable aura of discontent lingering in the air. "Ah, Tashinori, please come in," the principal said. "I hope I did not interrupt anything important." The comment made the deflated man shiver. "No, it's fine, Nedzu sir." He coughed a bit of blood into his handkerchief. "I was only going to talk to a student, but that can be delayed." Nedzu's facial features sharpened. "That can be delayed forever, all might." The sudden implication made with such a cheerful voice was baffling. "I understand your desire to find a suitable successor to your power, but not if you target Izuku." "But why not?" More blood spilt from Yagi's throat at the loud proclamation. He took a second to recompose himself. "What I mean is that Izuku has a great deal of talent and skill. He surely could do leagues better with my power." The principal hummed, making a motion for the hero to sit down. "And why is it you think Izuku needs your power?" Nedzu asked when the other man fully sat down. "He has a sentient quirk and the ability to change shapes. In the hero world, that would not get him all the way up if he has to rely on his quirk like Tokoyami. So I think that him taking my quirk would be beneficial for all of us." Nedzu sighed. "Oh my... And Duum is not his quirk." The principal seemed baffled by the wrongful assumption from his teacher. Much more so after said teacher accessed the student's files. "Then what is it?" the man asked, a hint of dread pilling on his face. "It's his vision. He has a sonar-like vision that can go through walls and reveal a person's emotions." Nedzu stated. "So that would mean he has two quirks," Yagi realized. In an instant, the man assumed his buff form and looked ready to practically fly out of the room. He must be linked to All for One. Now, this got Nedzu to get angry. The mammal roughly put down his teacup and stood up. "Tashinori, All for One is gone, and I will not tolerate that a forcibly hired teacher such as yourself act on irrational beliefs." All Might looked back at the principal, shocked at the sudden demeanor change. "Must have hit a nerve," he thought. "Furthermore, since you took time out of your day to secretly browse the kid and mine's background, you should have read the quirk registration more thoroughly." "What?" was all the hero could say. "I have no qualms with you checking my background, but please refrain from infringing on your student's personal life going forward." Nedzu made a motion for him to sit down again. This time he sat with moderate curiosity and more blood when he returned to his civilian form. Izuku's quirk is his sight, but Enduum's quirk is the shape-shifting. They're one person everywhere though, because their quirks come from a dual-sided quirk that separated their consciousness in two pieces. All Might's breath hitched. "So they're two in one?" "Yes." On the surface, the principal had long calmed down, but underneath his skin, he was barely holding himself together. Not only did one of his employees disobey orders from him to not bring the subject of One for All with one of his most precious students, but he also had done an unneeded check on the boy and then accused him of being the underling of that man. Nedzu was fighting a battle of suppressed emotions and FNG bad memories with himself because of this man sat in front of him. Not being able to show your true thoughts about the man also irked him. "DMN HPSE. The principal muttered. "That makes sense," Yagi said after a few moments of consideration. "And it is yet another point in favor of me giving Izuku One for All." "Still a no from me, Tashinori," Nedzu reinforced. "I must ask you to only do your job as a teacher for heroics class and not bring the subject up again. Or must I remind you that the HPSC won't be able to prevent me from justifiably firing you for disobeying orders?" It was hard for the mammal to find any leverage here apart from threatening a dismissal. "But why don't you want me to?" Tashinori insisted. As you said, I checked his background and he has not a single connection with you. I am merely saving both of us time. That boy will never accept one for all, and you going against this fact is just pointless. Tashinori coughed once more, bowing his head down. Very well then, he said. Nedzu smiled. He could sense that his teacher meant it. But it did not mean he wasn't going to try something in the future. I'll need to keep an eye out for him, Nedzu thought. Then this concludes our meeting. Tashinori, you are dismissed. He took a sip of his tea. Care for some tea for the way? No thank you, Nedzu, Yagi said with a short bow. As the number 1 hero made his way to the elevator, he once again went over his plan. Since he couldn't disobey orders from Nedzu, thus risking his position at UA as the HPSC hadn't been able to secure him in case of rightful termination, he wouldn't offer it to Izuku. Instead, he would challenge the boy to his limits at every chance he could get. Both training him up, as his currently weak body wouldn't survive one for all, and proving to the teen that he needed to get better. Then his student would come looking for help and Yagi would have the leverage to make Nedzu rescind his order. Bingo! I'm such a genius, Yagi told himself. Though the current world needed many pillars to keep it upright, it proved to need a bigger one at the center, and the symbol of peace was that pillar. As such, even if Yagi would need to be unfairly demanding of someone for the first time in his lifetime, he would try his best to turn Izuku into his successor. For the good of the world, All Might thought. If the boy still refused after this first semester, Yagi would leave it be and go for Mirio as was his plan all along. But for now, that third year was a plan B for the number 1 hero. The silence of the hallway was interrupted by the mechanical ding of the elevator as its doors closed. Fumikage could definitely say that he was lost as to what he would be doing for the rest of his first day at the prestigious Dark Shadow. Also, being impatient about something also did not really help things. The shadow had been acting peculiar for some time now, but things seemed to just explode over after last night. The crow-headed teen put his pen down after the channel the two shared was flooded with another wave of doubt from his twin. Dark Shadow, what has been plaguing your heart? He asked, gazing towards the shadow as he studied a notebook from an, probably music-related. It's nothing really, Dark Shadow answered dismissively. Is it about your music? Fumikage asked. Has it not been a good teacher? No, the shadow shouted. His outburst must have been unexpected even by him, as he physically recoiled from the loudness of his statement. The room took a more uneasy atmosphere. Fumikage fully dropped his pen and abandoned the poem he was currently writing and stood up, spreading his arms wide in a clear invitation for a hug. Dark Shadow acquiesced and returned the hug, the sweet reassurance that his twin offered calming him down. Dark Shadow knew that Fumikage hated how volatile he would get, his insecurities being the second most effective trigger for a panic attack, right after his fear of losing himself in the darkness. The shadow tried his hardest to deal with that side of himself, but everything he could muster to control himself seemed to just evaporate once he started to get riled up. He was no fool. He knew his current cycle would continuously degrade his self-esteem and it set him off. But at the end of the day, what could he do? Carry on is what? Dark Shadow sighed, mustering enough confidence to say what was on his mind. Sorry, and's the best in my opinion. It's just that I can't seem to focus on anything related to him since I sang to him. Dark Shadow admitted with a flustered expression. I see, his twin said. Then it is that which causes you trouble. You could always ask him to forget about it. The way Fumikage tried to help Dark Shadow without him even asking made the shadow smile. I already did. He seemed even more flustered now, shadowy feathers puffing not unlike Fumicage's. But then I kinda want to do it again? Focus. Different than when I did it with you, and a part of me is eating itself to do it again. It was Fumicage's turn to smile. Seems they are getting along better than I expected. He noted to himself. If that is the case, we could always go talk to Izuku and right now. The teen proposed. No way I'm singing in public. Dark Shadow retorted. It was awkward enough when I did it to just him. Imagine if someone else heard it. Realization struck the shadow. His size grew a few centimeters by the second, something many would have difficulty noticing. But Fumikage wasn't just anyone. What if Jairu heard it? Fumikage could see that his twin was starting to go down a slippery slope, so he decided to cut him off this dangerous road. Jiru has only stated hearing the guitar. It wouldn't make sense to assume she heard it without her stating it. Dark Shadow visibly shrunk down. Yeah, that makes sense, he said. So what now? Izuku and An didn't tell our class where they were going. It just so happens that I overheard Izuku commenting about a clearing some minutes from our dorm. Fumikage proudly stated. He said it would be a good place to relax after a nice workout. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Dark Shadow surely sounded excited to spend more time with their roommates. In his hurry, Dark Shadow failed to notice one thing that Fumikage did not. The Shadow's broken guitar, previously laid out in a piece of silk atop a small table in Izuku's side of the room, was missing. In its place stood a metal box with a pair of pliers and a spool of metal strings, made especially for Anne's guitars by their mother, as the green-haired teen commented yesterday while they waited for their pizzas. And so the two began their afternoon trek to hunt down Izuku and his companion. The big problem was that Fumikage remembered the other duo talking about the place but did not actually see where it was. As such, they had to go off what little Dark Shadow could see when he extended himself beyond the safety of the treetops. It didn't take long if you took into consideration Ochako's attempts to find Class 1A, but every second spent in direct contact with the setting sun of the afternoon was pure pain for Dark Shadow. The fact that the dimming sunlight emboldened the shadow but then betrayed him whenever he darted upwards again was irritating. Eventually, though, they found their way to the clearing their roommates had talked about. It was framed perfectly in the setting sun, and the crow-headed teen wished he had brought his camera to immortalize the scenery. The trees gave way to a small open space gifted with a calm, small lake and a few big stones that reached about halfway to Fumicage's torso, littering the riverbank. Wild flowers grew unchecked around the place, giving it a mismatch of different colors. Their friends were sitting nearby the calm waters on the dirt ground, Izuku using one of his inky feathers as a knife to chisel away at a piece of log in his hands. The rest of Dark Shadow's prized guitar is laid out across from him in a piece of cloth to divide it from the ground, and was throwing a few pebbles across the calm lake surface, creating small ripples as it skipped 4 times and sunk into the waters. Fumikage decided to break the silence. This place amazes me, Izuku. How did you and An find it? Izuku turned from what he was doing with a smile on his face, and doing the same after he threw the last stone in his claws. Hey, Fumikage. Nice of you to finally join us, Izuku said, making the teen in question raise his eyebrows in question. We talked about this place in secret, but not enough that you didn't hear us. An nodded. We wanted to do some actual training with you guys, but you were taking so long we just did it ourselves. The deer added. Fumikage realized. But why not just tell us this morning then? Izuku looked a little ashamed before he even replied. Ochako kinda ruined our plan too, he said, immediately frowning. Not that she is bad or anything, don't get me wrong. But we meant for this place to be more of a spot for friends, and she seemed the type to take pictures and show it around or just talk about it. I see. So you didn't tell her in fear she'd sell out this place? Dark Shadow asked. Yes. And answered. I'm sure she wouldn't do that if you asked of her. Fumikage brought up. Sure. So next time I'll tell her, but today it is just us, it seems. Izuku joked. I'll show you how to throw stones like a pro, Dark Shadow stated as he scooped up some rocks from the riverbank and went over to the lake. Let's compete in. All right. The deer agreed with matching enthusiasm. And so, the two dashed over to the side of the lake and began throwing stones while Fumikage followed Izuku to the place he'd been occupying. The crow-headed teen sat down on a particularly flat rock while the other teen returned to his spot on the ground. You said you two trained already, Fumikage stated. I must say I'm again surprised by your diligence, even without the standard equipment one would find a gym. Izuku laughed a bit. For some reason Fumikage lightened up a bit with the sounds of his friend, releasing some pent-up nervousness he hadn't noticed until now. I know, most people say that our training is weird. The green-haired teen considered. My training as of now doesn't need that much, just somewhere that has a lot of random obstacles. As for he just needs to regularly check his strength and train his claws to be more dexterous using these. Izuku grabs his bag and opens it for Fumikage to see the contents. Inside are a few more energy bars and a few hand grips plus some calligraphy notebooks with extra pens strewn about the insides. So it makes sense this place would be used. It has a ground randomly littered with stones for Izuku and good enough lighting for him to write down in his notebooks. Fumikage told himself. So cool. Dark Shadow offered. Fascinating, my friend. Fumikage spoke. Izuku nodded, closing up the bag and returning to his previous task of shaping the wood in his lap. Fumikage observed with undivided attention as his friend used the photo he'd been given with the guitar to guide his feather across the surface, shaping the log into a more recognizable, but incomplete, shape. He was also intrigued by the sharpness of that feather. He would even compare it to Hawk's more sharp ones he sometimes used as swords in a fight. It also looked more real than the one the others used back then. Izuku, could you entertain a question of mine? Fumikage asked. Sure. Ask away anything you want, friend. He nodded, pointing to the feather. This looks sharper than the ones you had this morning. Is it perhaps different? Izuku nodded, handing the feather to his friend. It was actually quite soft and didn't even have a sharp edge when Fumikage ran his fingers across it. In a way it is. Minor shapeshift makes it so that I can change shapes and end up like an. I use his more gooey material to create weaker things and reserve the actual animal parts for when it is needed, like the legs at the race. So, is it safe to assume your wings are very powerful? Fumikage asked, thoroughly intrigued by the discovery. Yes, they are, but the fully fledged ones are more for combat. They are the third most powerful part of my body when I shift. Behind what? My claws and something that relates to my horns. That last question still seemed truthful, but it was vaguer than Fumikage expected. Worry not. I won't pressure you for an answer. He promised. Thanks. If he didn't give details, I won't press. Fumikage concluded. Fumikage then handed back Izuku's feather and resumed watching the green head shave off the excess wood from the future neck of Dark Shadow's renewed guitar. The minutes passed quickly as they each did their own thing, a quiet silence only interrupted by the eventual winning cheer from either In or Dark Shadow when they finished a round. This silence that blanketed the two was a comforting one. They didn't even take notice of the encroaching nighttime. The sun was long gone when they noticed it. Seems like a good idea to return now or we'll miss dinner. Izuku said. I agree. The two packed their things. Well, Izuku packed his things and the unfinished guitar piece with the help of Fumikage, who then offered to carry Dark Shadow's guitar back with him. When they were fully ready for the track back, they went over to the other two people by the lake. We are ready to go, guys. Izuku noted. Sure, just wait for this last throw from Dark Shadow and we'll go too. And said as a very focused Dark Shadow prepared to make his final play. The stone launched from his shadowy claws and skipped 2 times before sinking. The shadow whined at the subpar attempt. That's 54 for Ewan. He glumly stated. And 48 for you, Dark Shadow. And reminded. Not that bad actually, you did good. So cheer up. The shadow gained a goofy smile on his face as he hugged the deer. Thanksin. You're the best. He then noticed his outbreak of something. Sorry. I got carried away. It's fine. You'll find that I'm a very touchy person too. The deer reassured. So it'll take more than a hug to make me uncomfortable. Let's go then. Dark Shadow said, blushing quite strongly. In the haste to return to the dormitories, neither Dark Shadow nor Fumikage noticed the inquisitive expression on Izuku's face. Since when are you touchyin'? Izuku asked. Last time someone hugged you, you nearly impaled them in your antlers. Just roll with it, Zu. The deer said. Let's go for another round. Bakugo demanded, getting himself down into position once more. I'm not done yet. Across from him, on the other side of the mat laid out for their training, was a very tired-looking Kirishima. The red-haired boy panted with exhaustion but hardened his skin once again. Bakubro doesn't tire, he thought as his opponent took the first move once again. With a quick right hook followed by an explosive powered punch to the gut, the winded Kirishima was already on the defensive and losing ground at a consistent pace. The hardened boy caught onto Bakugo's next move and swiftly sent one of his hands to catch the incoming attack. The explosive teen recoiled hard as the blowback of his punch was redirected onto him when Kirishima met his move head-on. His arms screamed their displeasure at the careless method he was using his quirk. Having used it for hours now only aggravated the issue. Nevertheless, he dashed into the fray once again, readying himself for a kick while his opponent crossed his arms and dug himself in for the impact. Dai! Bakugo screamed as his leg collided with the target. Come on! Kirishima offered. If Bakugo didn't have access to his late friend's notes on his quirk, he wouldn't have ever had the foresight to use a move like this. Sure, his gauntlets allowed him to store sweat for a big payload in drawn-out fights, but using the sweat naturally accumulated on his legs was a novel idea. And Bakugo had been saving this move for a few rounds now. The strike was strong enough to make the settled dust the two had created lift from the ground, blanketing the entire gym they had reserved with an oppressive veil of soot and smoke. Bakugo huffed out his satisfaction at the grandeur of his immaculate strikes. The teen took a step forward, hoping he could find where Kirishima was thrown to check up on him. He was his roommate after all. Hey Kirishima, where are you? He shouted into the smoke. Here, Kirishima answered from behind where Bakugo stood. That was unnecessary, man. The explosive teen turned to see the sight of his roommate with his gym clothes completely destroyed and hanging from his muscles while his pants were not so torn, having only a few holes here and there. Yes, sorry. There is a specific timing to these attacks that I haven't caught up to yet. He started. Too early and they ain't powerful enough. Too late and they are deadly. Kirishima nervously chuckled at the offhand comment about lethality. Lucky me, I guess. Come on, shitty hair. We did enough for today. Bakugo instructed. The explosive teen was calm on the outside, calmly guiding his roommate around the place, making small talk about their homeroom teacher and expectations for the hero course as they tidied up the used gym. First day already and you are giving it your all, Bakubro. Did Aizawa get to you that hard? Kirishima asked. His roommate, who was folding up their used mat, stopped for a second and seemed to freeze up for a split second. The reaction was gone before the red-haired teen could even blink once. Why, that? Bakugo answered. Sorry, man. Sensitive topic? No. It's just that. I think I sprained my ankle in that last fight. Oh, want me to do some massages on it? Kirishima offered. No, it's good. Just let go, stash away this and we'll go back, okay? At his roommate's nod, Bakugo grabbed the folded-up equipment in both of his hands and carried it to the gym's supply closet. Once inside, and double-checking if the door was closed and locked, the teen unceremoniously dropped the item from his hands and fell down. Bakugo's hands and legs ached from how hard he pushed himself in today's training. His heart was still pumping blood around his veins too fast to be safe for any normal person. The adrenaline coursing through his veins still had to go down as his quirk dictated that it stay strong and steady in his body. Leaning on one of the wooden shelves, the teen looked down at his frame. It had big muscles, trained with perfection and dedication for many days for years, but it still could not handle the stress his quirk posed. Now, Mrs. Bakugo, your son's quirk is perfect for hero work. He may even become the new All Might. A voice the teen remembered as his quirk counselor told him. But your son will need to have a fit body and impeccable cardio to withstand the drawbacks of his quirk. His body will have to have the capacity to endure the strain. Point-blank explosion will cause and process the amounts of adrenaline his body will produce to numb the pain. That man was nothing but a snake. A piece of shit who cared for my quirk and not me as a person, just like everyone at Aldra. Bakugo told himself. The room he found himself in seemed to drop in temperature. Maybe it was the encroaching night, bringing the cold, chilly breeze now that the sun was no longer up in the sky. Or maybe it was the building amount of dread in his body. But then again, that doctor did know more about your quirk than of myself. Bakugo justified. And yet he never cared to ask about you. Never even said sorry for what happened to Izuku. He had an awesome quirk and he had a goal. Just like when he had endured the preferential treatment everyone gave him, he just had to endure this doubt and confusion in his mind for a little longer. His plan when he was a kid was always to finish school as the best of the best. It would make for a cool story. he told himself, but now he had changed his ambition to be the best student you've had since All Might. That goal would have been the first step in his rise to glory, making a name for himself even before he made it out of UA for his first internship. Would have. Now he was here, slumped, overused and smelly gym equipment, his supposed flawless exam with 126 points, one more than what All Might had achieved back in his day, overshadowed by a random F who got Bakugo's hands clenched in spite. The thing he wanted to excel at the most, to be the best at the very top, toppled by someone gifted with a stupidly strong quirk that birthed two people. It wasn't fair to him. He was just one person that had to compete with two at the same time. That greenhead didn't even do anything most of the time, simply pigback ridding all the way until the last minutes of the exam. Bakugo let out a couple of small pops from his hands to release his accumulated sweat. Motherfucker had to come and snatch away my glory. Bakugo internally shouted. And his name is Izuku to boot. Are you playing a joke on me? The explosive teen shouted to the very world. He got up and was about to start tearing up the supply closet. A knock on the door called for his attention. Hey, Bakugo, is everything all right in there? He heard the muffled voice of Kirishima through the door. The explosive teen quickly recomposed himself and hurried to stash away the mat. He then opened the door. Everything's fine, shitty hair. I just couldn't find the right spot. Bakugo improvised. Oh sure. No problem. We heading back? Yes. If Bakugo wasn't mistaken, tomorrow his class would have hero class. The teacher was unknown to him, but he would bet his allowance for this month that the teacher would do something that involved fighting. So he wished with all his luck that he would be pitted against Izuku so that he could show everyone he was the best. Just watch out, you Deku F-. I'll show everyone why you have that flying thing do all your work. The rest of the day went by without anything too noteworthy for Izuku and Ten. They both shared a good meal prepared by Sato and Bakugo and then headed to their room once again for a good soak in the bathtub before going to sleep. And couldn't get the constant weird look he kept getting from the ash blonde during dinner, but that was thoroughly overshadowed by a growing sense of wonder when the deer thought about his friend Dark Shadow. Somewhere deep inside him, a small seed of instincts gently tucked away by him was unraveling, bringing forth a few instincts that felt both natural and alien for and back to the surface of his mind. For now, he would just fight back against these urges to protect and care for the shadowy being. He didn't want to appear as weird to his friend at the end of the day. Now as he laid out next to Izuku, taking a good last look around the waking world, and couldn't help the soft smile he gave when he thought about his plans for the next music lesson he had planned for Dark Shadow. Tomorrow I'll ask him about that next session. He yawned in his mind. I'll go to sleep for now. Once morning had come around for the second day of Izuku had finally rested a good amount, yesterday's night proving not enough to solely support himself and his companion without the help of energetic food and drinks. Izuku cast a quick glance at his roommate and saw he was still sleeping. He would have to really quiet while dressing. Maybe I can dress outside the room, he thought. Absolutely not. Just use the bathroom. And reprimanded. Good to see you awake, and Izuku greeted. Good to see you rested up as well, Zu. And responded. We have hero class today, we needed this sleep to impress. My thoughts precisely. The green-haired teen set off to change into his school attire. He entered his closet and rummaged around the inside of it before getting on with his dressing. Using his spirit sight to see in the absolute darkness of the closet was a good thing, as the suitcase he had been searching for was tucked away carefully at the back of the small space, behind his city clothes and some knickknacks he didn't have a good place for in his area of the room. Izuku brought out the pack, opening it to reveal a smaller pack which stored his attire for hero work, made by M's personal tailor and longtime friend of hers, and a metal box with a padlock locking it shut. He smiled as he ran a finger across the smooth metal. Inside he knew his sensei had packed a few things for emergencies he might find himself in. From his spot in the closet, Izuku could hear that Fumicage's bedside alarm started to beep, and after a few seconds it stopped. He now knew that his roommate was awake. Have Izuku and An left already, Dark Shadow? The muffled voice of Fumicage could be heard. Maybe he's certainly not on his bed. The shadow replied. All right, at least this time we are on time. Fumicage replied. Izuku went over to the door of the closet, which had small holes throughout it so as to let in more air into the closet. Once he did though, he almost fell backwards in surprise. Outside the room, Fumikage had decided to fully undress in the middle of the open, which just so happened to be right in front of Izuku's closet door. The teen could feel the heat of his blush before it even appeared on his face. He had just seen his roommate completely in the ND. He could feel his mind grinding to a halt at that point, so he did what he usually did in times like this. He looked at Anduum for reassurance. And was that not a mistake in hindsight? The floating deer had the biggest sheet-eating grin Izuku had seen in a while. "See something you like, Zoo?" he said with a wiggle of his non-existent eyebrows. The guy looks thin as a leaf, but he got his upsides. "Shut up," Izuku pleaded, face heating up even more as images flashed across his mind. "Maha," and laughed with pure glee. "Oh, but that just won't do. You teased me and now I tease you." "It's not like that," Izuku reasoned. "I don't have a crush on him. Your heartbeat betrays that notion." And deadpanned. "Of course, I've just seen him naked." "Fair enough, I guess. But watch out, love police officer and ain't going nowhere." The deer threatened? After their little incident, Izuku quickly finished dressing up and headed straight to the bathroom to finish his morning routine. He entered and with the help of a more calm Anduum brushed his teeth and cared for his antlers in just a couple of minutes. Once he got out of the room, he sneaked past a Fumikage and Dark Shadow waiting for their elevator and headed for the staircase. He could hear the ding of the elevator door closing once he reached the fireproof door the stairs had, and with a sigh, he morphed his legs and dashed down the set of steps along his path. Izuku was grateful he had just enough time to exit the stairs and dash into the men's bathroom from the common area before Fumikage arrived. He watched with his spirit sight as the elevator finished its descent and the occupants exited it before he too exited the stall he was inside. "Good morning, Fumikage," he greeted. "Izuku. It's nice to see you so awake in the morning," Fumikage said with no small amount of confusion once he saw how ecstatic his friend was. "Hey Izu." "Hey," and Dark Shadow chirped. "Good morning, Izuku." Both Ida, who was finishing making an orange juice, and Ochako, who was eating cereal, greeted. "I guess we'll be going together this time around," Ida assumed. Either way, it's nice to see that others also care about waking up at a reasonable hour before class. His reasonable hour is 1 full hour earlier? And questioned. "He's kinda like him way, Zoo." "On that aspect, I agree," Izuku said. The four of them proceeded to make their own versions of breakfast, or finish in the case of Ida and Ochako. Fumikage just got some apples and a coffee cup while Izuku made himself a bowl of cereal with some extra fruits for the voyage. It was a nice gesture by the two classmates that had already finished their own breakfast to wait for Izuku and Fumikage to finish their own. Once everyone had finished and cleaned what they used, Ida spoke up. "We should get going. Class starts in 30 minutes. He shouted, waving his arms in a stiff manner some had already associated with his strict and, thanks to Izuku, knightly nature. By the time others were beginning to come down the stairs or the elevator, the four of them were already gone. Izuku in special had his small briefcase clutched in his hands. The rest of the morning went by without much of anything happening. Izuku and his classmates arrived at their classroom with more than 10 minutes to spare thanks to Ida's antics. They sat back on their previously assigned seats and patiently waited for their school day to begin. Izuku would have to admit that it was quite a bit boring having to sit through subjects he had already been taught by others, such as science and physics, taught by Snipe, plus math with ectoplasm. The fact that Midnight and Cementos gave classes on modern art and literature, respectively, did bring a smile to the more artistic side of Izuku and Fumikage. While most of the class looked just about ready to faint in their seats as Midnight began to wrap up her class, Izuku was busy sketching up ideas about a new painting the pro hero had inspired him to make. His planning was interrupted when the bell signified the end of the morning classes. Fumikage stood up from his seat and beckoned his roommate to follow. Izuku happily complied, but not before bowing to his teacher. "Thank you for this class, Midnight," he said, and in an instant, he garnered the attention of the pro hero. "Your class has inspired me to paint a new piece." Nemuri's training and general desensitization to shame were the only things that saved her from blushing at the comment. "Oh, hush you," she replied. "I'm just doing my job." Izuku nodded and walked out the door. "I'll keep an eye on that kid. He seems interesting enough," she said to herself. Not in the least bit confused, no sir. People usually find my class boring. Outside in the hallway, the green-haired teen was pleasantly surprised to see that his inner circle, as Ochako had joked on the way here, were patiently waiting for him. "Oh, thanks for waiting, guys." Izuku thanked. Ida made a gesture for them to move out. "It is the least we can do for a friend," he loudly proclaimed, waving his hands robotically. "It is also very honorable of you to thank our teachers." With that, the group made their way to the slowly filling cafeteria. Luckily, finding an empty table was rather easy, seeing as most of the other classes were just arriving now. The waiting line for food was another story. Most people had gone straight to it once they arrived, so it was huge. More than 100 students for sure. Even still, Lunch Rush, the cafeteria's employee, made quick work of serving the hungry students. Once at the table, the 4 students made quick work of their meals while Dark Shadow and were off to the side in their own private chat. "I liked our music lesson and," Dark Shadow confessed. "We'll be having another one, yes?" And nodded. "Yep. We just need a time and date. My next lesson will need more planning than our first one," he said. The shadow looked sheepish at the comment. "Yeah, sorry about that," he glumly said. He then received another bop in the head from a livid and Dark Shadow still didn't get how En's moods shifted so fast at times. "None of that. You can't blame yourself for your fears. How about the day after tomorrow for class?" the shadow proposed. That succeeded in calming down the deer. "Works for me," he stated. The rest of lunch break passed by rather quickly and the group returned to their classroom. Before the 4 of them even arrived at their classroom, Izuku was already picking up his pace with a frown on his face, and following silently behind him. In response to the faster steps, the others began to pick up their own paces to follow him, almost completely consumed by curiosity at the sudden shift in mood. Izuku's enhanced vision made him catch 2 people red-handed trying to open their briefcase which he left beneath his desk during lunch. "Should have brought it with me," he commented. "Not like they can hope to open it," and pointed out. "I agree." The door to the room flung open with more force than necessary, eliciting a scream from the 2 people inside the room. A very displeased Izuku strode into the room and towards his desk. Atop it laid his briefcase flanked by a spooked Kaminari and Ishido. "What doing?" he said. Kaminari seemed to freeze up while Ishido opened her mouth to talk but closed it again. "And nothing, man. Someone left this here and we wanted to look inside to see who it belongs to," the boy explained. It was at this time that Ida, Ochako and Fumikage entered the room. Ida marched up to the 2 boys with a confident stride. "Kaminari, please refrain from trying to look into others' things." He then turned to Izuku. "And Izuku, please refrain from lashing out at others." Ishido seemed to slink away from the tense conversation when no one was looking, heading over to Ochako. "Your boyfriend seems a bit hot-headed today," she commented in a hushed tone. "He values what is inside that briefcase very much," she explained. Ishido was expecting Ochako to get red as a tomato at the boyfriend comment. But as it was, she was much more committed to the conversation the boys were having. "Is that so?" Ishido asked. "It's not my place to explain in detail, but what's inside that case is the dying gift of a friend of his mother." "Oh shit," Ishido realized. On the other side of the room, Ida had managed to defuse the possible bomb that was Izuku at that moment. He knew of the significance of his attire inside the briefcase and helped mediate the explanation. "My bad, man. I won't touch it again," Kaminari offered. "We too must apologize," Izuku said, motioning to his companion. "You were doing something nice and we blew up in your face." "No biggies, man. I should have thought about the afternoon classes we will be having today and that people may leave things in the classroom," he concluded. And so they began to make more light-hearted talk until the first bell rang out. The class was in full discussion, The topic of who was to be their teacher for heroic classes was eating away at their minds. Udata had proclaimed that the hero would be someone of high standing, meaning someone in the top 100 for sure and maybe someone from the top 50 or top. Currently the most possible guesses were either Mirko or Ryukyu. Both were high-ranking and wouldn't appreciate the extra fanfare they would inevitably get for teaching at Udata, so it made sense that the school would keep their contracts on the down low. Everyone was still debating when the ground of the class shook in a rhythm that matched steps. Izuku slapped his forehead while the class looked simultaneously apprehensive and excited. "I am coming in. Like a normal person," was the only thing the teens got as a warning before the door to their classroom opened and the imposing figure of All Might entered the classroom. It took less than a second for the class to erupt in awed and happy screams and shouting. "All Might is our teacher? Manly! No way! Is this real? Haha." The booming laughter of the number one hero quieted down the classroom. It is good to see that the next generation is this lively. The teens smiled at the comment. "Now, for our first class, we'll be doing," he fished a small plaque from beneath the podium. "Battle training." Izuku once again witnessed the class erupt in chatter, but what really caught his attention was Bakugo. The boy was glancing at Izuku with a pleased grin on his face. "Concerning," and noted from his spot behind Izuku's neck. "Maybe," Izuku agreed. "But as many of you may know, heroes need their costumes." All Might punched a button on the classroom's controller, opening a set of shelves that contained 18 cases along the walls. "So get your costumes and head to ground beta." People rushed to get their own cases while Izuku simply stood up and grabbed his from beneath the desk. He made his way to the door and was soon joined by Fumikage and Dark Shadow carrying his case. "Let's go, friend," the crow-headed teen said. "Absolutely," and said, materializing his body to accompany them. "Finally a true fight." The deer thanked. Izuku responded. In the changing rooms, Izuku couldn't keep himself from analyzing the other costumes. There were people with more complicated designs, such as Ida's full set of armor and Bakugo's support equipment. There were also more simpler ones like Ojiro's simple cloth suit or Kirishima's that only had shoulder guards and trousers with a pair of sturdy boots. But if you asked both Izuku or An, the one that won the title of best costume would be Fumikage's. A simple black attire with a cape made it easy to maneuver while still providing support for his quirk with the shadow the cape created. The green-haired teen set down his briefcase on a bench near the far side of the room and poked his thumbs on the small needles at either side of the handle. The needles drew blood from his fingers and soon after it opened itself to its owner. Izuku's was similar in such ways, but better made, he guessed. He wore a padded button-up shirt and boxers underneath that offered the last line of protection with its Kevlar-lined thread that their late tailor's Quirk allowed her to weave. A top that was a slightly baggy, beige-green vest with golden threads and buttons and fur that jutted out from the neck hole to cover the entirety of Izuku's neck. And wouldn't admit it, but the extra fur was his idea since he wanted a plush place to stay while linked up to his partner for the longest of times, and Suzuki was pleased to deliver it so. To finish the costume, Izuku wore a pair of blue reinforced pants, with golden lines that weaved around the flexible gap down the middle of the fabric that went all the way to his boots. The upper part of his attire was the masterpiece of their tailor, having complete resistance to anything temperature-related and electricity while being able to fully regenerate itself in case of damage that toppled the Kevlar woven in for protection. "We'll honor your work, Suzuki-sensei," Izuku proclaimed. "We'll show them how good your works are," and proclaimed afterwards. The pair closed up their case with one hand each before turning to wait for Fumikage to finish putting on his own costume by the door that led to ground beta. "You guys look cool," Dark Shadow said as his twin made his way over. "I like the fluff. Looks comfy." "We are ready, Izuku," Fumikage said after securing his jet black cape. "Then let's not keep All Might waiting," Izuku responded. The two roommates were among the first ones to exit the changing rooms and had to wait by the hulking figure of All Might as he read some type of pamphlet. He also looked a bit surprised to see them outside so fast. Izuku guessed it to be some sort of guide for the upcoming class. "Doesn't he know what he's supposed to do?" An asked, completely puzzled by the topic. "It's his first year. He can't be expected to know everything like it's second nature. Izuku reasoned. It took nearly 10 minutes for the rest of class to arrive, and once they did, Izuku nearly fell over in shock as some of the girls exited with heels. The teen shivered in fear as his mind imagined how their sensei would react to this little part of their costumes. In short, they were lucky to not have her as their teacher. They say that the costume makes the hero. All Might started getting the attention of his class. And you young ones certainly look the part. The teens shared a few smiles at the comment before they quieted down to listen to their teacher's explanation. Today we will be doing a simulation where 2 teams of 2 will play out a standard inside combat scenario. Villains have timed a nuclear device to blow up, and the heroes have to stop them before 15 minutes pass. He summarized. The teams will be split into villains that must guard this here fake bomb or capture the heroes, and hero teams that must capture the bomb or the villains in the allowed 10 minutes maximum. He gestured to the clearly fake bomb and a collection of capture tapes. Ida raised his hand to ask a question. Keep your questions for later, young Ida. All Might said. Ida nodded, and the hero brought out a ballot box. Villains will also win if the timer runs out. Before a match begins, heroes will have 5 minutes to scope out the area and plan using the building schematics, while the villains have the same amount of time to hide the target and set their field. Everyone seemed happy with the explanation except for the blue-haired teen. He got his turn to ask his question shortly after. All Might Sensei, our class only has 19 students. What about the last person? Will someone else go twice? He asked rapidly. Yes, good question, young Ida. One of your classmates will have to go against their opponents on their own. All Might said, pointedly looking at Yaoyorozu and Izuku in particular. For now, let's draw your teams. And with that, one by one people were paired up. Izuku got the ball for Team G, alongside Todoroki, who for his part, looked absolutely bored and bothered to be working with someone else. Izuku didn't have many experiences with the teen, seeing as he was rather quiet and distant and didn't go to the meet and greet a couple of days prior. The teen was yanked out of his thoughts when he heard his team being called upon. Izuku saw they were the hero team against Team B, Fumikage and Bakugo. For this match, I would like to change up the setting a bit. All Might said as the 4 gathered teens listened with varying degrees of attention. Seeing as Izuku has an as support and they came in first place on the entrance exams, I thought it best to have him go up alone. So me and Bird head against him? Bakugo asked with a gleeful expression. You, Tokoyami and Todoroki versus Izuku. The hero stated. The rest of the class who were in the process of going to the observation area turned so fast it must have hurt at least one of them. What? Shiro asked. Sensei, that may very well end in a one-sided fight. Ida protested. For his part, Izuku simply squared up and gazed into the pitch-black part of the ever-smiling hero's face where his eyes would be. He didn't need to use his emotion sensing to see that something was afoot here, but nevertheless, he sighed. Now, I understand that this may be too much to ask of you, Izudash, All Might said, half regretting deciding to start out his plans in such a drastic manner. His backtracking was cut short by a nod from the green-haired teen. I accept, he said. Me too. And said. All Might's grin returned with full force. He will be such a good successor. Very well, young Izuku. You 3 get going, we have a class to teach, he said, striking an over-the-top pose while flexing his arms. Let's get to planning, and Izuku said as he accepted the blueprints from their teacher. Looks like you'll have your true fight. Hell yeah, the deer shouted in their shared bond. The rest of the students reluctantly followed All Might to the observation room, many of them muttering apologies and prayers for his safety. He was going against the top recommendation student, second place on the entrance exam, and Dark Shadow after all. The hero may enter the building. All Might instructed over the earpiece. Izuku didn't need to hear it twice. Creating his usual pair of animalistic legs, he dashed into the building. He searched for the stair using his sight before making a run for it, stopping for a few moments to scope out where his opponents were. He couldn't help the grin he made once he saw everything going according to his plan. Todoroki was placed with the bomb on the 3rd floor, He probably was their last line of defense, seeing as he couldn't just blindly freeze the place with his team out and about. Tokoyami was waiting near the bomb but not as close as the silent teen. And Bakugo was loudly blasting his towards the entrance and shouting insults about him. "We'll show him." And promised. First step in their plan was to abuse Tokoyami's weakness to dark by cutting 0ff the building's lights at the central breaker in the basement. As such, he walked downwards using the stairs. With his sight, he could see Bakugo was getting nearer. Izuku looked at the room he found himself in. The building chosen for his training was a recreation of a small hotel with a boiler room in the basement. "You think the blondie will fall for this?" And asked. "His current demeanor tells me he will." Izuku reassured. The green-haired teen made his way to the other side of the room and patiently waited for his first query to arrive. Unformed his body and stood alert by the boy's side. "Now or never," he murmured. Explosions coming from behind the stairwell's door alerted the duo to Bakugo's arrival. "Dai!" they heard clearly from behind the door. Soon enough the door blew off its hinges, skidding to a stop at Izuku's feet. Bakugo didn't waste a second, immediately propelling himself forward with a big right hook at the deer. The decision surprised the hero duo, but they didn't let it show. "Come here, Beach!" the explosive teen shouted when in simply sidestepped the horrendously telegraphed move. "Then come at me properly!" Unquipped, and Bakugo turned back to face the deer. Izuku took his chance and made a run for his opponent when he was distracted, kicking him with restrained force into one of the steam pipes in the room. The impact rang out across the space, and when the explosive teen propelled himself at Izuku, he heard an tisk in his mind. "Pipes still sealed." He complained. "I got it in." His partner answered, leaving a gaping opening in his next attack deliberately. This time the right hook Bakugo planned for hit his mark, almost too easily, blowing the useless piece of sheet back where he was previously pinned. This time, though, the pipe didn't resist the impact, breaking and releasing a constant stream of hot air into the room. He grabbed the greenhead's costume and lifted him from the broken machinery. "How does it feel now, you Deku F-?" he roared. He wanted to say more, but a ram from the beast guy made him release the other teen in order to dodge. "Think I'm so slow?" he screamed when his explosion landed on the deer. Anne's body rippled and some parts of his body ejected themselves on the opposite side of the impact, painting part of the walls a sickly black color. That almost hurt, and mocked. The previously expelled bodily mass began to drift towards the beast. His size grew and he could feel his instincts taking this fight more seriously. "Come on then, Bakugo. Show me your hero potential." "F you," Bakugo responded. The explosive teen reeled his arms back, one for each of his opponents. Yes, he saw Deku trying to sneak around his sight. And even with all this vapor he still managed to get caught. Bakugo commented. "Truly a useless Deku." With a crackle louder than he anticipated, the room lit up with the bright light that always came before his explosions. The following shockwave rocked the entire building to its core. Some of the leftover force could be felt from the observation room a few blocks away. The setting dust gave way to the extreme heat and steam created by the boilers in the room. His attack had destroyed most of the piping, but Bakugo had still refrained from going for the two boilers themselves, as the destruction may penalize him. His earpiece crackled. "Bakugo, use an attack of that scale again and you are out." All Might reprimanded. "One more and I'm out?" he thought. "Does this mean that his mouth set on its own, that I'm still here?" "Yes." The voice of Izuku answered from the smoke. "Come out here and fight, you coward," Bakugo demanded. "As you wish." And said. The explosive teen got to see a single green eye staring at him through the steam for a split second before it moved. The form of the duo burst through the smoke. Izuku's clothes were in the process of mending themselves and looked perfectly normal. "How the F-?" Bakugo screamed to himself. He sidestepped the enlarged claws of Anduum but got hit with a chop in his left elbow. Bakugo used one of his explosions to push Deku away with his right hand. The explosion once again came out much stronger than he planned, creating a backlash that stung throughout his entire arm. With another double assault, he was forced to blow himself back out of striking distance. Same result. He could feel his muscles starting to ache, but he paid it no mind. In his stupor, another hit struck the same spot on the other shoulder. Pain flared up as his right arm was the one most used with his quirk. He dodged another blow and took a leap back. His mind had finally caught up. The Deku and his beast were using this room deliberately from the start. They had just lured him into a trap made to humiliate him. The heat made him sweat more, and so he created more powerful explosions, which then hurt him and made his body pump adrenaline into his system, then making him more impulsive, which made him more prone to using his quirk. It would go on until his arms fell off. Bakugo looked into the cameras spread across the room. No doubt they had some type of technology to see through the thick, hot smoke, which meant that his humiliating defeat would be televised to everyone in the class. This was a joke from the start, huh? He roared. A pun made to make fun of me, huh? From the other side of the smoky curtain, Izuku and Anduum shared a concerned look. He's reaching for his gauntlets. Izuku supplied. Which one, Zu? And asked. Both. A shout crossed the divide once again. Then I'll show you a joke. Bakugo roared. Izuku, we need to, if Anduum tried to say. Izuku knew what they needed to do. Not from the warning, no. His hands were already reaching over to Anne's skull even before the deer spoke. No, he was working based on something more precise. Instinct and nature. The brightness of the room increased rapidly as the mechanical gauntlets worked their magic. The ensuing explosion truly rocked the building. Bakugo could hear when his arms gave out and broke violently under the pressure, only part of his attack going forwards while the rest recoiled into the ceiling, making it crack open up to the 4th floor of the building by the looks of it. Bakugo himself recoiled through the open doorway into the stairwell. His vision swam and his ears were filled with this horrible droning noise. The world seemed so distant and feeble, and the room seemed to have ignited if the smoke exiting the doorway was anything to go by. Bakugo, come in. Bakugo, come in. His teacher spoke over the earpiece, but his attention was solely locked on another thing. From the destroyed basement, black smoke bellowed out like a doorway into hell itself. And from it he heard a low chuckle. It seemed entirely pleased with itself when the noise emanated. His mind was suddenly filled with pure dread. It crawled its way from his body all the way into his terrified mind. He tried to stand up using his weak, but functional, legs, and yet his body didn't respond. Bakugo tried to once again stand, but it seemed that his body was latched onto the ground and resistance only increased the weight atop him. It was then that his eyes locked onto 4 glowing radioactive green eyes from inside the still smoking room. They were placed in 2 rows in a perfectly aligned position atop one another, and he feared a villain had entered the school. And yet what exited that inferno was a very bruised Izuku and a smaller, but still imposing Anduum. How? Bakugo whimpered. Do you give up? Izuku questioned with an absolutely neutral face. The torn piece of cloth covering his eyes slowly rebuilt itself, but Bakugo could still see the oppressive aura Izuku gave off with his look alone. The explosive teen looked surprised. Did the Deku think he could still fight? He took a steadying breath. I do, he said. Bakugo has been eliminated. All Might hesitantly said over the comms. Izuku and Anduum, are you still capable of fighting? Yes. Izuku answered with his finger on his right ear. The teen's bruises seemed to hastily heal themselves and the clothes mend themselves. Bakugo didn't even have time to process this as his consciousness slipped and he was carried into the vast emptiness of a coma. From his spot, the hero duo shared a glance and seemed to agree on something. Over the last cameras near the explosion area, the rest of the class witnessed Izuku remove the broken gauntlets and carry the unconscious student to the front door. The fight was not going as Izuku planned. Well, what plan ever held itself through combat? But he had the fact that the fuse box was obliterated by Bakugo, so the lights to the building were now dark. This meant that even with their minor slip-up, they were still golden for their original plan. Next up on their list was Tokoyami, who was now looking around more desperately. The bomb is far from any windows due to our wings. Izuku initiated. So if Tokoyami goes to a lit room, he won't be able to help in defending. And finished. Jeppa. Both said at the same time. Toshinori was quite shocked when the explosion rang out. All of the room's cameras were torn to shreds and he feared for the worst. He might have just lost his perfect successor. Bakugo, come in. Bakugo, come in. He demanded over his communicator. Silence still persisted from the other end of the line, and All Might was a hair's away from rushing over there at the speed of light to check on his students when a whimper was heard from the earpiece. He switched to the nearest camera, that being one positioned at the stairwell. WW. He once again heard. It was Bakugo and he looked worst for wear but definitely alive. His successor then appeared unscathed out of the blast zone and proceeded to carry the unconscious Bakugo to the front door. Such a powerful successor. Toshinori gushed in his head. Once that was over with, All Might called UA's medical bots to collect Bakugo's unconscious body. Izuku did not waste his time, immediately running out of the camera's view with his servine legs. The once quiet room was laced with hushed talk, some of it more neutral and some more fearful. But none were optimistically speaking like when the two first engaged each other. Teaching is so hard. Toshinori lamented. All Might. A voice called out. With a press of the mute button, the cameras stopped capturing sounds. The hero turned to see that Siro and Sato had both taken a step forward and had nervous looks on their faces. We think you should stop the exercise, Sato said. All Might nodded. It may be so, but I cannot deny young Tokoyami and Todoroki their go. He argued. About that? I remember that Dark Shadow tends to get aggressive in the dark, Siro commented. I remember from exam day he got agitated in just penumbra. Is that so? The number one hero asked. If things get out of hand again, I will stop the exercise. His promise seemed to reassure the two students, who backed into the rest of the class. Show me more, Izuku. All Might thought, too enthralled by the obvious combat experience the teen displayed. Izuku arrived at the floor of the bomb but could hear the arguing Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were in the middle of from a whole floor below. No. Dark Shadow, you will not crush Todoroki. Tokoyami shouted. With the arguing plus his sight as a guide, Izuku was able to guide himself and by extension to the hallway outside the bomb room. I will. You heard what he will do to our friends if they win against us. Dark Shadow retorted. I won't allow him to hurt him. The loyalty the Shadow demonstrated brought a smile to both heroes' faces. Hurt who? Me. And joked, poking his head from the corner of the adjacent room. Their soon-to-be combat area was pitch black if not for the faint rays of sunlight that came in through the slightly ajar doors. When Tokoyami and his Quirk heard the voice, the effect was immediate. The crow-headed teen got himself into position, his cape discarded as the darkness was already enough. He seemed to try and command Dark Shadow, but the Shadow just roared loudly before rushing Izuku. Keep out of this and... he threatened. I don't want to hurt you. There was a split second where Izuku made eye contact with Enduum. Using his deft hands, the teen threw his capture tape to the deer. Go for Tokoyami. I'll delay Dark Shadow. Izuku commanded. Gladly. With a slide to the left, the green-haired teen smashed a door open and entered one of the empty side rooms. Dark Shadow busted into the room through the door, smashing it to pieces. Just lose already, he roared. Izuku locked his eyes with the Shadow, his enlarged red eyes contrasting the dark interior. He crouched down and touched the floor with one of his hands. The first strike would come as a surprise for most, as the Shadow's body meshed perfectly with the environment around him, but a noticeable gust of wind alerted Izuku to the attack on his back. His reaction was to push himself away from the danger zone using his 3 limbs, and soon 4 large gashes marked the floor where he previously was. His hand landed and another attack came, and he repeated his previous actions. He always knew where he could dodge next with this sort of combat. Thought him. Your hands will tell you the current position of your body. So use them. Her voice shouted in his head. And so he did, dodging a progressively irate Dark Shadow until the Shadow just froze before hurrying out of the room. What? On the other side of the wall, Enduum was on the winning hand against his opponent. Tokoyami didn't appear to have any formal training, making Dark Shadow his only line of defense. And right now, with the Shadow focused on someone else, he had the teen in his hands. Izuku would love training him himself. And told himself. The fight was quick and brutal, with the deer rapidly flying towards his target. He tried to use the capture tape against Anduum like he was some sort of bull, and he was punished. Accordingly, with a dodge followed by a tackle with his horns, he had his opponent at his mercy. I surrender," Tokoyami stated as he was about to be tied up. The earpiece once again crackled to life. With 2 minutes left, Tokoyami has been captured. All Might confirmed. Suddenly a very desperate dark shadow burst into their hallway and ran at the two of them. He continuously gained size and desperation along his sprint. Once near the pair, he expanded his form and draped himself over them as a sudden drop in temperature was the only indication of the frozen tsunami that invaded the entire place. The frost solidified and froze over everything in view, including Tokoyami's boots, leaving him tied to the ground. Anduum could feel his body becoming more stiff and unresponsive as the cold took its toll on his mostly liquid form. "Well done, but I fear I must claim the victory," came the monotone voice of Todoroki as he exited the frozen doorway in his two-piece suit. "Just stand there until I find Izuku." With his statement, Dark Shadow unwrapped himself from the pair and all but threw himself at a surprised Todoroki. "You've unfreeze Tokoyami right now," the shadow demanded. "Just hold on. I must first finish this exercise," the other teen said. From his place and could feel his body slightly start to unfreeze with the heat of his amorphous body. Todoroki was just about to get to him when he felt a gentle tug on his mind, something only Izuku tended to do when there wasn't time to talk. Anduum cracked a smile as his body kick-started itself into overdrive when he moved. With a single powerful cut, he hoped to finish this whole fight but was ultimately blocked by an ice dome that formed around the suited teen. "Foolish," Todoroki admonished. "I'll just finish you off now." The teen started to focus a lot of his energy on his hand for a big glacier strike while the deer readied himself for a headbutt. "Then come on," and screamed. When he was about to connect his strike into the waiting palm of his opponent, there was a loud buzzer. "Finish. Izuku has captured the bomb with less than 30 seconds on the clock." All Might congratulated. "Hero team is victorious. Thank you for the distraction," Izuku said over their bond. "Sorry for using you as bait on the last bits. We won thanks to you in the end," Anduum reassured. "Plus, you know I will always offer to be a distraction for Yuzu." "Thanks. You're the best," and Izuku thanked from the slowly melting doorway to the bomb room. His body was almost fully covered by frost and he looked cold as all hell right now. "I know, Zu. Now let's get Fumikage out of here and to the infirmary," the deer ordered with a smile. "I'd be appreciated, my friend," Fumikage said from his spot frozen to the concrete flooring. "I'll help," Dark Shadow loudly proclaimed, slashing the ice at his twin's feet with a single swipe. "It does sound like you have the plan pretty thought out," Howl complimented. "But I still say it'll go down in flames double quick." At the other side of the table, Tamura started to scratch his neck with more intensely. The two had been going on about how the plans that Tamura had made would go down, and the gray-haired man had to admit there was a logic inside this madman's plans. "It still won't do shit," he thought to himself. "I told you, old man. This plan is to draw out the main target." The teen reasoned. "Killing the kids or actually winning isn't the end goal. I want to kill All Might. Simple." Howl barked out a laugh after another sip of his drink. In his years of illegal business, he saw every stereotype of idiots in the book, but that didn't even get close to the possible suicide mission this arrogant boy had in mind. Infiltrating Utopia, the best hero school in the country, and kill All Might, a man powerful enough to end the reign of a centenary quirk thief? Seriously, what is All for One doing to this kid? He complained. It's all wrong. An ego big enough to rival Mars and the maturity of a 6-year-old? The notion that Tamura as he is right now would be the next king of the underground was just depressing. Though right now it was best to just nod along and play his games for a little longer. Soon he would get his chance. "I envy the excitement of youth," he stated. "Fine, let's go with what we have here. Now what about the schedule?" Tamura let himself faintly smile, something that you never did in his world, but right now he didn't care. He was starting to get his point across to his new trainer, and he still didn't even tell him about the first part of his plans. He leaned back into his chair and fished out his phone, showing the other men the photo of the Utopia gate while it was closed from an incident a few years ago. I'll dust this gate and then TP inside with Kurogiri. Get a picture from a computer or a sheet of paper and dip. He explained. Howl smiled back at him, showing his sharp, inhuman canines. Good plan. Is there anything else you want to talk about? That was a good question, and now that Tamura thought about it, he hadn't seen or talked to his new muscle, Harvester, or some sheet. I want you to put me in contact with that guy. Harvester that you talked about. He demanded with a determined face. I'm not letting some random NPC into my party if I don't even know him. Fair. But I must say that if you wish to talk to him, you can just open your mouth and do it. Howl joked. Is he here? Tamura asked. The older man pointed to a spot on the corner of the wall that had a crack in it. It wasn't even larger than the palm of his hand. He's right over there, he said in full seriousness. You can come out now, my servant. Nothing happened. Tamura was about to complain that maybe his teacher had won too many drinks and was out of it when he felt a shiver run down his spine. On instinct, he turned around, removing his special gloves. What he saw made him almost recoil as a sharp piece of metal resembling a spider's appeared in front of his face. Tamura tried to say something, but the cold edge of the blade made him reconsider. It looked as if a single soft movement from his throat could make it pierce his flesh. Stand down, Harvester. The blade immediately retracted and the presence invading his senses lessened. Tamura here is my new apprentice, and for now he is also your boss. You are to obey him until second order. That last part was said directly to Tamura, almost like a threat. After the explanation, Harvester's demeanor changed completely. He kneeled down and bowed to Tamura, who couldn't keep himself from smiling yet. Again. Looks kinda like a Nomu. Tamura commented. Rest assured I'm not a mindless puppet. The villain said, surprising Tamura. This will be fun to watch. Howl thought. After their fight, Izuku and Fumikage were granted a leave from the rest of class by All Might to go check up for possible injuries past their impromptu freezing. The crow-headed teen kept insisting that he was fine and could walk perfectly to the infirmary without assistance. His limbs said otherwise, so Izuku instinctively hoisted his friend over his shoulder and carried him. At first he expected a bit of struggle, but that never came. Instead he used his sight just to see that Fumikage had his feathers so puffed up that he looked like a small feather pillow. Izuku's face heated up and he dropped the other teen. I'm so sorry, Fumikage. I didn't think before acting. Izuku scolded himself. It's fine, Izuku. I kinda prefer it now, Fumikage muttered when he tried to take a step forward, but his feet ached slightly. Okay then, Izuku said with a dopey smile. He once again picked up the teen and carried him on their way. He did get a lot of weird looks from the students out and about the hallways before they got to the infirmary, but the green-haired teen couldn't care less about it since right now he was carrying his roommate. Izuku wanted to be a hero, and heroes always helped others in need after all, right? You know that's a shoddy excuse, don't you, Zoo? And commented in a bored tone. You can just admit it, especially now with our instincts going. I know. And I will deal with them once we sort this out. He pointed to Fumikage with his eyes. Once they got to the white sliding door that led to the infirmary wing of you, Izuku shuddered with an inkling of fear as he felt the anger radiating of someone. Was it Bakugo? Had he already woken up and was looking for a fight? What he saw when he pushed the door open was the small healer from the entrance exam that helped them heal Ochako. Recovery Girl was her hero name if his memory wasn't mistaken. The old lady turned from her spot in front of the only bed with its curtains currently closed out of the dozens inside her clinic. Her cold, displeased gaze landed on the new arrivals and she sighed loudly, coming up to check on them. I swear I will personally gut that bastard. Recovery Girl threatened once she saw the costumes both teens still had on. Put him in bed, dearie, and tell me what happened to you too. Izuku complied and laid Fumikage out on one of the beds. He was used to seeing people injured due to the nature of his final training years with his sensei, but the sight of someone he treasured as a friend at the very least was a somewhat new experience to him. He took a breath before giving the hero her answer. We were in the mock exercise and Todoroki flash freezed the building and caught Fumikage's foot as collateral. He provided. And what about you? Recovery girl asked. She looked the down head to toe, but he appeared to be perfectly fine. You seem to be in perfect health. Before the blindfolded teen could even open his mouth to agree, Dark Shadow decided to make his first appearance since exiting the building. He got caught too, more than us actually. The shadow said. Izuku would be quite annoyed that someone didn't trust his own judgment like this, but the worried tone Dark Shadow used hit a soft spot somewhere inside him. Is that so? The old hero asked. Then get to bed right now. But I'm fine. Izuku was interrupted by a smack to his knee with her cane as the culprit. I'll be the judge of that, she stated. And so he was forced to obey. Recovery girl made him remove all his clothes apart from his undergarments as she inspected every inch of his body for frostbite and then proceeded to check his breathing and temperature. He tried to insist that she look at fumigage first, but she wasn't having none of it, stating he was the most affected out of the two. As expected, everything looked normal, perfectly normal with him, and after a bit of explaining about his cold-resistant costume plus his natural healing, Recovery girl discharged him and went over to fumigage. She had given the boy a pack of hot water for him to heat up his feet with, and it looked like it had worked. She could see spots where the sudden temperature change caused bruising and others where the skin was still purple. Luck you! You dodged a possible case of frostbite, young man, she concluded. Since just the heat seemed to do it for you, I'll let you carry on with your day. Thank you, Recovery girl, both teens said. Yes. Just remember to not take any cold showers or sleep in the cold today and you'll be fine, she noted. Yes, ma'am, fumigage said. Just before the pair exited the room, Izuku turned back to her as she made her way over to the bed he could only guess had Bakugo on it. Recovery girl, can I ask a question? He asked. Sure. What about Bakugo? Will he be all right? That made her stop in her tracks. The look she gave him when she turned around was a grim one. The mixture of both worry and anger mixed into a deathly concoction on her eyes. I say that he will be all right in a few days. My quirk can mend the damage he sustained given time. She looked back at the closed curtains. But for now, he has almost every bone in his arms shattered and a few broken ribs. As for his muscles, they are okay on his legs and torso, but the ones on his arms have tears all over that will take time and care to return to full functionality. Izuku nodded, grimacing at the fact. No one deserved to have such pain brought upon them, but the boy was basically asking for it when he tried to use greater firepower in an environment where his quirk was already out of his control. Thank you and wish Bakugo a good recovery for me, he thanked. Will do now, scram. His parents are on their way, Recovery girl stated. With that he made his way outside where fumigage was waiting for him. Shall we go back to the dorms? The crow-headed teen asked. You can go ahead, fumigage. I still have to do one more thing before I call it a day, Izuku answered. Very well. Until then, friend, fumigage said with a wave of his hands. Let's blow off this steam, and Izuku sighed. Sure. I'll guide us there, Anduum offered. Anduum took it upon himself to guide his partner along the small path they'd laid out to get to their secret clearing. The windy afternoon breeze and the setting sun on the horizon indicated that they didn't have much time, but it still was better than not doing anything about their current predicament. You see, Anduum himself may be used to the volatile nature of his instincts, but the same could not be said about Izuku. Yes, he could perfectly contain himself if it came down to it, but even after years of training the boy still lacked an escape valve like the deer. Not everyone can simply imagine a calm glade and be done with it, Izuku complained. Forgot you could hear me. And realized. But still, you gotta have something in place, Sue. It's not that simple. And in truth, it wasn't. Their previous mishap earlier today resulted in more mental baggage than the blindfolded teen could handle. He has the body of a human after all. The night sky had already arrived once the pair got to their destination, and a quick check with Spirit Sight later showed that no one was near their current location. With that last confirmation and the eternal support of his servine companion, Izuku felt comfortable enough to remove his heavier clothes, leaving only his shirt and pants on. Just go slow at first, Zu. Uncomforted his increasing nerves. I know this fear isn't for yourself, but there isn't a single living soul near, so just let go. I will, and Izuku concluded. Another gust of cold wind blew across their hideout, providing a cold embrace, as if nature itself was trying to help disperse the heat that Izuku emanated from his erratic feelings. Anduum watched on as his partner finished undressing and walked towards the calm waters of the lake, tugging on his bond with Izuku, and could see the teen's reflection on the water's surface. A pair of glowing eyes and a snarling face greeted his inquisitive gaze. His teeth weren't the normal ones a person would have, they were sharpened and ready to tear at something, eyes darting around from tree to tree, looking for some hidden danger. Izuku's hands quivered as he stretched his fingers slightly when small, but powerful, claws sprouted from his fingernails. With a pained sigh, the teen turned back to Anduum, eyes pleading for them to just begin at once. Better not waste more time. And noted. An audible grunt answered his rhetorical question. His partner always tended to get antsy when they needed to wear down his instincts, and the deer quickly learned that if they only half-butted things like this, Izuku would grow weary of using their bond, especially for verbal communication. Don't get Anduum wrong, he also disliked the feeling of empty bliss this caused him. It wasn't intended for them to do this, but him taught it to them for this exact reason. You will know how to be versatile even if it means being out of your comfort zone, she always said. Come on then. Anduum proclaimed, extending his own claws. And with that their spar began in earnest, both making a run for the other, claws at the ready for the strike. Though and was the quicker of the two. His hit scored first and his partner was launched across the clearing with a loud crack as he hit a stone on his path. The teen got up shortly after, the wound at the base of his left pectoral sealing as more black liquid stitched the cuts shut. The deer could already feel the instincts calming down and beginning to fall in line. They discovered the hard way that Izuku's instincts would build up when they deemed the boy was in danger or in distress and would only back down after a clear threat had been identified and fought, hence why they were fighting right now. The only other way was if they did just the thing they vowed to not tell just anyone, especially in their current social sphere. Another clash was brewing as Izuku transformed more of his body. Legs shifted and reshaped to fit in their new joint, and wings, this time made up of gooey feathers, sprouted from his bare back. Using his newly acquired mobility, Izuku took advantage of his higher speed as he continuously dodged Anduum's strikes. He ducked under claw attacks, used his wings to shift his trajectory, and used his grounding hand as a clear guide for his next move. Essentially applying every technique their sensei had bestowed him. It was his goal as her disciple at the end of the day. Izuku rushed the deer, grabbing his antlers with his hands. More dark fur started to sprout from the edges of his altered limbs, creeping up his torso and neck, granting him the prowess he needed for his next move. With a strong pull, he effectively suplexed and into the ground, though the deer did not stay up even after that, dashing away once the grip faltered. The fight lasted for nearly another half hour before it died down, and the result didn't even shock him. He had lost and was currently in the process of liking his wounds as Izuku entered the lake for a bath after their spar. Sorry, Izuku said for the first time in nearly an hour. What we did earlier really threw me off my senses. He had turned from his spot floating around in the water to gaze at Anduum, who gave him a genuine smile. Are you feeling better at least? And questioned. It was then that the teen's expression turned sour. He looked the deer dead in the eye through the soaked hair strands that covered most of his face. Honestly, the part about fight or flight calmed down. He confirmed. But there is a want still somewhere in there. A want to show off and protect someone. And sighed. He hated to admit it, but he had already started to succumb to this part of their instincts since yesterday, so Izuku displaying the same things not long after made quite a bit of sense to him. I feel you. I started to feel that same thing since yesterday. Anduum confessed. Do you know who it is? Izuku poked as he exited the calm waters and started to dry himself. Anduum gave the teen a last cocky smile with a wiggle of his eyebrows before disappearing into Izuku's back neck area. Why should I tell you, Zu? He quipped. Izuku finished drying himself and started to put on his costume once again, though this time with much more calmness. Because then maybe I'll tell you mine. He offered. I'll bite. The deer enthusiastically agreed. It's Dark Shadow. Izuku cracked a smile. And why is it? Because he is the first person that has got the same level of energy that is technically the same age as me. Plus the fact he is that loyal like he showed today only drives me more wild. And Duum confessed. It felt good to finally get that out of his chest, he realized. I want him to like me. You'll make such a sweet couple when I claim Fumikage as mine. Izuku nonchalantly said as a small piece of his instincts leaked into their conscious thoughts. Izuku packed his bag and started his track down to their dormitories. Claim? And Duum asked, amused. It seems as if you are playing for the big game here. Absolutely. Izuku stated. If I'm being honest, he is fascinated with occult stuff, so that's a plus, and he has that good-looking body of his and his charming voice. So I say he is a keeper. And Duum whistled in his mind. Instincts coming back? He joked. Not enough to warrant another go. Izuku reassured. Some time passed before any one of the two said something else. But Izuku took it upon himself to break that silence when the still-lit lights of the dormitory building appeared in the distance. For now we'll go slow then. He proposed. As in? The deer asked. First we'll ask them out for a day, not as a date but as a hangout. Then we ask them on a date if they swing our way. Sure. And agreed. It took a while for them to come to a consensus, but who could deny love? Especially such beasts driven by overwhelming instincts as them. Fumikage and Dark Shadow had unknowingly painted a target on their backs when they began to get close to the duo. And they would make sure to put in double the effort to win the hearts of their respective beloved ones. And if things turned out the way they planned and the two liked men the same way Izuku and Enduum did, then mark their words. They will be their mates and no one but them would be able to stop them. He pressed the replay button of the last 30 seconds of footage from the fight earlier today. His frown grew as Bakugo seemed unable to cope with being outsmarted and decided to go all out. Aizawa was just returning from his ethics class with the third years when he had been contacted by Nedzu to look into the fights and give the mammal a preliminary evaluation of UA's newest heroics teacher's first class. The tired men simply agreed but stopped to ask the reason why this had been brought to their attention. The only thing he needed to hear before he started power walking back to the teacher's room to check the videos was the mention that 2 students had to be taken to Recovery Girl after a particular fight. Once he got to his desk, he asked Hizashi to make him a coffee since he was busy with something urgent. It was the first day and his class already were dealing with serious injuries. Wasn't he supposed to make a mock battle to test the costumes? Aizawa pondered as he assessed the school's network and pulled up the footage. He flipped through the different buildings until he found one with, who else, but the problem child in the roster. Against 3 others. What was All Might doing? At first, things seemed normal, yet the foresight that Bakugo had gotten injured hanged above his head. The feeling of watching as a ticking time bomb, in this case quite literally, ticked above the fight in the sublevel of the fake hotel. Aizawa was impressed that Izuku managed to successfully bait his opponent into a situation that forbid his quirk usage, much like his own quirk that erased others for a time, and so took the upper hand on a quirk-dependent Bakugo. What soured his mood was when the blonde boy started getting vocal about his displeasure, seeming to get progressively more irate as his angry remarks didn't bring any reaction from Izuku. It was then that it happened. Bakugo shouted about being humiliated and readied up a powerful attack with his support gear. The blast made the homeroom teacher choke on the coffee he had been given as he stood up in shock. What the hell? He thought. Who gave him that? A broken screen with the last frame of the camera's footage, a massive plume of fire and soot covering the screen met his disturbed gaze. Hizashi was quick to come by and check up on him. "Sho, are you okay?" he said. Aizawa coughed some more before pointing to the screen. "Look," he stated and replayed the clip. Present Mick's shocked face outright told him he already agreed with him on this. Bakugo shouldn't have been granted those gauntlets until he had been trained up a bit or had passed a psych evaluation with Hound Dog. They certainly did ask the middle schools that the teens came from if they had any possible problematic behavior. Why did they allow that? Didn't they check his student profile? Present Mike admonished. Aizawa was quick to dig out the folder of Katsuki Bakugo. They were horrified to learn that Aldra Middle had given them a document that stated that the teen had mild anger issues, but it wasn't classified as anything too problematic. Even his homeroom teacher simply thought he had problems with receiving orders or had a short temper. But not this. It was then that the door to the teacher's room opened and in came none other than Nezu. He calmly approached the two heroes as they were practically draped over the monitor screen. "Hello, professors. I came down to talk about Bakugo," he cheerfully said. "Are you going to expel him?" Izawa said, completely intent on cutting it to the chase. "No," the principal answered. That was quite the surprise for the two of them, but before they could voice their disagreement, the principal held up his hand in a gesture for silence. "I have already reviewed his case. While he did go against a teacher's orders and showed quite a bit of aggression, I cannot bring myself to just expel him," Nezu explained. "As such, I have come up with a proposal for a resolution." Izawa grunted. "Will I have a say in it?" he asked. "Yes. The last, in fact, but I urge you to listen to me before asking for expulsion." The homeroom teacher nodded. "Then go on." "I have managed to find a possible origin for his behavior in his past. The Izuku Midoriya case." He let that sink in for a moment with the other two men in the room. "His parents have informed me the two were friends and Bakugo changed after the incident. So I propose we keep him in 1A for now, with restrictions in terms of support gear of course, and enroll him in mandatory sessions with Hound Dog." Nezu stopped again. "And?" Izawa pressed. "And so we can determine the mental state of Bakugo. If his bad behaviors can be remedied with therapy, then that is what we will do here at U. It is rather shameful to not try and help a student after all." "And if it doesn't work?" Hisashi asked this time. "What are we going to do?" "Rest assured, I plan on keeping Mr. Bakugo on a tight leash until we can resolve this situation, and if he gets out of line again, his punishment will be worse than detention, as I expect you to give him Izawa and broken bones." Izawa had to admit the principal brought up good points. It must be difficult for Bakugo to deal with such an occurrence in the past, and he did show competence and promise as a hero. And so, reluctantly, Izawa extended his hand to the principal, who took one of his fingers in a handshake. "All right, Nezu. I will go along for now." "Glad to hear it," the principal answered cheerfully. "Now I must be off in order to set up Bakugo's new schedule for his sessions." Nezu walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. For his part, Izawa was already dreading this year. Even before the first day, he had to demote a student for troublesome behavior, and on the first heroics class, he already had an injured student. "What next? A meteor?" he complained as he began to review the rest of the footage from that class, since he just knew All Might wouldn't. Fumikage had done as he said to his roommate. He went straight to their room after exchanging some pleasantries with the others in the common room. They all seemed a bit worried for him, but he reassured them that the blow wasn't anything too drastic. It was then that Todoroki had gone up to him, and surprisingly, asked for forgiveness for his careless blow. After the shock had worn out, Fumicage's classmates invited him to stay with them for a while, and he quickly declined the offer. There was a giddy stride in his footsteps as he made his way to his room. Once inside, he removed his school attire and turned on the shower, asking for Dark Shadow to get his newest book from his shelf in their hobby room. After a quick shower to remove all the grime and sweat of the day, he found himself peering into the setting sun outside his window as he prepared to start on his new book he'd been dying to read. "I still think it's dumb for you to not read it while Izuku and N are around," Dark Shadow voiced. "You know very well why," Fumikage countered. "You should know better about them," Dark Shadow complained. "They aren't like the people that came before. They won't find it funny or weird." "I'm sorry," the teen said. "It was not my intention to compare them to any one of them." After that, he was left to his own devices when his twin quieted down. The book on his lap smelled of a perfectly new book, the title, Blood Rose. Black Knight, written in bold crimson letters, met his content gaze. And so he let himself read the first pages of his book. The story itself was rather simple but elegant. The main character is an average man that dreamed of being someone great, maybe a musician or a scientist, after everyone in his life rejected him for the illness he was born with, though his dreams came to a screeching halt when he finds himself captured by a gang of highwaymen and taken hostage while they plan his ransom. It is then that a beautiful lady dressed in crimson attire rescues him from his captors and offers him a chance to become like her at the cost of his plain life. Fumikage never got to read what was the decision of the protagonist, named Igor, because his phone started to ring. He checked the phone to see that it was a number he and Dark Shadow had come to associate with bad omens. His social service worker was calling him. He hesitantly picked up. "Hello, Mrs. Aiko," Fumikage said with no amount of fear. "How can I help?" "Fumikage dear," her sad voice started, and it was already everything he needed to know what was about to happen. "I need you to come talk with your fosters. I'll be at the gates in about half an hour, okay?" Fumikage sighed, containing the tears that threatened to come out. The only reason why he hadn't was that in a split second Dark Shadow had wrapped him in a tight hug as a reminder to keep strong. "Why yes, Aiko," he let out. "Thanks," she said before she ended the call. Fumikage set the book down below his sheets and covered it haphazardly before setting off to ready himself for the car ride. He got on his most plain black clothes and headed for the door with nothing more than his phone in his pockets. Outside the door he found none other than Izuku, ready to insert the key to unlock the door. "Hello, Izuku," he forced out. "Going somewhere?" The calm voice of his roommate asked. "Why yes. Family matters, you see," Fumikage explained. "As such, it isn't prudent to keep them waiting." "Are you going to be back for dinner?" Anduam asked. "I fear not," Fumikage glumly confessed. "Then take this," Izuku offered. In his hands was a pristine, ripe apple. Fumikage smiled and took it, even though he wasn't hungry right now, neither would be for some time after this. "Thanks. Take care, my friend." The crow-headed teen spoke before making his way to the elevator. Izuku and his companion watched on as their loved ones seemed to exhale distress the whole way, and it bothered them quite a bit. They remembered Fumicage's endless horror stories about his past family life, and the two of them couldn't help but grimace at the possible outcome this might have. It was then that the blindfolded teen's phone began to ring. It was Netsu. "Curious," Izuku hummed. "It took only 4 days. He should have expected it, he really should have, after the number of fosters he had been with. Fumikage knew his current foster parents were just like the dozen of others they'd been thrown around with during his years in foster care. Who would want to raise a child with a dangerous quirk? Yes, they considered Dark Shadow a dangerous quirk, but who wouldn't after they had been dropped off for nearly killing his parents at age 5? Aiko had parked her car and guided Fumikage inside his foster's house and opened the door to find the two of them sat at the dinner table waiting for him and Aiko. As he cautiously made his way over to them, he could see the fake sadness in their persona. Fumikage had grown accustomed to this same act most others put on when they were finally going to get rid of the weird and villainous kid he was. Fumikage bowed before sitting down, half wanting to just ask them to say it straight to his face and the other wanting to not create unnecessary problems now that things were just ending with them anyway. "Well, go on, Mr. and Mrs. High," Aiko instructed the foster parents with a similar annoyance that the crow-headed teen had. The parents at least had the decency to look ashamed of their incoming actions. "Tokoyami, you have been a wonderful child," Sai, his foster mother, started. "But we think that since you're going to a high school now, we thought it best to release our care over you so you can focus more on your studies." Her chipper tone did nothing to hide her message. She didn't want him here anymore, and one look at Ryu, his foster father, who was known more for his bluntness, told him that this wasn't born out of compassion but out of disinterest. "We want you to focus on your school, so thinking about us won't do you any good," he explained in his normal gruff tone. "Not like we would even if you didn't kick us out," Dark Shadow murmured. And Fumikage completely agreed with his twin. "Thank you. Now, do you have anything to say, Fumikage dearie?" Aiko asked. She wanted to get this done quickly. The lingering knowledge of the next thing she would tell him would be more inviting and happy, making her rush through the formal procedures. Not like the fosters sat across from her had any objections to her hurry. No, they looked just fine, in fact. "I think we said everything that had to be said here, Aiko," Fumikage said sadly. "Farewell, Mr. and Mrs. High." With that, he got up from the table and walked away. He had already emptied his room for the dorms, so the only thing left to do with this family was to just leave the house and be done with it. Aiko gave the teen a sad smile when she saw when his calm face dropped slightly when he deemed he was out of sight from the adults. Fumikage was a case that she sympathized with. Having her own troubles in childhood, she devoted herself to helping others like her, but Fumikage and Dark Shadow was a truly sad case. From how they first came to her agency to how everyone was scared of the prospect of having an uncontrollable monster in their house. Fumikage had been accepted by families with progressively better reputations, but each one denied him after a couple of months best. At that moment, like many others before, Aiko could not shake the feeling that she was part of the problem for this innocent child. She would sometimes give gifts to Fumikage and Dark Shadow when her own expenses were not overwhelming enough, but that was just a fix for something every child should have. She stood up and let an envelope fall to the table. Inside were the papers and fees the Highs would have to pay for their decision, plus the actual papers to legally dissociate Fumikage from them. You'll find everything you need in that package. Please pay the fees by the end of the week and hand in the papers in 2 days at most, as Fumikage will be going to another caretaker today. The Heist looked surprised at that. Today? Who would take in someone like him on such short notice? Sai asked. As of now, it is none of your business. Aiko reprimanded. Goodbye. With that, she made her way to where she imagined her charge would be, and sadly she was correct. Fumikage had to exit the house with haste before he broke down inside that place. He managed to make his way to the side of Aiko's car before he slumped down and began to weep. Not even entering the most prestigious school managed to fix his broken home life. Would he forever be the dangerous child with the perfect quirk for villainy? It certainly looked like it. He shuffled around trying to wipe his tears when from the pocket of his hoodie the apple Izuku had given him fell out. Fumikage looked at it with sadness in his eyes before he picked it up and brushed off the dirt that had clung onto it after it fell. The perfectly red apple looked so good right now, not only for the probably perfect ripeness it had but also for the person that had given it to him. Izuku and Anduum had been nothing but friendly and respectful towards him and Dark Shadow. They would always listen to his ideas and would volunteer to keep them company when others hadn't before. It was thanks to him that he could say that some people in his class were calling him a friend, as surely his dark persona would keep them at arm's length if it wasn't for Izuku's polite and welcoming nature. He could feel Dark Shadow growing more impatient inside him. The shadow always got overly emotional after every rejection they had. They can go of themselves, Dark Shadow proclaimed. All we need is an Izuku and the others from class. Who cares about these farces? Calm yourself, Dark Shadow. Fumikage instructed. Before their conversation could continue, they were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Aiko silently helped him up and embraced him and Dark Shadow after he decided to come out. Without any exchange of words, they entered the car and set off towards Fumikage, idly playing with the apple in his hands the whole way. After some time he couldn't resist himself anymore and took a bite out of his apple. The taste was just as perfect as he imagined it would be, perfectly balancing sweetness and the signature taste of a good apple, and in minutes the entire fruit was gone. When they were nearing the school's gates, Aiko began to talk in her soothing tone. I also have some good news for you this night, Fumikage, she stated. And what would they be? He asked hesitantly. Utopia has agreed to foster you for the remainder of your stay. So they will be with you until you're 18. She said with a pleased expression. That is actually great news. Fumikage breathed out. He could see the gates in the distance and he smiled at the thought of possibly being free of those horrible families from before. Yes. Principal Netsu himself asked for it. But as you know, the school can't be the one actually fostering you, so he entrusted your safety to the next best person. She noted. Fumikage blinked. Who would be this person that has Netsu's approval to foster him? Maybe a teacher? Can you tell me who will it be? He asked with reinstated vigor. You'll see. She teased. And by the gods, was he surprised when they pulled up to the entrance's visitor parking lot just for Izuku and Anduum to exit the gates and march their way. No way, Dark Shadow said. Aiko exited the car, leaving Fumikage inside alone. The closed windows didn't allow for any of the outside conversation in when his social worker went over to the blindfolded teen and bowed to him. He stood there frozen for a few more seconds before he opened his door. As already talked out the details with you, right? Izuku asked. Aiko nodded. Everything is settled. Just take good care of him for me, will you? She pleaded with a bit of apprehension. He has been through a lot. Don't worry. Anduum said. We'll take good care of them. His social worker turned to him. gesturing to his crush. Yep, that sounded about right at this point. Now come on Fumikage, it's time for you to head on in's dash. Aiko didn't even get the chance to finish as Fumikage ran into Izuku's arms and knocked the unprepared teen down to the ground with him. She could see he had the biggest smile on his face as he buried his beak into the crook of the taller teen's neck, so she took her chance and with a short bow made her way over to her parked car. The fact that Fumikage didn't even look back at her once during her exit filled her heart with hope. Every time she would leave him with his new parents for the first time, he'd always be looking at her with fear and apprehension, so the fact that he didn't now was warming her heart. Finally, he may have found a good place to stay. She breathed out a sigh of relief and turned on her car. It took more than a few minutes for Izuku to even have the motivation he needed to pry himself from his roommate. Fumikage, being that close to his body, did things to his newly discovered desires, and the only thing that made him finally move was the reminder that it was nearly midnight and that the crow-headed teen must be exhausted from all the emotional roller coaster he surely went through. With a single swift motion, Izuku pushed Fumikage up and over his shoulder just like he had earlier today, and the other teen this time didn't protest much. In fact, he seemed to have fallen asleep at some point. Izuku gave his crush a soft smile and proceeded to carry him all the way to Alliance Heights on his back. He was grateful that most were sleeping at this moment because the goofy smile he had plastered on his face as he helped Fumikage back to his bed really would make them both uncomfortable afterwards. Soon enough, the blindfolded teen had reached his dormitory without a single soul seeing his antics. But as luck would have it, some people were still awake in the common playing some games on their TV. It didn't take long for him to notice that his intrusion was noticed by those already there. Izubro, is something wrong with Tokoyami? Kirishima, the eternally chivalrous one, forced the group to stop their game by pausing their game and standing up to face the new arrivals. Is he sleeping? Izuku shuffled his passenger around a bit to free one of his arms and brought a finger to his mouth in a bid for silence. See? Izuku whispered. Don't wake them up. Anduum added from his spot. What were you doing outside so late? He questioned. I can't tell you unless Fumikage agrees to it. Izuku explained. Kirishima nodded and the rest of the teens on the sofa did as well. Got it? Good night to you two then. He said with a thumbs up. For you too, my friend. Izuku concluded before making his way towards the elevators. My friend? Is Fumikage rubbing off on you or what? Anduum joked. Mayhaps. Izuku answered cheekily. Not long after the elevator doors closed, Kirishima huffed. He finally would be able to go back to his improvised tournament against Kaminari, Mina and Siro. It was a rough day for everyone in their first heroics class, but the red-haired boy wasn't a single bit scared to admit that his roommate had it worse off than anyone else. So much so that just staying in his silent room was weird enough, and he decided to get some fresh air with the late-nighters today. Had he grown so accustomed to Bakugo's constant training and loud mouth in such a short time? Either way, he could see that his game night would be a bit more difficult now that Mina had a curious gaze that lingered on the long-closed elevator doors. His past with the girl told him that she had just found a small puzzle piece that she was looking for. He lamented the new direction of their conversation. Guys. She started, getting the attention of the three boys in the room. Has Izuku ever showed any signs that he played for the same team? Kaminari choked on his can of soda almost instantly and started coughing loudly while everyone else looked more confused than interested. Why the question? Siro asked. Did you see his face? It was full-on tomato. Mina proclaimed with an indignant look. Sorry, didn't catch any of that. The boy answered. Mina put on her best impression of a thinking face. She failed miserably if you asked Kirishima. She never was the type to think things over when it came to social cues, and why would she when her capabilities were unmatched? Well, let's get back to our match then, Kiri. I still have to beat you. She spoke up. Okay then. Let's go, Mina. Kirishima resonated. Fumikage remained asleep all the way up to their room and only woke up when Izuku had laid him down on his bed. It was mighty impressive that the sleeping teen could sense the second that Izuku's carrying arms detached from his body, and a few minutes later he woke up. The first thing the crow-headed teen noticed when he woke up was that he was laid out in his bed, which had also been set perfectly, and that there was a set of his usual pajamas separated for him on his nightstand, right beside his book. Wait, his book? He abruptly stood up and reached over to hide the book before Izuku could see it. Fumikage didn't want this part of his interests to be spilt out like this. It was then that Izuku chose to exit the shared bathroom. His eyes locked onto the book in the crow-headed teen's hands and Fumikage froze. Blood Rose. Black Knight. Never heard of that book? Izuku asked as he came over. Is it any good? WBL. Fumikage managed to get out before Izuku just smiled, silencing him. You don't have to tell me if you don't want. He reminded. It is good to keep some things a secret. Fumikage took a second to level his breathing. What Dark Shadow had said earlier rang continuously in his mind. Izuku was different from the others and Fumikage had to understand that. No, I think I'm okay with telling you, he said. Just promise not to laugh. Never. The seriousness of that statement did not surprise Fumikage. Izuku seemed to take respect seriously. Well, this book is something I bought to sate my most dark interests, he explained. The main point of the book is that the protagonist is rudely shoved into a world of strange magical beasts and has to accept that he has been turned into a monster just like the others to survive. How much did you read already? Izuku said. That added some wind to Fumicage's sails. While I have not gotten to the point that things start to pick up in pace, the start shows promise, and the fact that monsters exist as the main plot point is a plus, he admitted. Izuku had a strange look on his bone-folded face, but the smile gracing his lips told Fumikage that Izuku truly wasn't like the others who mocked him. And are you a fan of these beasts? The green-haired teen asked. Yes. Not only just the classical ones like vampires or werewolves, but almost any mythical beast you can imagine. So more an affinity for the concept than to a specific thing? Izuku pondered. Precisely. And feel free to take a seat so your legs don't tire out. Izuku sat down on the bed with a graceful bow. That's cool. I also like these things, but I'm not much of a fan when it comes to reading them. I see. Is it because you prefer to express your interest through painting? Fumikage mused aloud. Yep. Fascinating. I must see some of your work sometime, my friend. Fumikage said. And I'll be sure to show anything you want. Only problem is that I left all my finished works back in OWA. Fumikage nodded sagely. I see. Then in that case I hope to visit your homestead someday. The blindfolded teen had an idea after talking about his hobby. Netsu had understandably said that Izuku and Fumikage had been released from school the next day so they could work out their new situation. While Izuku was only designated as a sort of bodyguard welfare officer for his roommate, he still wanted to do something that would bring them closer, and the principal, in his apparent bottomless wisdom, managed to understand his plight and offered a prepaid card for a trip someday. His idea was simple, so he chose to simply propose it at once. Hey, Fumikage. What do you say we go do some shopping tomorrow? Izuku proposed. And what about our classes? Netsu has granted us a day off tomorrow and gave me some money to make sure you're fully satisfied with your stay as UA's ward. Plus some things for me, he explained. I almost forgot about that, Fumikage said with an adorable blush that made his feathers puff up. And what would we be buying? As I mentioned, I left most of my art supplies back home, so I need some extra paints and canvases as these that I brought are just too few for me. Izuku said. I also guess you would want some more books or writing supplies or clothes, so I thought it would be a fun trip. He did not miss how his voice got progressively lower and meeker as he went on and on. That usually didn't happen, but right now he was less than a meter from his crush and hopefully future mate, and that brought with it a different type of pressure. Very well, my elf friend. I am indeed in the mood to expand my personal library. I also want to visit some other stores that I know are in a shopping mall not far from here. Dark Shadow would also be happy to go as well. Fumikage said. If you'd agree with it anyways. Deal. Izuku proclaimed with maybe too much enthusiasm. Then it is settled. We shall go shopping tomorrow morning, or would you prefer the afternoon? Izuku didn't even have to think about it to have another idea shoved in his face by a fake sleeping-in. I say morning, then we can stop our shopping to go somewhere for lunch together. Izuku proposed. Good idea. Fumikage said with small hints of puffing up once again. Then good night, Fumi. Izuku happily said. Fumi? Fumikage questioned. Izuku froze on the spot. Sorry. I have a tendency to nickname friends. It is all right by me. Fumikage commented. Alas, good night, Izuku. And so the both of them crashed into their respective beds and went to sleep. Morning came without a single knock on the door, much to the surprise of Izuku, who thought the others would try to wake them up if they took too long to exit their room. Yet the green-haired teen would not have it any other way, as he himself would wake up only almost an hour after their classes had started. His sleep was a refreshing one, and by the looks of it Fumikage was having the same experience right about now. He was still bundled up in his sheets and lightly snoring. The only part of his body not covered was his head and one of his arms that dangled cutely off the side of his bed. It was already 9 a.m. when Izuku, with a little encouragement from him, managed to will himself out of bed and into the bathroom for his morning routine. Unlike most other times he groomed himself before his day, this one was special in a way, and he wished to make himself presentable. Izuku spent a lot more time than he would usually allow himself with his toothbrush and comb. Anduum was in a similar frenzy, checking himself over a few times to see if his bones needed care. He too wanted to look his best for today at the end of the day. After quite some time in the bathroom, Izuku exited ready to dress himself. He noticed that Fumikage had also awoken and was in the process of checking his phone. Part of his eternally closed BLNDFLDS, something he did for Dark Shadow, was opened, allowing for direct sunlight to hit his face, making him practically glow against the room. Good morning, Fumi. Izuku breathed out, nearly too enthralled by the sight in front of his eyes. Morning, Dark Shadow. And said after some time. He can hear me, right? Fumikage lowered his phone to look at his roommates. He smiled with a hint of longing hidden somewhere in his eyes. Good morning to both of you. And yes, Dark Shadow can clearly hear both of you. He spoke. He hasn't come out since yesterday. Is something wrong? Izuku asked. Dark Shadow is simply feeling shy. Fumikage covered for his twin. Since yesterday the Shadow had become a little scared that he would make a wrong move near his Anduum and ruin his chances. If they even existed. But I believe he wants to say something for the both of you today. Fumi? Dark Shadow cautiously asked in his mind. Just say something, your plan to create distance will hurt your goal in the long term. Fumikage instructed. But what if I F up? You won't. With some leftover hesitation, Dark Shadow emerged from Fumikage, ducking around the sunlight as he approached Izuku and Anduum. He opened his arms in a clear, if not unsure, bid for a hug. One which the pair happily accepted. I just wanted to say thank you for everything you have done for us so far. No one has ever been this kind to us. He started to freeze up when he couldn't say the words he wanted out loud. Maybe say you want to give them something in return. Fumikage suggested. Good idea. Dark Shadow remarked. And Anduum said, his deeper voice resonating within Dark Shadow. And we thought to treat both of you with some type of gift. Dark Shadow squeaked out before zipping right back into his twin, 2 purple marks on his cheeks as he flew away from the conversation. Can't do it. Can't do it. He screamed out to Fumikage. Izuku giggled a bit at the scene and then let out a hearty laugh of his own. With a sigh, Fumikage stood up. From his spot on his bed. Well, we want to make sure you are not doing this only for us, so we thought to give you 2 a gift. Fumikage provided. Izuku gave him his own hug alongside a very pleased Anduum. Fumicage's feathers were on the verge of puffing up when they disconnected from the hug. We would never deny a gift from you guys. Izuku voiced. Then allow me to make myself more presentable and we shall be off. With that, Fumikage power walked to the open bathroom doorway and closed the door behind him. Izuku and his companions stood frozen on their spot in the room. Once again mere contact with their respective love interests had sparked something inside them. We are so in love. Anduum complained. Is that really a bad thing? Izuku joked. Eventually, they too resumed their preparations, but the question of the hour now was what they would wear. Sure, They had quite few clothes since they had just recently moved into town, which should make their choice easier. It didn't. They could go with the more standard look they usually had, but it didn't convey the significance of today enough in their opinion. Or they could use some weird combination that risked them looking not as good as they wished to. After some deliberation, and some downright mean comments about Izuku's fashion sense by his companion, they both agreed to a baggy green hoodie they had laying around and cargo pants alongside his usual running shoes since he only had those here. Unbeknownst to them, Fumikage and Dark Shadow were in a similar pinch inside their shared bathroom. The crow-headed teen had awoken with butterflies in his stomach and couldn't keep the images from his dreams outside his mind. He dreamed of the day Izuku would ask him out on a date. Yet he had to be content with what he had. Izuku and Anduum were legitimately the first people that treated them with the same respect anyone else would receive, and surely his feelings would come off as desperate to them. The rejected kid that fell in love with the first peer that treated them with endless kindness and patience. Was it truly love or a misconstrued sense of friendship? Whatever the answer may be, Fumikage knew that Dark Shadow would not pass up this opportunity and, quite frankly, neither would he. He had made up his mind yesterday already. He would not give in to his doubts and will muster up the courage to confess to his crush in due time. Just not right now, 3 days into the school year. Fumikage, with the boundless help of his shadow, finished readying himself up and made a quick run to his closet to get changed. Izuku was nowhere to be seen. Maybe he had gone wait for him outside. Either way, he continues getting dressed. First he chose a simple dark purple t-shirt and a pair of dark gray shorts. Over top he went for a black zipper hoodie that he closed to about halfway. He had gotten this hoodie as a present from Aiko a few months ago. She said it would bring him luck, a notion too important right about now, so he decided to try it on today. To finish off he switched his normal shoes for a pair of mismatched red-blue sneakers he had gotten as a welcome gift from a family a few years ago. Although their relationship had rapidly deteriorated, their present did not, having been kept safe and unused for situations like this where he wanted to break his usual attire slightly. With his preparations finished, Fumikage then made his way outside, finding that Izuku had opted to wait for him at their exclusive lounge area, something that they had only because the leftover room on the floor was unoccupied. With him, the blindfolded boy had a few pristine apples just sitting at the coffee table in front of him. Fumikage approached with a somewhat forced calm. "Are you ready, my friend?" he asked, eyeing the succulent fruits atop the table. Izuku smiled. "I am Fumi. I also brought these with me for you," Izuku commented, motioning to the 3 apples he had procured. "Where did you get them if you don't mind me asking? There aren't any in the kitchen." "Oh, I passed by this small plot that had some beautiful fruit trees. The owner left a sign saying that it was the work of their herbamancy quirk and he wished to share the fruits of their labor." Izuku paused, then laughed a bit to himself. "I just realized the pun." Fumikage found the sight endearing and had to hold himself back from cooing at the sight of his loved one laughing so lightly to himself. "Well, let's stop wasting time and head our way," Izuku said after some quiet time. "And what about the payment method?" Fumikage questioned. "Nedzu delivered it to us earlier today," the green-haired teen explained, showing of the small black card in his hand. "It has about $50,000 on it. A bit much if you ask me." "What? $50,000? What does he think we'll buy?" "A car," Dark Shadow shouted, snatching the card from Izuku in complete disbelief. "To quote the principal, Yete has no shortage of funds from the government. So take this small sum as an apology from the heroic community for your troubles." Izuku mimicked while pinching his nose. "He also said he would add more monthly until you turned 18, Fumi." After that explanation, Fumikage and Dark Shadow were left speechless. But just wow," he said after some time for the shock to dispel itself. "Let's go then." He had to get on with the day. He wanted to buy something simple for his crush, but now that he was unshackled by prices, he was absolutely lost on what to get. The fact he also felt his eyes watering up didn't help him in any way, so he turned to the elevator and took a bite out of one of his apples. Fumikage would shower Izuku with his eternal gratitude for this one-in-a-million opportunity he had gotten. He just needed the perfect courting gift now. The shopping mall they would be heading to wasn't exactly near the school. Izuku initially wanted to go to a closer and smaller one that they could go on foot, though Fumicage's mention that this other one had better stores was a quick way to change his mind. They decided to get a cab to this farther mall. Money was not a problem today after all, and they didn't want to get bogged down at the metro. The car ride was rather quick, with the two of them spending most of the time idly chatting about whatever came to mind. In less than 30 minutes the cab stopped and Izuku offered their black card to pay for the run. Izuku was shocked by the size of this place. It easily had 4 floors and possibly hundreds of stores to choose from. As they stood at the base of the stairs leading into the giant mall, all that was left was to decide their first destination. A task that would prove surprisingly hard in hindsight. "Where should we go first, Fumi?" Izuku asked, double-checking his phone for the available places that would sell either books or art supplies. "I found at least a dozen bookstores in their app," said Teen leaned into Izuku. "Let me see," he asked, and Izuku handed him his phone. "Well, I for one know culture is a bad choice. Their prices are way too high. But I often went to a bookstore here when I was younger." "Here." Fumicage handed the phone back to its owner. On the screen was the online page for a store called Imaginarium, a store that proclaimed itself to be a powerhouse in the sale of anything artistic or esoteric. Izuku glanced at their offers and found quite a lot of interesting things, especially a certain something that begged him to be bought. "Sure, let's go. You know the way," Izuku concluded. "I do. We are at the C entrance, so it is 1 floor up on the other side of the mall." Fumicage provided. "We could also stop by a few other places on the way. If it won't be a bother that I dash." Suddenly a pair of soft, yet imposing, hands gently clasped Fumicage's face. "Never. Everything I'm doing today is for you, Fumi," Izuku proclaimed. And then he noticed what he had just done. "Oh shit. Sorry for that." He quickly retreated his hands. Fumicage for his part was left with a slightly agape mouth. The shock of such a kind touch, short-lived like it was, barely registering on his mind before he missed the touch. "It's fine, my friend. Let's just get a move on, else I fear we won't be able to complete our tasks." "Why yeah." And so they started on their shopping journey. They hadn't even walked for 10 minutes and Izuku could see that sometimes Fumicage wished to look around a few storefronts but always ended up leaving after seeing the prices. One such time Izuku stayed behind, feeling a bit sad that his crush had turned down a cloak he clearly liked because it was up for dollar pricey, yes, but they had the money. "And could you help me here?" Izuku decided. "Bring him here?" the deer asked, already figuring out his partner's idea. "With pleasure." Fumicage was wanting for Izuku to finish his pondering so that they could resume their walk when out from the back of his head a tendril launched itself at him. He instantly knew it was Enduum, and shortly after a hand formed from the tip of the black liquid and dragged him back to the store. "You clearly liked it, so why not buy it?" Izuku asked once he stopped, and gave him a head pat before retreating inside the green-haired teen. "Well, $200 is not an amount I'm inclined to spend on a single article of clothing," he said, and yet the look on his eyes as he eyed up the raven-inspired cloak. His main attraction was that it looked cool and meshed quite well with his bird features. Maybe he could even try to incorporate it in his costume. Izuku seemed to catch on to that same look. He put a hand on Fumicage's shoulder in a supportive manner. "Fumi, today is a day I want you to be happy and free to do whatever you want to. Money is not an issue, so just buy it. We both know you want it," Izuku reasoned. The crow-headed teen gave his brightest smile of today and gave his crush a hug, making it a strong one to hopefully show all his gratitude. Wordlessly he went into the store with their card. A while later an employee came by and took the cloak of its mannequin, and soon Fumicage reappeared with a bag in his hand. "This cloak was handmade and is the only one in stock," Fumicage commented happily. "It certainly explains the price." "Want me to carry it?" Izuku asked. "You are too kind to me, Izuku," Fumicage stated with a serious face. "Thank you, from the bottom of my dark soul." Izuku smiled softly before they resumed their walk. This time, however, Izuku had his attention caught when they passed by a store that sold figurines, but not wanting to interrupt his current conversion with Fumicage allowed him to go have a look around. Maybe they could find a suitable souvenir to give to their respective beloveds. Rest assured I will succeed in this glorious task. The deer joked as he went over. The fact that Fumikage was too invested in his explanations of his favorite plots from books and didn't even notice the move was a plus. Entering the store, Anduum locked on the section with a lot of different animal figures. In special, he liked one that depicted a deer by a riverbed with birds too small to discern the species flocking around it. It was honestly the perfect mating gift in his opinion. What wasn't exactly perfect was the borderline angry look on the cashier's face. "Is there something wrong?" Ann asked. "We don't allow quirks here, sir," the cashier stated. Anduum face-bombed. "You know I have a mutation quirk, right? Can't exactly not be like this," he explained. Honestly, how did he forget the basics like this? The cashier's face softened. "My bad then. Just make sure to not knock anything over," the guy said, pointing at Anduum's antlers. The deer gently picked up his chosen piece. The figurine was easily bigger than 50 centimeters tall and looked beautifully made. Anduum didn't even hear the price when he swiped his card. Money still wasn't a problem, and no price would be too big for this gift of theirs. Soon he had his figurine wrapped in bubble wrapping and was dashing out of the store towards his companion. Once he got close, he signaled for Izuku to open the bag slightly, and he swiftly hid his purchase there. "I saw it. Perfect in my opinion," Izuku commented. "See? I knew I'd be the best for the job," Anduum touted. Never had any doubts. Their trip around the mall took a few more stops when Dark Shadow passed by a music store to buy a new acoustic guitar for his classes within, which they were more than happy to see as it showed he was more open about his wishes, and another clothing store where Fumikage and Izuku bought new shoes. A matching pair at it, just with different colors. Finally, they had arrived at their destination, and by now Ann and Dark Shadow had to help carry their purchases around. Well, mostly Ann. The Shadow was too fixated on the classy case he had picked up for his new instrument. Not that the deer minded much. The sight of Dark Shadow playing around like a kid with new toys on Christmas Eve was more than enough for him. Izuku had never seen such a big bookstore like this. A first floor filled to the brim with bookshelves and books, with two other smaller floors at the back of the space. One of them clearly had a small cafe lounge for customers, while the other had bigger things that would probably be annoying to place on the base floor. Fumikage didn't share the same shock though. Clearly, having been here a few times, he simply pushed himself and his friend inside. He had a few things on his radar, and by now he had convinced himself to not feel guilty when expending money. "We may want to get an employee to help us," he stated. The green-haired teen could only nod his agreement. It was actually surprising how so many books could fit in one place. And no, M's personal collection didn't count. She had her own ways to make things fit anywhere. Sure. Finding someone to help them wasn't as difficult as he expected it to be, as most of the workers were somewhere around the cashiers. They both agreed to go after Fumicage's books first, as they were easier to carry around. In less than 5 minutes, they were guided to a section containing only mystery novels. Quite fitting if you asked Izuku. "Just make sure to call if you have any questions," she said as she made her way over to another customer. "We will," Dark Shadow answered, with his twin too preoccupied with his searching. After a few minutes of the crow-headed teen meticulously combing through the available stock, Izuku had to admit it was kind of entrancing watching his crush work his magic. He went from row to row checking the books and narrowing down his query with the assistance of the obvious alphabetical arrangement. And Izuku followed every second of it with untempered attention. Anduum and Dark Shadow had not followed Fumikage as he moved more and more, resigning themselves to a pleasant chat about something. They had their own thing going at this point, honestly. His eyes suddenly stopped alongside Fumikage as he added another book to his collection. From the cover, it surely had to be something pre-Quirks. Those books always had more simple and classical designs for whatever reason. "And what about that one?" Izuku asked, pointing at the newest book. "I heard good things about it, so I thought to try it out." "Here," the teen answered, handing him the book. "A compendium to magical beasts, huh?" Izuku questioned, reading the title aloud and handing it back. "Yes, if anything it is sure to bring me inspiration for my poems," Fumikage reasoned. "Makes sense. Could I also give it a look sometime?" the green-haired teen asked. But of course, my friend. My books are always open for you. Thanks. Izuku beamed. The time flew by quickly while the four of them continued their own things. Izuku, spurred on by fumigage, decided to get himself a few very specific books, and even Dark Shadow joined in with an assortment of books about wildlife and birds, oh so many books about birds, while they went over to the art supplies part of the store. Arriving at a row filled only with canvases and oil paints, Izuku nearly had a heart attack. Now was his turn to happily bounce from shelf to shelf, picking out everything he could dream to have. First off were the paints, and he decided on paints sufficient for a good few months if he maintained his 1 to 2 paintings a month schedule. Then was time for the canvases, and it was grueling, with so many shapes and sizes deciding on a reasonable amount was near impossible. His mind provided him with ideas for every space, from horizons to portraits. So it was safe to say that he was lost until an idea popped into his mind. Hey Fumi, which canvases would be the best ones in your opinion? Izuku asked, surprising his crush a bit while he checked over some easels in the corner of the aisle. Well, I'm not in any shape qualified to give you good advices, but I always liked landscapes. Fumigage provided. Izuku inwardly smiled. Those were also his favorite ones. Any reason why? He asked, picking out 4 horizontal ones he felt comfortable working with. They provide a more neutral outlook on art. Something many people can enjoy without even sharing similar tastes is nature. The crow-headed teen explained. Izuku hummed along with it. There was some truth to what his crush had said. Nature could easily be considered beautiful independently of any influence, but what sold it for him was the unshackled freedom it offered to anyone that embraced it. But that thought could be shelved for now. He still had to run their purchases through the cashier. Make sense. Are you done, Fumi? Izuku asked, lifting all his materials alone since he was still carrying their other purchases. I believe so. These 20 books should keep me busy for quite some time. Fumigage said, raising his shopping basket filled with books. Most were darker novels, but Izuku had also seen some romance and hardcover comics shoved somewhere in there. It painted an interesting picture in his mind. On their way to the front of the store, Izuku had to once again make a plan alongside and for him to snatch up a fountain pen he was sure his crush would love to write with. It even was fashioned to look like a feather, as if it was a real feather pen. The trickier part was his horribly bad attempts at informing the cashier that the pen was a secret. But in the end he still, even if luckily, managed to hide his purchase of the pen, so all is well that ends well. 1 figurine for Dark Shadow and an expensive pen for Fumi. And Duum hummed. Perfect, no? Izuku quipped. I'm down for more if you want to. And admitted. Let's keep it at 2 for today. Don't want to overwhelm them. Izuku reasoned. Deal, but next time we're getting 3. The deer proclaimed with pride. We'll see. And so, with just about half an hour to 1 p.m., the 4 of them exited the bookstore and decided to stop by a digital kiosk to decide where they would have lunch. What about this one? Dark Shadow proposed. Not sure if I want to go for burgers, Izuku admitted. Then how about a sushi bar? Fumigage added in. He remembered there being a popular sushi place somewhere around the pricier part of the food court. Sold. Dark Shadow answered, probably knowing the place in question. Oh, is it one of those that has the conveyor belts in the middle? And Duum asked with similar excitement. Yes, though it is moved by water. Fumigage provided. Deal. And agreed. Sure. Guide the way then, Fumi. Izuku added. The place was just like Fumigage had described. A simple-looking restaurant near the back of the food court with a naval theme. The inside was just as cozy as the outside promised it would be, with a few different sections of tables that had a singular wide bamboo channel that ran with water. The chairs all resembled ones that you'd find inside a stereotypical boat, but cozier. A few trinkets like ships and bottles, paintings of the sea, and even a real anchor above the main food chute decorated the interior and gave it just that more character. Izuku was left amused as he saw how each plate made its way around the route. Wooden boats that went from yachts to freighters filled with all sorts of different dishes and treats. His stomach rumbled when he saw what appeared to be a bigger boat carrying 2 full plates of katsudon making their way downstream. Fumi, what is this magical place you brought me to? Izuku asked, completely baffled by the restaurant's inner workings. Fumikage gave him an amused chuckle as he scoped out a less crowded section of the place. From what he'd heard, this place adopted an enter and sit down policy, so he shouldn't have to wait for a waiter to take them to their seats. Come along, my friend, we are here to eat, not to admire the decor. Fumikage fake reprimanded. And what about all this? And asked while carrying all their purchases. You can leave them with me. An enthusiastic voice called out. They turned to see a young girl in a sailor's uniform approach them. Probably one of the employees. I don't see anywhere that can store all this, Izuku said, looking around for some sort of locker. Oh, here in the Maritime we use a special type of storage. My quirk. She happily explains. It can store anything lighter than 500 kilos inside a small pocket dimension. Izuku gasped and gave him an amused look. That's so cool and useful. He cheered. People usually tell me that. So, want me to store your items? She asked. Oh, by the way, my name is Miko. Izuku turned towards his crush and in a silent question which he responded with a single sturdy nod. Having his confirmation and started to hand their things to her, and one by one they watched on as the bags disappeared into thin air. Thank you so much, Miko. Izuku said with a bow once the last of the packages had been stored. My gratitudes, Miss Miko. Fumikage added in. She giggled at the over-politeness of these two kids. Anyways, have you guys decided on a seat? She asked. Not yet. Fumikage provided. We wanted to find a good spot since today is a rather special day. Date? She asked with the most serious tone. The four of them jumped slightly at the casual comment, both sides scrambling to be the first one to deny the accusation. And no, we got special leave from our school today. Izuku said. And so we wanted to do something fun. Fumikage finished. Miko gave them a thumbs up, guiding them towards the leftmost part of the restaurant floor. What school do you guys go to? If you don't mind me asking. Yuta Anduum said. The waitress stopped dead in her tracks. She turned to give them a look and started to smile. Should have guessed. You two have sentient quirks that look powerful. She commented. Fumikage and Dark Shadow blushed a bit at the comment while Izuku and Anduum shared a confused look. I'm not actually a sentient quirk. The deer said. I have a mutation quirk. Strange. My quirk usually tells me which person the things belong to, but thinking about it, it did tell me it was to the two of you, she said, thinking hard as she finished guiding them to their seats. Anyhow, here are your seats. The food will start coming in a few minutes. Enjoy and mind the others after you. With that, Miko left the pair on their own. Their seats were simple single-person seats and a table with a small indent for the waterway to pass through. It was also more isolated towards the rest of the restaurant than they were expecting. Izuku shrugged before sitting down and Fumikage followed suit. I was expecting it to be more cramped than it is, Izuku commented. From what I saw, this place only had the stools. Fumikage added to the growing confusion. A hearty laugh, not unlike Anduum's, cut through their confusion and a well-known face turned from their own seat to look at them. Izuku was expecting a lot of things when he came to this place, like good food or an exciting atmosphere he'd need to draw later. What he wasn't expecting was to see a personal idol of one of the most important people in his life so far. Selkie in the flesh sat the next seat over. The hero must have noticed the reaction Izuku had and gave him one of his trademark, cute, faces. I see I have met a fan, he exclaimed. Fumikage also turned, giving a confused look at the hero. Izuku gagged out, much to the endearment of both the hero and his crush. Before Izuku could retry, Anduum, in all of his blunt glory, decided to speak for the shell-shocked teen. Sorry for his reaction. He likes you a lot. Could we have 2 autographs? The deer asked, managing to remain calm as he presented the hero with Izuku's small notepad he always kept around. Selkie gave them a genuine smile and pulled out a pen, probably one he kept around for situations like these. Can I have your names? The hero asked. Izuku and Anduum. Another for Suzuki. Anduum provided. Selkie gave them a confused look. So 3? He asked. And no, me and N are basically the same person and Suzuki always liked your work, Izuku explained, becoming a tad sadder at that last part. Selkie seemed also to notice that and gave him a reassuring smile. He had dealt with situations like these before, but it also rang out when people mentioned any of his fans that passed away. He quickly wrote down the names and handed the papers over. I'm sorry about your loss, kid. It's a nice gesture of you to get her my autograph, he commented. That seemed to at least cheer Izuku a bit, warming Fumicage's heart. As he saw his crush being such a kid's soul, it once again sent a jolt throughout his body. It was a rare sight to see people this peaceful in his troubled life. Fumicage was removed from his thoughts when a pen tapped against his head. You want an autograph too? Selkie asked. Sure. Tokoyami Fumicage and Dark Shadow, Fumicage said, handing him a page Izuku provided him. What are you doing here if you don't mind me asking? It is kind of far from your usual spot. The hero hummed as he wrote down the names. I'm here for a case that needed my crew. It's been resolved already, so we came here to celebrate before departing. That's so cool. I met the one and only Selkie outside the hero-restricted zones. Izuku gushed. Kid, you literally are in the heroes section of this restaurant. A new voice corrected. Izuku almost flopped over as he turned to see none other than Sirius herself standing by their table. The Maritime usually lets Hero Corps students into its hero section. How did you not notice? She explained. Ah, Sirius. Finally, back are ya? Let's eat, Selkie proclaimed, grabbing his utensils. Hey kids, good luck to you guys out there. Hope to see you at the sports festival. And so the two groups returned to their own little worlds. It didn't take long for their food to start passing through their table. At first, it was just small boats with a few sushi pieces or something light. Fumicage seemed content with only getting himself a couple of sushi rolls per serving while Izuku took quite a few more. The food was so delicious here that the green-haired teen thought it strange that his crush was so reserved, especially when their waterway had just 3 tables on its path. His answer came when the bigger boats began to pass through, cargo freighters with rows of spring rolls and full portions of pork. It was so much Izuku had to enlist the help of his companion to get everything they wished for, and that didn't even include the complete dishes like the katsudon he saw earlier. Fumicage was in a similar predicament, snatching up a good portion for himself every time a boat passed, all while having to hold back Dark Shadow so that he didn't get too greedy with the food. I wasn't expecting so much, Fumi, Izuku cried out as his long-awaited katsudon arrived, followed by another with spicy noodles which Fumicage happily took. It is the objective of such places, the crow-headed teen stated. They aim to make enough food for everyone. But there aren't that many people here? Andum stated. Asked. So why this much? Who cares? It's more food for us. Dark Shadow pointed out. Well said. Let's go, Dark Shadow. Andum stated, grabbing a pair of soy sauce cups. 8 cheers and then food. The Shadow happily agreed, accepting his own cup and raising it high up alongside the deer before they both began to feast. They are so energetic with one another, Izuku commented. It is a welcome sight for me. Dark Shadow is often shy and afraid of being himself, so to have someone that brings out that part of himself is nice. Fumicage admitted. I know the feeling, Izuku said before his eyes widened a bit. Not in that way necessarily, but I get the feeling that is. His crush merely gave him a nod of confirmation before once again picking up his chopsticks and glancing at Izuku in a silent question. The teen in question was much too happy to also start on his still steaming food. They ate and talked for a few minutes before an icebreaker ship filled with ice and drinks passed. Izuku grabbed himself a water bottle and Fumicage an apple juice. Cheers? Izuku asked. Fumicage nodded. In hopes that we may yet do this again. Fumicage provided. Cheers. Izuku resonated, being joined by both N and Dark Shadow. The blindfolded teen sported a light blush as the words processed in his mind while Fumicage had a few of his feathers puffed up. Today was a good day indeed. Netsu had been busy all day long taking care of school matters, the Bakugo case taking a large part of that time. He first followed up with his parents about his proposed route and was pleased that they gave him the green light. After that, he made sure to change up the teen schedule to include bi-weekly consults with Hound Dog and wrote an email for Powerloader to stop any requests from or to Bakugo from anyone other than Nezu himself until second order. And after that, he had to coordinate with Recovery Girl to make sure Bakugo didn't suffer any permanent injury after his stunt. Nezu had just about finished his tasks for today and was preparing some tea to calm himself down when his phone rang. With only slight annoyance, the principal picked up the call. "Principal Nezu for you. Is speaking." The line remained quiet for some time and a loud crack was heard before a clearly female voice spoke. "Hello, Principal. I am a representative of Mazin Internal Renovations." The female voice said, "I heard about the commission you proposed and I'd like to reserve a time for a meeting." Advert? Nezu didn't remember looking for anything of the sort. "I beg your pardon, I must have completely forgotten about this deal." Nezu offered, looking for a hint about the true motives of the call. "Completely understandable, Mr. Nezu. I believe you met my associate Larik about 4 months ago." The female voice provided. Larik. Why did this word sound familiar in a way? Nezu realized in an instance of genius. Caesar's cipher? For months. That makes it? Hanaga, of course. Bingo! This method surely was riskier, but he couldn't deny it was more convenient than a hidden message. Yes, I remember. I have a window in my schedule Thursday next week. Is that doable?" Nezu asks, remaining in character. The female voice, or M should he say, pondered for a moment before voicing her agreement. The two of them were trying for some time now to have a meeting, and it appears as if that time had finally come. Nezu grabs his keyboard and writes another email warning that he'd have an all-day meeting come next Thursday with a possible business associate. He didn't want to have anyone interrupting his talk with her out of all people. The principal cast a glance out into the sprawling city beyond his glass windows and smiled. "I wonder how Izuku's day is going," he muttered. The rest of the day had gone by quicker than Izuku and Anduum were comfortable to admit. They wanted this day to never end. The carefree pleasure of spending precious time with someone beloved corroded their will to carry on with their life after today. Alas, one cannot stop the flow of time. After their meal, the pair paid for their food and got their things back from the kind waitress and set off to the last leg of their journey. By now it was well past noon and they only had a couple more places they wanted to look around. Not once, but twice Izuku and his companion were too into their conversations to notice the other duo securing their own set of gifts for them. First they visited another music store, this time for Anduum to get himself a few chords he had wanted to try for quite some time now, and for Izuku to buy a few paints made especially for guitars that he could use to finish off his repair of Dark Shadow's guitar. Then they went straight for another store that sold winter clothes where Fumikage was overjoyed to buy his first proper hoodie that wasn't chosen for him or bought secondhand. A fact that once shared brought about a lightly melancholic note to the purchase. At least him being with Izuku and brought some respite to their hearts. They had promised to care for Fumikage and Dark Shadow to the best of their abilities after all. The last thing they decided on was a quick visit to a French-style cafe inside the mall for a quick bite before their return. The crow-headed teen was clearly delighted with their food, but Izuku could only reminisce about their short stay at Ojo and Miko's place and their tasty treats. "We should visit them again sometime," Izuku proposed. "Sure. We could also bring Fumikage and Dark Shadow along," Anduum suggested. "I don't see why not," Izuku hummed. "Then it is a deal." After their afternoon lunch, it was already around 5 p.m. and the four of them had agreed upon returning by nightfall at the latest. Izuku did still want to do one last thing with his beloved before the day ended. And so they took a cab, which although much more cramped with all their purchases than before, took them back to UA. The car ride itself was also much calmer than it was when they were going to the mall, with both teens looking exhausted to say the least. They had subconsciously agreed to bask in the silence, taking in the calming presence of one another. After some time they finally arrived at their destination, calmly paying the driver and exiting the car with their things. "I must once again thank you for this opportunity, Izuku and Anduum." Fumikage thanked them once he got out of the car. "Nothing like this has ever happened to us." And if the sight of Fumikage and Dark Shadow being all happy and flustered by the adminon did not bring an instinctual fulfillment to the other two in the group, nothing would. They had successfully provided for their future mates. That is all that mattered right now. That and their last plan for today. Who said it is over? Izuku teased. Come on, Fumi. Let's first drop off these first though and clean up a bit. Okay then. Fumikage said breathlessly. How can they still think of more things? Fumikage asked, dumbfounded. Maybe they got us presents too. Dark Shadow theorized. That may be it. The teen agreed. But they never ceased to impress. Then let's not keep them waiting. The Shadow encouraged. The trek back to Alliance Heights with all their luggage took almost another full hour, with them having to stop every now and then to let Anduum and Dark Shadow rest a bit. The pair were now fully dividing the purchases between them so that one didn't carry more than the other. Once they got close, they could see the shadows of quite a few of their classmates on the common room's windows. Due to Izuku's wish not to once again be caught by his peers showering Fumikage with care, he decided on an improvised shortcut. The green-haired teen tapped Fumicage's back. Is something the matter? Said teen questioned. How about a shortcut? Izuku proposed, flaring his newly created wings for added effect. The stairs will murder us like this. And flying won't? Fumikage noted. Nope. He stared a bit into Izuku's eye to make sure he wasn't lying and forcing himself before accepting with a nod. Suddenly the floor beneath his feet disappeared as a pair of strong arms lifted him to the windows of their shared room. With boundless care, Izuku set his crush down inside before swooping in himself. Impressive. Fumikage commented as the inky wings retracted themselves into Izuku's back. That is such a powerful quirk. More powerful than having the power to use shadows as the body for a nearly indestructible being? Izuku joked. Fumikage laughed a bit to himself before turning to head into the bathroom for a much-needed cleanup session after their long day. Dark Shadow began to follow after his twin after setting down his share of the bags but froze mid-air. He turned to look at Izuku directly, squaring his eyes to his. What you said? Do you believe it? He meekly asked. Yes. Anduum answered. You have greater potential than a lot of people, and if anyone says otherwise, they're FING fools. The Shadow's face grew a small purple blush. Wordlessly he turned and went after Fumikage in a much more confident manner, to say the least. You made someone happy. Izuku quipped. I made someone happy. And resonated. After both duos had finished their time in the bathroom, dinner was already being served downstairs and they wasted no time going down to grab a bite, making sure to thank Kirishima for coming up to call them. At dinner, they discovered the reason why no one had come looking for them this morning or didn't even mind their absence from today's classes. Aizawa had come to inform them via a note stuck to their refrigerator not to disturb the pair and that they were also dispensed from today's lessons. That last part was probably added on because of Ida's strictness. And there probably was a threat or two in there because Ishido and Hagakure didn't even dare ask them anything. Something they learned nigh impossible in less than a week in the same class as the two girls. But at last, Izuku had his opportunity to shine and gift his crush when they were dismissed from helping clean up the table or washing the dishes. It was around 9 p.m. when Izuku and Anduum guided their crushes to the emergency staircase and into the rooftop of their dormitory via a small utility hatch they'd found earlier on. What is it you wanted to show me? Fumikage asked as Izuku sat down on a ledge. The blindfolded teen petted a spot beside him, asking for him to seat there silently. That, Izuku stated pointedly, pointing upwards once the crow-headed teen sat down. I wanted to share the stars with you. Fumikage looked up only to be greeted by the warming light of the millions of stars dotting the sky. His mouth was left agape as he was all but see into the sea of bright dots. He had never seen so many of them all at once, the light of the city overtaking the night sky and taking the stars with it. How? He asked, dumbfounded at the expanse of the galaxy around him. The city must be in a blackout. Izuku explained. I noticed it during dinner and couldn't miss the chance to make this moment better with it. Wadash? Fumikage asked, turning only to see Izuku holding out a small package in his hand, the words dying in his mouth once he saw it. We wanted to get you something as a gift. The green-haired teen explained, a blush on his face and a soft smile on his mouth. Thank you, Fumikage breathed out. He took the package from his crush and gently undid the little forest green bow on it, opening it to reveal two separate things neatly wrapped in their own little paper. One with a chibi deer sticker on it and another with a small strip of cloth around it. When did you get the time? The crow-headed teen asked in awe. While you were showering. And provided. By now Dark Shadow had come out and was apprehensively looking over Fumi's shoulder at the contents of the box. His eyes followed his twin's hands closely as he fished out the first and smallest gift. Inside the one bearing the small strip of cloth, he found a fountain pen, something he'd been wanting for a while but couldn't justify buying it, and a small bottle of ink for it. The teen was already sure he may be tearing up a little, but that didn't matter. He lunged at Izuku and hugged him tightly, muttering endless thank yous. Next up was Dark Shadow, who with a little encouragement, tore at the other package only to be met with a small figurine of a deer with birds around it. For our eternal friendship. And Duum commented as the shadow stared at the present. I love it. Dark Shadow shouted before enveloping himself around and in a hug-like gesture. They each shared a few more seconds to themselves before it was Fumicage's turn to fish out a gift of his own from under his shirt. Here, he quietly said, too puffed up in embarrassment to look at his crush. I fear yours may have made ours much simpler in comparison. A gift is a gift. Izuku noted. I care more about the gesture than the item gifted itself. The crow-headed teen could only smile in pride once Izuku and his companion dug into their gift, coming out with a new notebook for Izuku and a deer keychain for Anduum. Izuku wordlessly opened his notebook only to find a message written in Fumicage's artistic handwriting. I wish to dedicate this book to its owner, Izuku, the kindest soul I've had the pleasure of meeting. Fumi, Izuku muttered. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you like it? Said Teen asked. Yes. Izuku shouts. I love it. Fumikage puffed up again in pride. It seemed their mission was a resounding success as well. Now, all that he had to do was find the right moment to ask Izuku out. Next weekend may be a good choice. He hummed. Dark Shadow enthusiastically agreed. How about we watch the stars a little more? Fumikage proposed. Sure. I can stay here until light comes back on if you want. Izuku said. Maybe sleeping late today might not be too much of a big deal. Fumikage agreed. And so they stayed there, relishing in the peaceful company of one another until one of them either fell asleep or the city lights engulfed the night sky once again. Izuku now just had to find the right time to confess to Fumikage. If only he didn't have to show him that part.